Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the NLC RPS. It is day 3, and hopefully things have been sorted out. I'm not sure how much you guys have seen before. My name is still Duckling. I'm still joined by Clover, and Clover, you talked about me potentially being the lucky charm for Epic Avalanche. I said I hope I'm not. Hopefully, I'm not the unlucky charm for the broadcast because Monday I was on 30 minutes. I lasted before my internet cut out, and this time we started with some technical difficulties right off the bat. But hopefully, we've gotten all the unlucky stuff out the way, and we can get 3 good games of League of Legends out before us, Clover. And I'm going to take it back to the starting point. I don't know what you guys have heard out there. If you've heard this before, I'm sorry, but we're going to have to go through it again. It is Epic Avalanche going 0-2 day-to-day in our 3 games here, Clover. Play against my Danish representatives, AUC Tigers. But before that, right now, coming up shortly, they're going up against the latter team in 42 Exodia.
Yeah, and as I said before, Epic Avalanche really had a bad mistakes in the first day. They didn't look so great, even though the first game against Bloodline was in a good spot. They had a mistake, got caught, and Bloodline really punished them. So they still deserve to win, and I think they have a great chance today because every other team has gone rock, paper, scissors. They had a game where they looked great and a game where they didn't look so great. Of course, Epic Avalanche didn't look great in both, but I really hope that they can perform well today and show why they are the Finnish League champions.
And the Finnish League is perceived to be one of our stronger national leagues. So starting off 0-2 certainly wasn't what they hoped for. If you look back to just the matchup on day 1, I would have favored them to go 2-0, to be honest with you. In the end, though, that didn't end up happening, and now they're sitting on the opposite half of the table. Today, though, could be the day that changes, you say, because 2 wins would move them right back into the thick of things, especially because, luckily for them, pretty much every team has lost games here, except for Lions Creed Academy in Group B, and in this group, obviously, which is the one we're focusing on today, it is Group A, where Bitfix Gaming did go 2-0. So Epic Avalanche, they're just 1 win away from being a shared second place. And that will maybe happen, as, they do play our first and third game of the day. I don't know if we have a schedule graphic, but just to make clear, all of you Norwegian fans and UK lovers, you will have to wait for the last 3 games of the day to see your teams in action, while Bloodline will be playing in the 2nd and 4th game. That's for all you Swedes out there. And I do believe that is a bit of a roundup, just to try and think about what we've talked about, maybe without you guys being able to hear us and everything that's gone through. I think the most important point, Clover, we managed to bring out before something went wrong in terms of the technical difficulties. It was the fact that this league so far, this tournament rather, has been so rock, paper, scissors, I think is the way you coined it, right? It's one team beating the other, then they lose to the other team. They just keep beating each other. We don't have clear favorites anymore, it feels like.
Yeah, and it will be interesting to see, especially in the first game, because I think 42 Exodia has looked all right. The first game that they played with the Kindred, they really just didn't play well in the early game, but they got the scaling, but that was too late. But the second game, they played really well with the support and jungle around mid. So I really liked that. So it will be interesting to see if they play around mid again and how Epic Avalanche can play against that.
Yeah, that will be interesting to see. I do believe we're heading into the draft. I can at the very least hear some audio in my ears about that progressing in front of us. So let's take a look at what's happening here. It is Epic Avalanche. Just to quickly sum it up, they should get a win on the board here, or they need to, rather, probably is the correct phrasing, after a disappointing day 1 where they lost both of their games. But in terms of bans, so we're moving towards Anakali and Olaf being taken off the table here from the side of Epic Avalanche, lastly paired up with the Vi, while 42 Exodia focusing on trimming some mates away by going for the Karma and the brand.
Yeah, the brand was the kind of peak for Merza that we saw against Bloodline. They want that out, and they banned the bot lane that Epic Avalanche played in the second game, which is really interesting. Focusing on the bans, and we see the Skarner first pick.
Skarner first pick. That's exciting. I didn't get to cast much Skarner on Monday. Obviously, my internet cut out in the middle of the first game, so didn't get to see many games Monday, to be honest with you all. But Skarner is something I talked with Carvers about being relatively strong still in the meta. It's still a strong pick and definitely first pickable, but if you remember back to the just rework, Skarner isn't as strong anymore, and the response from 42 Exodia will be to take that Rek'Sai, which can, just like it's gonna be flexed between jungle and top lane.
Yeah, 42 Exodia played a great game of Rek'Sai. They around jungle then, but looked great on their hands. I'm interested to see what they pair it up with when they are thinking the pick and Jinx, which is one of the strongest ADs here. Just good wave clear, scales really well, and if you get excited, you will carry.
Yeah, and talk about someone being able to carry. It is not quite getting excited, but it is spraying and praying. It is a Twitch now logged in. It is the name we discussed before, how to pronounce Roikia. Roikia. That's pretty okay. That's all right.
That's all right.
Roikia. Okay, that's what I'll try and say throughout the games. Hopefully, that won't be going too badly. So the AD carries have been locked in as well, as you say. None of these lethality AD carries. This is hard scaling, carrying those team fights. And as we then see Epic Avalanche round out the rotation by locking in that jungler, showing the hands of where this guy will be going into the hands of Cowbox, it is Mercer locking it in South for Rauhan.
Yeah, Mordekaiser pick. I really like it. The changes for Mordekaiser have been great. That brought it a lot back into the meta because you can't escape the ultimate anymore. So it really makes it a 1v1. You can take someone out of the fight. So no Qs available for the ADs here. So the Twitch really needs to play outside of the Mordekaiser's range.
Yeah, that Mordekaiser obviously changed, as you say. Now the ultimate can start off, makes it so much harder to play around. Because normally, you just spend the gold, pay the tax, and be like, yeah, I mean, I can miss position, but I can easily get out and get back into the thick of things. And now that is just no longer an option. But with supports not being locked in, Epic Avalanche decided to try and trim that pool a little bit by removing the Rel, Annie, and Talia, the bans of 42 Exodia. The mid lane, Mercy here being targeted quite heavily from the latter second seed. Let's see what Epic Avalanche go with here. Maybe try and trim the mid lane pool as well. All things considered, 42 Exodia haven't locked it in themselves either.
Yeah, I'm interested to see what the support picks are for both teams because both of these ADCs love Lulu and Milio. So I'm interested to see if they want to have the Enchanter support or something like Nautilus that can go in, maybe ult, they carry there, get him out of the fight for a while. 42 Exodia just thinking about it, but it will be interesting to see.
Yeah, I think you're opening up to the good discussion now, right? Because with these late game scaling AD carries, it is a bit of a discussion. Would you rather have the enchantment to buff them up or the front line to protect them in the engaged support? Regardless, though, the mid lane, 42 Exodia, surprisingly in my eyes at the very least, keeping their support pick as the counter pick instead of taking it in the mid lane, locking in that Ahri. Maybe because they've trimmed the pool so much, they want to get something strong in as soon as possible, as it seems to be the Braum. So we have already seen at this tournament pattern with the Twitch locked in yet again. So Arrow now deciding what Mercer will play. Obviously the discussion happening in the chat as we speak. I'm not gonna talk about that yet. It would be kind of crazy to see it locked in. Waiting to see if that actually ends up happening. That would be fun.
I mean, they have BM hovered it for the last 2 games, so I don't think it is. But Lissandra is really interesting. I have seen Merza played a lot in the Finnish league, and he has performed great on it. So I'm really interested to see how he plays it against 42 Exodia. But now 42 Exodia has the last pick, and I think Lulu would be the right choice here, making it a bit of a harder lane against Braum here, because Braum really doesn't want to play against ranged champions on the lane. So I really like the 42 Exodia draft here.
Yeah, I mean, Lulu having some good disengage tools as well, right? The wild growth and the polymorph to try and stop someone like Mercer from getting into the back line. I mean, these compositions are both really interesting. None of them are fully traditional. They're a bit out there, at the very least in some picks, but both kind of have the same idea. When I quickly look at it with my mindset, I'm going to be completely honest. I think, these AD carry performances will be really important. Roikia versus Layback, I think that's the matchup to watch. Not in the first 10 minutes at all. It's probably going to be pretty boring. But, in those late game team fights, that's where I want to keep my eyes. And then I want to see how well does the frontline do at setting up the fights. Because Mercy could look for a flank. Cowbox as a Skarner now running through walls could look for a good flank as well. And it's all about how the top jungle mid lane trios set up for the bot lane to play the fights, in my opinion.
Yeah, and I totally agree. Like especially the mid laners here. Like Lissandra has a really good flanks with his abilities, also Ari. So you can find the ADC really well, get some picks over there. But it will be really scary on Epic Avalanche's side because I think the Jinx can really go off if the 42 Exodia get even one pick because of the get excited passive. And everybody knows that if Jinx gets one kill in a team fight, he can take over.
Yeah, I think you're raising a good point. And normally you think, I mean, well, the front that I'll be going in is quite tanky, so it will take a bit to get that first reset. But then again, Mercer, someone who will be looking for these engages as well, and these flanks with the Glacial person coming in from the side as well. I mean, you're Alessandro, right? If you get hit up by a polymorph before you're able to ult yourself, all of a sudden you could be burst down by a late game Jinx, and then the resets have been given over, right? So I think it's a lot of pressure on him to play these late game fights really, really well. But we've been talking a lot about the late game. There is still a chance we don't get that, right? Someone could just be snowballing and the game could be over in 20 minutes. And it very much feels like if one of these bot lanes is able to get accelerated by the way that team plays around them and get a good lead early on, this game could also go quite quickly because one team just snowballs too far ahead of the other, and that snowball keeps rolling right until the Nexus falls.
Yeah, and as we talked about bot lane, but I think the mid lane is really important here because 42 Exodia showed that if they play around mid, they can open up the game really easily. And I think Epic Avalanche is a team that can play around mid also. And both mid laners now have something to set up their jungler with. They have Ari has the charm, Lissandra has the CC here, and Xingsa can really follow up. The Lissandra also Rek'Sai can follow up. So it will be interesting to see how they play the game because I think maybe if you play around bot, you don't want to fight, you just want to hover it. But mid, you can really find the picks there.
Yeah, there are certainly options. One thing that I don't think will have that much impact on how the early game unfolds. You know, top lane is normally a bit of an island. I'm more just out of curiosity, excited to see how this matchup goes. I haven't seen much Ghana in competitive play yet. I do feel like the champion is still in a pretty strong state. And going up against the Mordekaiser is certainly not a matchup I'm familiar with. So I'm excited to see how that plays out and if anyone is able to build off a good lead there. But I do suspect that it might just turn out to be completely boring and irrelevant because, you know, they're playing more for the team fight, just trying to scale up, get through the laning phase, as top lanes sadly often do, you could say, you know, where the action isn't always happening, especially in a draft like this. I will be keeping my eyes on the bot lane later on, but early on, the jungle to see where do they go, right? You've mentioned they can play around the bot lane, but there are also opportunities to play around the mid lane. And to see that decision making, how they read each other, if anyone is able to find a window to capitalize on one of the laners overstaying or anything like that to build up that early lead, will be exciting to see.
Yeah, and to your point, I also want to see how the top lane goes because I have no clue. And last time we said in in the RPS here, when I was casting, we said Sion Skarner will be boring. There was 3 solo kills there, so I'm not saying anything about that, but it will be interesting because I haven't seen Mordekaiser in the competitive play in a really long time. Also, like the Skarner, of course, it has become meta now because of the changes. But Mordekaiser hasn't been really that type of champion that you use in competitive play. But now that the changes have become in, now teams want to play it more and more, and it will be exciting to see how they play it.
Yeah, it certainly will be, right? It's kind of funny how one little change by the look of things can change so much around a champion and the presence we see it because they haven't buffed this damage. They haven't gone out of the way to make him crazy overpowered. They've simply removed a feature from the game that you can no longer QSS or cleanse out of the ultimate. That small change has seen this champ skyrocket back into to more play. I'm seeing way more Mordekaiser. I saw that the esports equal esports cup just this weekend as well, right? It's been popping up more and more. Obviously we won't see it at MSI because that is before the changes come through, but it is just so funny to me to think that without really touching the damage, the HP, or anything around the champion, just by removing one crucial little feature in their ultimate, it changes how much we see it in the meta.
Yeah, and I think the big thing is really that the you can ult the ADC and take him out of the fight, but it will be interesting.
It will certainly. I have got word the game is ready, so hopefully we'll head to the Rift soon. And while we see these players run on towards the Rift, I hope that nothing will happen early on because I do want to open a bit of a different conversation here, Clover. I've looked back, right? Because the teams we have coming in from the ladder in the last NLC RPS didn't do too hot.
30 seconds until minions
DO7
spawn.
won 1 game and lost 4. 42 Gaming Academy lost all 5 games. This time around, they have already tied their win score. They have won 1 game. This is 42 Exodia, while Leo Esports have lost all 2. So, if 42 Exodia win here, this will officially be the best performance from the ladder region, or the ladder tournament in the NLC RPS.
Minions have spawned.
That's an interesting point to say. I I haven't really thought about it, but I mean, it would really show that their ladder is working here, and the teams can really compete. So it will be interesting to see if 42 can show them. But I think Epic Avalanche will take the win. I hope they take the win because our team, of course, is so good. But the invade is interesting.
Yeah, the invade here coming from Epic Avalanche is a bit interesting, but no one will be caught in the crossfire outside of this blue buff. That's a quick little point to make. Let's see if Lulu does realize this though, and they're able to do something. And talking about not being hit by the crossfire, I might have to take that back because here comes Epic Avalanche right in the bot lane looking for that Lulu early on. Won't get it. Both flashes though forced out, and that is a 5-minute timer now on the Lulu and the Jinx, where we can see our Hunter to punish.
Yeah, really punish. Like, I don't think 42 Exodia had any idea of it because of the ward in the tri-push. But really well played from Epic Avalanche, just finding a way to get the summoners. Now they have a bit of a lead in the bot lane because of it, and the bot lane has to play really safe here because Epic Avalanche can just pull the trigger at any time. And Bulldog, I'm sorry if I said it wrong, but he's running actually on the enemy Raptors now.
Yeah, he really wants to see what's going on here. Just wanna pop in his face. Level 3 though, so he is up a level, having been able to take more camps. I guess he was not trying to suss out how much have I lost in my own jungle. Where is he now? Getting that idea of where your opponent is obviously quite important, especially when it comes to tracking junglers. And he is able to take... I guess that's a mistake, because you do all those small crocs. That's where all the gold is on them, and he does go back and take those. Does with a bit of tempo on that, but is able to steal a camp away as some sort of revenge here.
Yeah, and it's interesting to see if they try to bot play here, because they've stacked, so... But they have vision on the jungler, so they don't want to take the fight. And now I think the game will slow down a bit for the next 3 minutes because of the junglers being both on the opposite sides here. There's really nothing to do on the map, and the waves are pushing so on the opposite side, so the junglers really can't look for anything other than the dives if they want.
Yeah, that is totally true, as Rauhan makes his way towards top lane. Might just be chilling out, seeing if any opportunity opens up, or will likely start the record shortly, though it wouldn't surprise me if that's the case. Or maybe they could just look to brute force it. That seems to be the more logical conclusion to Epic Avalanche, but as soon as he shows his face, Casadius gives him the respect that is needed and is able to make his way out. And with the game now slowing down, Clover, I would love if we could talk a little bit about, the expectations of Finland, right? Because we've discussed shortly the fact that in the past, the ladder tournament hasn't had the best results in the NLC RPS. But Finland, I mean, you guys' results have been pretty good so far. You've had Epic Avalanche make top 4 last time, while Rounds just barely missed out on making playoffs. So I want to hear from you as a Finnish caster. What are you expecting this time around? What are your hopes for Epic Avalanche and who's this game?
Yeah, I think let's watch this stuff.
Yeah, we have to take back, because they've instantly stopped us from having a little discussion here. Carbox fighting in the 1v1, the flash away. One more auto would do it, but instead it's all on the minions to secure that first. But Carbox, though, will pay with his life. There is no doubts about it in my mind that he falls here to Vilay, who comes in for the counter gang as he takes a bite out of that Skarner and gets the kill.
Yeah, really good play from Carvox though. Even though the wave is not so good, he has the TP and Casardius doesn't have one this game. He has taken Ghost, so a good play as we take Dragon also here. Epic Avalanche really uses the tempo well here as they spot the jungler. But to your point, now that maybe the game slows down a bit after this Drake, I think the hopes are high for Finnish teams, as we have shown the Finnish players can perform in NLC Division 2, as Blue Whites won it, a full Finnish roster, and as now Epic Avalanche has been so strong and performed well last year, so I think the hopes are high, and also not to forget Footis really performed well yesterday in their second game. I think the first game they threw a bit, but still looked really strong. So I think the hopes are that one team goes.
Oh, let's see here. Carwox completely missed it on the minimap, by the way. He's being ganked by Vidløy, but this is turning into a horror scenario. Carwox winning the 1v2 will get both kills. That is what the new Skarner can do, baby. No, there's more. I want to give you time to talk, but there's no chance, Clovis. 4 kills in total across the map go into Epic Avalanche pockets.
And as you pointed out, Top will have nothing to do probably in the early game, but I mean, it's just the caster curse. If we say the game will slow down, it will go faster and faster. Like, I mean, great play from Carvax to counter the gank and get the double kill there, and just Epic Avalanche just after they see the enemy jungler, they just make a play on the opposite side. So I think it's a really well used tempo on the side of Epic Avalanche.
And Vidløy, as a consolation prize after the failed game, will be able to take some void drops, so at least they get something back in their favor. And thinking about it, seeing what just happened top lane, if I'm not mistaken, and I'm 99% sure of this, the new Skarner E is one of the hardest things to stop in the game. For example, what I saw on Reddit, it was able to stop Yone E's as well, and didn't do anything about it. And the thing is, when you're now a Rek'Sai looking to gank, you normally, as you say, or as we saw, go in from behind with your portal. You can't get your W through because the Skarner E interrupts that and you just push underneath the turret. We saw it here. Vidløy had nothing to do there. His idea was completely fine. He just got outscarred because right after that, straight into the ultimate. Kasadi is being hit as well, and Carbox played that phenomenally. And I think this Skarner, just look how hard he is to gank, man. That is, I mean, I can definitely see why he's strong in the top lane.
Yeah, it's really interesting actually that Carbox is. Okay.
There might be a bit of a commitment here. I think if that Q would have connected, the concussive blows would have quickly stacked up, and Layback might have been in some trouble now. Maybe Epic Avalanche is in a bit of trouble. The Soren wants something, a good reaction flash away from Roik here to stop it, as Epic Avalanche are not done with this play either. They've sent their mid lane and jungle down. Rauhan and Mercer joining in and able to find some fun, some food to play with, as Rauhan does get rooted up. Wind Becomes Lightning does not come out, and it looks like both teams are happy disengaging as Epic Avalanche keep their bot in alive.
Yeah, you never know with these teams, like Epic Avalanche is always ready to make the play there, but maybe a good thing that they slow the game a bit down, but Merchant doesn't want that apparently. So, but the Skarner is really interesting here because I don't know if the Mordekaiser can really bully him anymore because of those kills. So he can just push the waves easily, just move around mid like Carbox is doing now, and Merchant might be safe here.
Yeah, talking about mid, stuff happens there. Mercer able to frozen tomb himself and keep him alive. Carbox now coming in to give Vidløy yet another unpleasant surprise. This will surely be the kill into 42. He might escape. There's no way, right? There's no way. Yet another pool. Just going around as he's gonna make it out. Oh, Rauhan doesn't have the flash. Wind Becomes Lightning. Will he connect? He's been slowed up. The ignite is ticking. And there comes the Wind Becomes Lightning. He was so close to making it out, but Eru had other plans.
Yeah, that was a bit too close, but now they're trying for a
they want
dive.
NLC as well. They know he doesn't have the heal. Laid back the target. He has both jumps, so he should be able to get out of this bad situation. But the damage! Holy moly, that's a lot of damage. Just 10 minutes in, the Sin Sao gets the kill. Rauhan's on a killing spree. This is the Epic Avalanche we expected, Clover. Earlier in the tournament, we are 10 minutes in. They are having fun playing with their food, diving between 2 turrets, and with the ones to come out on top.
Yeah, like the team is feeling themselves after they get that kind of lead. They love snowballing it. This team isn't the type that plays really slow. They just want to make plays after plays after plays, and they are making them. So now that Carbox can really
Oh yeah, ultimate has been popped. I mean, Carbox might be able to survive in here, buy some time with the ultimate, but his E has already been used, so I'm not sure if he's able to get out. The Ghost has been popped, and with the Rylite, yeah, I think Casadius has his mind made up. He wants the shutdown and claims it nicely. Gets revenge for the time he's been outplayed so far, but, you know, solo killing his opponent. This top lane turned out way more exciting than I could have ever imagined. But now back to the bot lane. The excitement never stops in this game. The ultimate comes through. It is so nicely played from Epic Avalanche. Dempsey didn't even get the chance to use his flash. He's just taken down on the Drake, likely to be taken down with him.
Yeah, and they're trading 2 Drakes for the 6 grubs here.
The Cowards isn't done either. I mean, we have more action here, Clover. I think he has the damage. So does Casadius, no good damage. Pullback comes through. The shield is still available. Cowards, I think you're losing this, buddy. Pull back. Another Q will come through. The flash has been used on Soren. In from the flank. Cowards, bit of a bit more than he can chew. As this game just continues to deliver.
Yeah, but the problem now is because they saw Soren in the top lane. Now the bot lane is really in trouble. They're trying to stack a wave, and the 4 players of Epic Avalanche are here, so Soren needs to invest the TP here to cover.
Oh, layback. This time is the target. Wardrobe has come through with his 4-man from Epic Avalanche to dive underneath the turret. They lose one. There's now Rocky has taken the turret. He can't take one more hit, and he's gonna go down as well. Epic Avalanche are biting off more than they can chew. 42 Exodia punching back. It's still somehow a triple kill. But this will turn out to be a 4 for 3 in favor of 42 Exodia. It's Epic Avalanche who makes the play. But it's 42 Exodia who punch back. This game, dude. What is happening?
As I said, Epic Avalanche is not a slow playing team. They want to make the plays, but that was a bit too aggressive because they had no minion wave there to really tank the tower before that. But really good cover from Soren there. Uses the TP immediately, just coming to defend his bot lane, and they get the 4 kills after the Rek'Sai comes in. Now it will be interesting because the gold is pretty even.
Oh, Rahan. I mean, Rahan is pretty strong, but Casadius got that 1 Rylite, and now he is unstoppable. What am I witnessing here? What is that damage?
Yeah, I guess.
Oh, another kill bot lane. What is going on, Clover? Jesus Christ, we can't give up. We haven't seen half the kills, and this is not due to bow. Oh, the rocket flies right through. So much action, it's impossible to keep up. I do want to mention, that was 6 Void drops as well on the side of 42 Exodia. They're about to get the Herald. Unless, and I think they might do something about it, because Epic Avalanche don't want to go down without a fight, and I mean, they have been fighting all game. 20 kills in 14 minutes.
I think they will just try to take the bot tower, get the first tower off the game, so that Herald loses a bit of value here, and that's the plan here. Just you couldn't really contest it because Rauhan Tomari had just so bad of a timer because of the Khazardi's kill. So they just go clear the camps now, slow the game a bit down, but I don't think it will be for long.
Yeah. You are completely right though, Clover. They did manage to take that bottom lane turn. And just looking at the gold, there are gold leads pretty much everywhere. Nokia though, which is the most crucial part for Epic Avalanche, I think it's fair to say, is ahead. So they are happy with that, but in other parts of the Rift, it's not looking as good. The jungle in particular, I do believe there was a bit of a gold difference. And in the top lane, I do want to mention this. Carbox initially buying the Sunfire because he knows that is more... That is better when they're in the 5v5 scenario with the 80 damage coming through from 42 Exodia. But I think that might have contributed to him losing those 1v1s because all of the goldie that he had been spent on, you know, armor that isn't really helping against a full AP Mordekaiser.
Yeah, I think that's a big part of it. And I think he thought he had a lot of damage on the Sunfire, but because of the Rylai's that the Mordekaiser built, you couldn't.
They know
really
Aru's
tank
here.
it for-
He's on a ward and he will be engaged upon by Blue Light. Can they turn around though? The members are here, Playback forced to kite back, flash out, and not quite to safety for Blue Light. He goes down. And I'm not sure if Epic Avalanche knew Aru was on a wall, but they were ready to respond.
Yeah, they dodged the vision really well that they could get into the river brush there, so they couldn't be spotted. And they thought they had a play 42 Exodia there, but really good punish Epic Avalanche. But when it breaks in 40 seconds, a lot of ultimates used here, so it will be interesting how they will contest it. Khazardis is already moving because he doesn't have the TP. Carbox has it, but it will be interesting if he invests it, and they want to keep the river control because they took the bases now. So 42 Exodia will get the control over the river, so it will be hard to enter here.
And I think it's worth mentioning as well, so much of the gold on 42 Exodia is on Khazardis. He's the one who's really spiking at the moment after getting that Rylai's. So with him not being there in the previous fight and someone like Orekia who has so much gold, the fight looks so one-sided. Now Khazardis has decided to target Rauhan Tuame in the Death Realm, doing just what he did before. Luloi engages the point where Orekia as well, but they can't take him down. The follow-up not quite there. And out from the Death Realm comes Khazardis to find yet another kill on towards Aru. But in the meantime, his team is falling around him as Aru still hasn't gone down. One more decimating maze will do it. But as that happens, 4 members of 42 Exodia are gone. Khazardis wondering where they went. And this is sole point for Epic Avalanche.
Yeah, they get soul point and they have a good tempo here to just take the recess, maybe open up the mid tower if they want to. I don't think they had the timer though because of the death times aren't so long yet. But a really good play. Carbox got a really always has to hold my breath because of the Jinx rockets, but Carbox got a really good flank there. Because the 42 Exodia started the fight, they wanted to go onto the fight, but Carbox got a really good flank, got onto the layback, and the fight just split up on 42 Exodia's side. So Epic Avalanche used it and got the win, and now on Soul Point, and Mountain Soul would be huge.
And that would be really nice, just getting that extra bit of safety. I think initially it looked like 42 Exodia in that previous fight just wanted to take out Rauhan and then just get out there, and now without a jungle you can't take the Drake, we'll stop you. But Epic was like, I mean, sure, we'll just take the full on 5v5. Because I think at this point of the game, considering how far ahead Roiki is and how much damage he does in a team fight, it is a mistake if Khazardis isn't putting him in the death row. They need to stop him. Because 5-1-7, 2 items already on a Twitch, 18 minutes in. That is scary. And while Mercer, Carbox, and all the other members of Epic Avalanche are not too far behind and certainly still relevant in the game, they need to remove this Twitch from the team fight if they want a chance to win it.
Yeah, it's interesting. Epic is looking for a play.
Oh, look at how many void grubs there are there. That's crazy. As the fight erupts, what is Rauhan doing here? How did he even get to this scenario? And now it's right here in the Death Realm, shut down. The fight still not over as we see Vila on the other side fighting in a 1v2 scenario. I'm not sure what he's doing there as well. Why are people so out of position as Khazardis is just casually taking the tier 2?
I think Epic Avalanche thought they had a play there because of they had merged TP and Rauhan Tomori had the flank, but that was just way too early there. And 42 Exodia just melts Rauhan Tomori first and then turned the fight. They got the win on the fight, but fortunately for Epic Avalanche, they weren't punished as much as they thought probably they would be. But really aggressive game here. Like, you can't catch your breath on the first game here.
Yeah, this is crazy, man. What a game we are starting our day off with, right? And especially how much is on the line, because 42 Exodia obviously playing for improving the ladder's achievements in this tournament, you could say. They've only managed to get 1 win so far as a whole, as a little tournament going into the NLC RPS. And if you win this one as well, Epic Avalanche, they're in a horrible scenario. Layback though, in topless Horakia, unleashes fire with the spray and pray. Layback and Dumpsia both survive, but taken very low. So now Villa has to be here to try and save this turn as well. Might not even be enough for members of Epic Avalanche. They have that goal in mind, and they will claim the tier 1.
Yeah, it's just hovering. They are looking for the mid collapse. It will be interesting to see, but Kazardis is not there, so it will
Villa called out by Carwalk, suppressed and locked up. He's CC chained right into death. Baron is up, but I'm not sure they're gonna go for it. Might just want to take this tier 2 instead.
Yeah, they don't need to risk it here. The Drake is spawning in minute and 40, so they can just play for that and just then afford watching the Exodia.
Sadius! He wants Roikia, he puts him into the Death Realm. Surely we'll just get him in the wrong one. Despite the good kiting, there's nothing you can do in that Death Realm! And in the meantime, the rest of Epic Avalanche just disappear from the Rift. Rauhan, the last one on the menu, he's the dessert of a 5-course meal. The Baron might just be the finishing touch as well. I see pings coming towards it. But if Rauhan survives, it's not a guarantee he recalls. Can he get back out on the map in time? 15 seconds on Oikia. The eyes have been set on the big purple worm. 42, now in a goal lead as well.
Yeah, and I think it's really hard contest here. Yeah, they just melted with the Mordekaiser passive. You can't just contest it. I think Epic Avalanche needs to fast go onto the Drake, set it up, and maybe just bait out some plays here, because you're in a bad spot here. Like, you need to stop the Baron, you need to get this soul, or the game will look so bad for you guys. But on the positive side, on the Epic Avalanche side, now they got their flashes up. Röke has his summoners up, so he can really play outside of Kazardius' range here, and they can set the Drake up really well here. Just need to stop the mid push also.
The cooldown is long though, 10 seconds on the Drake, and there still isn't the Death Realm up. It should be there for the fight, just barely, and as you say, Roikin out for some. But I'm pretty sure if he gets caught in the Death Realm, he is dead. There is no real way around it. 9k and dropping though, 8, it's going lower and lower. The soul for Epic Avalanche, a way back into the game. Sadius in the front line, hasn't found Rakia yet as the Drake continues to go ever lower, but the fight is starting on the other side and looks to be won. Epic Avalanche is winning. Rakia can't be found. Ares thrown into the Death Realm instead, and when that happens, Epic Avalanche, they win the other team 5. Triple kill now for Mercer, as it has to be a massive clutch from the raid bot Sadius, and he might be doing it alongside Soren. They turn it around in his hand. 42! How do you do that?
Kazardius is really the king here. He just kills everybody with Soren, and it looked really great for Epic Avalanche. Carbox just marking Fieldlog there, so he couldn't get into the pit, and Merza found a really good engage. But if Kazardius can play the game here, like, it always looks so lost for Epic Avalanche. He's so strong and closing on 4 items. He has 10 Dark Sea stacks also going into the Magi, so really ballsy play. But when you play like this, you can really play it. But the positive side on Epic Avalanche side, you get the mountain, so, and you stop the Baron push here. So even though you lost the fight a bit, but you really stopped the tempo here.
This game, man, is going so back and forth. I for sure thought this was an Epic Avalanche punch back. And as you say, overall, they slow down what 42 Exodia were about to do with that Baron buff. As Sarah now the one caught out. He goes forward towards Mercer. Might be able to get a kill before he dies. He does so. Might even have found his own way to escape as 42 now lining up to save their mid lane. Soren, though, still the target taken down by Rauhan. As Roikia has already unleashed the spray and pray count. Now coming to try and catch this Rek'Sai, unable to do so. It's this game, man. It's so back and forth. I'm struggling to read who wins, because it feels like at this point, one big team fight could decide the game in either team's favor.
Yeah, I mean, there's a 2k gold lead, but they have Mountain Soul on Epic Avalanche's side, so it really evens up the score here. So it's really hard to say. And the Jinx has been a bit quiet this game, but it's because all the resources have been used on her. But when the Jinx gets to scale this late with a Lulu, it will be really hard to play against it and scary also. So Epic Avalanche needs to find the Jinx in every fight to win, but Khazardius is the bigger problem here. Like, what can you do against the Mordekaiser? Because he will take you into the Death Realm and win 1v1 against every one of Epic Avalanche's players, so they really just need to play time against Khazardius here.
And it's so crazy to think about, right? Because beforehand, as a carry, all you had to do from Epic Avalanche side now is just spend 1300 gold on a QSS. You can't do anything about it now. If he gets in the range of you with his ultimate and ults you, you're dead. You aren't winning that battle. And despite you kiting well, despite you having sums, yes, you might be able to get him low, but it's a Mordekaiser, 8, 2, and 7 in his death realm. You aren't winning that. There's nothing to do. You have to play it so perfectly. One misstep, and you're in the death realm, which is now the death realm. There's nothing you can do. You can't get out. There's no QSS, no cleanse, no nothing.
Yeah, and it seems like 42 Exodia really has the foot on the gas here. They're just trying to open up the map.
Alright, yeah. Looking for the play on Soren. He's just able to dash out, and that's the spray and pray gone. Same goes with the Spirit Rusher. Ultimates traded. I like the idea from Roikia, but doesn't have the damage yet. Lacking that bird item to really burst someone down with a few quick ult attacks.
Yeah, but even though it was a good chuck on Soren, 42 Exodia just open up the tier 2 on bot side, and as we are closing 1 minute on Baron and 2 minutes on Elder Dragon, those objectives will just open up the game. I think those decide who wins it, and 42 Exodia is just trying to go and put vision up there, take control of the river because they have opened up the bot so well, but it seems like Epic Avalanche is not responding so fast here. Like, they had the tempo to put the vision, but now they're a bit late and split up, so it will be really scary if they go further.
We're nearing the 30-minute mark. So for Epic Avalanche, but so far it's been 42 Exodia winning these late game team fights. They go on to layback though. He is taken down to around 50% HP from the flank. It is the side of Carwalk to find both the carries. Khazardius comes in on the back line, but it's too little, it's too late. He CC chains, get right here into the death run though, and wins that as always. Removes the AD carry as the Baron spawns. And Soren taking the mid wave in the meantime, denying Epic Avalanche the opportunity to gain much from this. They might still go towards the Baron, but I don't know if they have the damage.
Yeah, Khazardius took out the AD, so... Right.
What a time to pause. What a time to get the game paused, right? They wanted to start up the Baron there, Clover. You can see they went towards it. But with that team, you have a Xin Zhao, a Skarner, a Lissandra, and a support. A support brawl. I'm not sure they're going to be able to kill it. I don't think it would take much at the very least from the side of 42 Exodia to stop them, because with Roikia dying, you just lose all your Barons taking damage.
Yeah, and as you can see, like, even though it looked really great on the Epic Avalanche, it's like, okay, we'll see.
Oh, this is 10. 14k, still dropping. Are they not going to try and contest it? Surely they do something to try and stop it. Because just look how long this takes. It takes ages to get down. It's taken 10 seconds, more than that. Lula is even getting to respawn. Now, recalls coming in from Soren as well. Yes, they take a turret, but Epic Avalanche, they get away with it. They get the Baron, despite Roikia dying.
Yeah, I mean, they get the Baron, but this Jinx rocket was good that stopped Eros back. And now they had the tempo to go on to the Elder. They opened up the mid tower here, getting the mid inhib to show, but they're really late here. They have no vision on the Elder, so it's really scary to walk up here. You just need to push the mid wave and then walk in. You can't walk there. I mean, Carvox is really tanky, but it's still really scary.
Ooh, Elder Drake. Surely this is the game-deciding team fight. And as we saw last time, Epic Avalanche can still win it. This time on towards Soren. Rauhan finds his target as Lula is able to escape the grass of Carvox. They try to lock down. They've got him. They've got the raid boss. He didn't even get to use the Death Realm. Khazardius is gone. This means the Elder surely will go into Epic Avalanche unless someone else steps up massively. But I don't know if they can afford to give it up. Can the game be ended then? Soren down to half HP tries to stop him. Arrow taken somewhat low as well. Mercer and the rest of Epic Avalanche though full HP pretty much. Lula on the flank wants to make the steal happen as Kawox locks up the AD carry layback. It did some damage out of return. Soren taken down, I think, by Roy here. The flash auto to seal it. 8k and dropping. It is all on a steal from Lula now. But Roykid will try and stop that.
Yeah, wheel-based fought him. Roykid just walking up.
Lula, can he get in? 3k dropping. He gets bursted. And that is the Elder. Baron, Elder Drake, and yet another team fight win for Epic Avalanche. They are right back in the driver's seat of this game.
Yeah, and it looked really, really scary for Epic Avalanche because they got really chunked. And even though they got Cathardius, they had no ultimates to respond anymore. So it looked really scary, but finally they get the Elder, but they wasted a lot of time on it. So they only have about a minute on the Baron. So I think they just need to push the mid lane. Merza is late over here. So the tempo is not so good, but they're TPing top actually, Soren.
Yeah, I think maybe he just wanted to make sure this wave was gone before anyone could sneak up and push it as a second wave to crash in. The Elder Drake is obviously going for quite a while now, but the Baron will be timing out shortly if I'm not mistaken, considering all the time spent on that buff trying to fight around the Elder. At the very least though, they've managed to break open the base, get an inhibitor as well. And they're not quite done yet. The bot lane wave coming in, they want to get something there as well. And even with the Baron buff timing out sooner rather than later, if the Elder Drake still on, if the Elder buff still on, they can push in control.
Yeah, I think it's a really hard defense for the 2 Exodia to get this bot tower not open. But yeah, I don't think they can stop it.
The Baron buff is gone, but as I talked about, Elder is still on, and that means they don't feel comfortable stepping up trying to stop Epic Avalanche in their tracks. Will they go for the Nexus towers as well? The Elder Drake still active. And I think there's nothing else to say other than eyes on Custodius.
Yeah, and the big thing is Royka here. You can see he's trying to look for a flank with the frame.
Dempsey at the target and will be taken down. One more auto! And there comes the Elder Burst as well to secure it. Support gone for 40 seconds. Elder Drake buff still alive. Should time out in 20 seconds time if I'm not mistaken. But they'll have to defend 4v5 then. Another wave coming in from both mid and bot. This time one of them is Super Minion up. A fantastic engage, and this will seal it. Epic Avalanche, they have to fight tooth and nail for it, but they get their first win of the NLC RPS.
The Finnish strike back. We won't go 0-3, and I'm so happy for Epic Avalanche. But 42 Exodia really fought back for a long time there.
What a game. Hard fought. Both teams really wanted that. It was clear to see. And 42 Exodia definitely still have life in them. They are not out of this tournament by any means. I initially thought after the first 10 minutes, this is Epic Avalanche back to their best, cruising to Intergon in the driver's seat, going for the victory. It didn't end up turning out that way. They, at many moments of the game, looked like they were about to drop the ball and lose it all. In the end, though, they managed to fight back from their mistakes, their throws, or, you know, the good plays from 42 Exodia to win that. That was a back and forth 30-minute banger.
Yeah, and what a way to start this day 3 for us. Like, no, we just had to always look out for the plays there. Epic Avalanche wanted to make the plays, and 42 Exodia responded really well every time. But finally, after Baron and Elder, Epic Avalanche could seal the deal.
They did seal the deal. They're now 1-2, and this is crazy. That really sucks for me and my bet, regardless, though. It is what it is. We'll throw it to a small break. When we come back, we do have more action coming up. It is 42 Exodia up against Bloodline as the Swedish representatives will then take on the second seed of the ladder. So see you after the break. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the NLC RPS. We've just had our first of 6 games today, completed, Clover. And what a game! The back and forth, constant fighting. That was such a fun game to watch. But that 3-minute break, I need to catch my breath because that was a crazy game we just managed to witness. And I mean, for 42 Exodia, right? Imagine, you've just played that back and forth game. Now instantly, right back into the thick of things. You're going up against the number 1 seed from Sweden in Bloodline.
Yeah, I mean, as you said, we needed to catch our breath. I mean, the players really needed to catch their breath because that was really close, right to the end. But as Epic Avalanche took it, I don't know what 32 Exodia are feeling right now. Are they feeling like it was so close that they believe like they are still in contention? And I think they should, because Bloodline also had a really close game against Epic Avalanche. So I think it will be an evenly matched game here.
It can certainly turn out like that. Who really knows what is going to happen here? I think the tournament just continues to deliver in terms of unpredictability, close back and forth games, and I'm really excited to find out, the point you made as well, right? How does 42 Exodia feel? Do they feel optimistic that, this was a close game? We're really just a couple fights away from winning it, but then they, just clutched it out instead? Or are they a bit bummed that, we should have won that game and, going into a bad spout instead of negative thoughts that, we should have won that and I made this and this mistake? I think that will play a part in it. I think Bloodline, they're probably a bit more scared than they originally were when they had to face 42 Exodia, because 42 Exodia seemed like a way scarier team than I expected. Only losing or losing, here again to Epic Avalanche, but making their games way closer than I expected, considering the history behind the latter teams and how they've performed.
Yeah, and it was really like, we have to make a point that it was a really close game. Like, as a Finnish fan, I want to say like, we were on control every single moment of the game, but we weren't. 42 Exodia really fought hard, and Kazardius was a monster in the last game. So it will be interesting to see what he will do against Chaos, because he has played a really good tournament.
Yeah, he certainly has. This is such an interesting game coming up. So much to play for. Obviously, just to reiterate the new scorelines, Epic Avalanche now sit at 1 and 2, still at the bottom of the table because they're the only team to have lost 2 games. And or rather, not quite. They'll be shared last place now with 42 Exodia, who both now sit at a 1 and 2 record. Where if Bloodline win this game, they'll get ahead of them and sit second alone for a while at the very least, with a 2 and 1 scoreline. If they lose, they'll be sitting with a 1 and 2 scoreline as well, shared last place with Epic Avalanche, while 42 Exodia would then move up the table. Reminder, we have a couple more days to go, so they will be playing more games. We aren't fully done with the group stage yet. They have 5 games in total to play. So for someone like 42 Exodia, this game is really important for them, because lose this and you're pretty much out. I think maybe there's a chance, depending on how other results go, that a 2 and 3 could be enough to sneak into their 3rd place. But it is an unlikely scenario, right? You need to get this win. Otherwise, you are playing the miracle game of hoping for the second coming of Jesus Christ to make it through.
Yeah, I mean, the 2 and 3 you might get through, but the problem is head-to-heads here. As you lost to Epic Avalanche, who may take us now a win streak. You lost against them. Now, if you lose against Bloodline, it is looking so bad in the head-to-heads and in the score. So it's a really important game for 42 Exodia, and I think they should go. I think they should be a really well fought team here, because Bloodline didn't, like, even though they are a strong team, the win that they got against Epic Avalanche was really hard fought. Like, that was a close game too. And the game they lost against Bitfix Gaming, I think Bitfix Gaming looked just a bit better. So it will be interesting to see. Like, as I said, it has been a lot rock, paper, scissors moments here. So let's see if 42 Exodia can win against Bloodline.
Yeah, maybe we have another rock paper scissors moment, right? I this feels so weird to say, but I hoping that the Swedes pull out the victory since I'm on their side in the bet. And on paper, Bloodline is the best team coming out of Sweden, not only because of their position, but looking at the players that the team that I have the most expectations to on in the NLC RPS from the Sweden representatives. So heading into the draft, Casadius will he get his hands on the Mordekaiser again? Who knows? Regardless though, Lofty won't be playing that as it has been banned away.
Yeah, Lofty has really been performing well here, so I'm not so surprised that they will ban his champion pool, but the Vi has been a perma ban in all of the games. Also, the Talia is really high ban rate.
Yeah, and I mean, Vi, I think it's MSI as well, 100% pick ban rate, which is crazy to see. This jungler is really in the meta. Rek'Sai removed as well, despite just seeing it lose 42 Exodia. Won't be playing that this time around, so that draft will have to change, at the very least in some ways, considering or compared to what we just saw in game number 1. And as they look to round out the draft, would they go for the third mid lane ban in a row? Would be a bit of target banning, but I mean, you can say the same for Bloodline, right? They're trimming out the jungle pool. But Draven is instead the ban against Lona.
Yeah, and Casardius has the Mordekaiser open, but will he first pick it? I don't think he will. It would be really interesting, but will they take the Jinx in the first pick? Because last game it didn't really have so much of an impact, but it was more of because Epic Avalanche really just focused all the way into the Jinx. So it will be interesting, and they take the Varus. Yeah,
so Varus insta-locked here, not a kind insta-lock, but first picked at the very least from 42 Exodia. Now it's onto Bloodline. Obviously, an ordinary response would be to take your AD carry, but it could also be the case that you feel like one of the power picks that have been left open that shouldn't be, and that will be locked in instead. Let's see what they lean for here. They're definitely thinking about it for quite a while. I think that's fair to say. The Viego is in the answer. So jungle first pick here for Citron. Or Citron, I mean, depending on the pronunciation of the language. Regardless though, Citron now to lock in for his team. Let's see if it's an AD carry or if they're looking for something different.
Yeah, I mean, Citron has played it, the Viego, and has loved playing it. I think he has performed well on it. But the Smolder Epic Avalanche, no, it's a scary champion. And it puts a bit of a timer on 42 Exodia's draft here, but they have the Varus, which is really strong in lane. So I think they can pair it up with an aggressive support, like Nautilus or something like that, or even go something like Renata if they want.
I'm really tired of Smolder. I don't know if tired is the right word because I hadn't seen him in quite a while, but I was happy he was out of the meta and I didn't have to look at him anymore. Regardless though, as you say, it has been locked in. 2 quick picks still from the side of 42 Exodia here. That is the Sejuani thrown into the jungle while Soren locks in the cover for the mid lane. Or
yeah,
like the mid lane, could be flex.
Yeah, some teams like flexing it. I think a bit because of the nerfs, it has made its way back into the support role here, but Lofty thinking about the pick and takes the Ahri. It's a reliable pick, and I'm not really surprised on it, but I think Bloodline needs to ban the Renekton here because Sejuani Renekton would be a really scary topside here. Yeah,
we are seeing a lot of Ahri at the moment. That is something that I've caught my eye because I'm not gonna say never, but I often feel the Ahri isn't the strongest when I watch it. It looks decent, but it's never something that to me stands out and wins games for their team. Regardless though, as you say, it's it's reliable, it works, it's in the meta. And Yone has been banned, something that isn't quite as in the meta, but seems to be one of the more pocket picks. Still, Casadius yet to lock in what he wants to play. Do they maybe ban the Mordekaiser here to ensure that it won't happen again, or are they keeping it open just to be bold and say, take it if you want to. We'll be happy to counter.
Yeah, it will be interesting to see because Karner and the Mordekaiser looked really strong in the last game, so it will be interesting. But they take away Casardius' Mordekaiser, and I think that's the right choice.
Yeah, that is honestly, the right choice. I do agree. I was like, maybe no, you could just wait and counter pick it or whatever, because you do have the last pick But considering the strength they had in game 1, just ban it out. No reason to potentially throw the game overboard, just like Epic Avalanche did when they realized the power of the Mordekaiser. In the end, though, they were able to bring it back and obviously get their score to 1 and 2 and defeat 42 Exodia. And the Renekton has been banned, so a lot of pressure up on this top side as the pool has now been trimmed by both the bans. Instead, those seems like Bloodline have their eyes set on their support, which makes sense. Want to keep the last pick for the top laner. Hopefully, it is not a human.
Yeah, I mean, I would be really, yeah, I just really thought that would be really interesting bot lane. Yumi Smolder doesn't look that strong, but maybe it is. Rakan has seen its way back into the meta, as especially in the RPS here. Lots of supports like playing Rakan. It has so much playmaking potential, but I think the lane is still a really rough one for Bloodline there. But it will be interesting. The Diana pick, I like it.
Yeah, Diana. Very interesting. I mean, as a Fnatic fan, I don't have the best memories of watching a humanoid played in the NLC this year. Regardless, though, I can definitely see the strength of the pick. They're harping the Yumi as well. They're just being some pricks. They don't want to lock it in. Of course they don't. Yumi's such a bad champion. Thank you. And as you said, the karma is going towards the support role as well after the nerf. So Pantheon instead. Kasadius just keeps cooking up different champions in the top lane. This time it is that Pantheon. Let's see what Kias will play up against it.
Yeah, the K'Sante would be a reliable pick, just playing weak side, but I really like the Pantheon here. Like, you have such a good synergy with your jungler here, and you have the kill potential. So, yeah, I when they were swapping, I thought they would send it mid lane, but no. I think the Pantheon is a really strong champion, but the problem with it is that you really don't have much of a, like, you have early pressure here, but later the game goes, you are squishier and you just can't get so easily caught.
Yeah, that is true. I think looking at the compositions, that Pantheon really throws a wrench into what is a pretty standard compositions plan from the side of a 42 Exodia. While on the side of Bloodline, this is not an uncommon draft from a couple patches ago. Yes, Smolder isn't necessarily the most imitated carry anymore, but you know, has been very strong recently, so certainly something Lotta should be comfortable playing. I mean, the two big question marks for me on 42 Exodia is how that Diana's gonna work out, simply just because as a Fnatic fan, I've seen it go wrong too many times now for me to be hyped when seeing it. Maybe Soren turns my opinion on it around. And obviously, up at the top, it is the Pantheon, right? How is that going to work? Is it going to be able to find the kills? Is it going to be able to have the impact on the map that it wants? Or as you say, is it just going to fall off in the late game, get one shot by the late game Smolder or Ari, and then just do nothing?
Yeah, that's the usual problem with Pantheon. You really need to do something early, and I think the bot lane is really needed to play around here with, because Bloodline can't like play the Smolder, just scale up easily. They need to use the Varus Karma combo here and Sejuani to go into the bot lane, just try to make plays, make the Smolder go behind. It's even better if he misses the waves because he can't use the Q to scale up, and I think that's the way to play the game for 42 Exodia. But Bloodline just needs to scale up, just play a bit safe. I think the scary part is because you don't have the push in the bot lane or in the top lane. So, but Chaos proved me wrong. Last time Carvox was playing Camille against the K'Sante, but he could still get the solo kill. So it will be interesting in this top matchup what will happen.
I think that is a very good thing to highlight, right? Because obviously we're looking at the bot lane. You're always looking at a Smolder scaling, but what are you going up against? Well, you're against a Varus and a Karma. That is a lot of poke. And when you only have a melee support yourself, they certainly should have the lane priority, right? They should be able to set the push. They should be able to get that assist from Vidler to maybe even zone Nona away from just a couple of waves at the very least. But if they don't do that, I think they'll very quickly hit a point where they have been outscaled bot lane wise, and then the Varus will have nowhere near as much to say as a late game Smolder.
Yeah, and that's the plan here probably for 42 Exodia. You have two strong side lanes, and the Pantheon can move with his ultimate everywhere on the map, so you can really make plays early game and mid game with your team. So you just need to put the enemy team behind a lot here. If you have a small lead, that doesn't really matter against the Smolder because the Smolder is so strong if he gets to scale. Even though the nerfs hit, it's still strong. You saw it, I saw it. It still hurts my Finnish heart here, but it will be interesting to see how 42 Exodia can play against it because I think they can play a really aggressive game here.
Yeah, I mean 42 Exodia. Considering they're 1 and 2, I would say they're doing a good job, especially with the expectations set on that roster. For Bloodline, though, being the first seed of Sweden comes with a certain sort of pressure. I know the Swedes weren't happy by only making quarters last NLC RPS. This time around, they would want to go the whole way. And yeah, you know, Bloodline 4-1 last time they were here in the group stage. Already dropped that one game this time though, so they can't afford to do that again if they want to replicate the same feat. I think Sleeper and Bucci and everyone from Sweden watching will be nervous though, because Bloodline haven't been as dominant as they were last time.
Yeah, and it's kind of funny because this game shouldn't be so important for us, but as a Finnish supporter, we want 42 Exodia to win because of the head-to-heads will go well for us. But you had the bet against Carvis here, so you really want Bloodline to win. You're on Sweden side, so we have some stakes on the game still.
Yeah, there is certainly some stakes, and next game as well will be even worse as it is Denmark versus Finland. But for now, we're still waiting just to see why we aren't quite in game. Hopefully, we'll be there sooner rather than later for Bloodline versus 42 Exodia. And not only for us watching, there are stakes, but for the teams as well. Obviously, there are stakes. We just discussed Bloodline having to live up to their expectation of at the very least making it out for groups, going 1 and 2, especially losing to 42 Exodia would not be a good look, and it would make it way harder for them to make it out. And for 42 Exodia, they are pretty much playing for their tournament lives here, right? Go 1 and 3 with just one game to play for, and especially with the head-to-heads they will be sitting at. Making it out is near impossible. There might be a couple scenarios that I quite haven't figured out yet, but it would take everything to go in their way for them to make it out. So, not quite do or die, but it is a crucial game for 42 Exodia here.
Yeah, and as we get into the game, it will be interesting to see how 42 Exodia will play against Bloodline, the first seed of Sweden. And normal covers seem to be no crazy counter jungling like last game, but it's normal just covering here.
So, we're on the Rift, just as you say, checking if their interests, making sure nothing extraordinary will go on. We just saw an invade last time around, 42 Academy, or 42 Exodia rather, who were being invaded by Epic Avalanche. This time they won't allow that to happen, as Bloodline seem happy to just cover their own tracks.
Minions have spawned.
Yeah, and both junglers seem to be wanting to start from top side. Just go into the bot lane. Of course, the Sejuani could make a play if he's earlier there, but Citron just wants to farm up, get this level 6, and then look for plays. I think the game plan from Bloodline is to trade objectives here. Just if 42 Exodia takes the Drake, you take the grubs here. You really can't contest on the bot side on a 3v3 early here. So you need to trade the objectives, just play around the lane so they don't get ganked here. And Citron has a really problem if their lane starts getting behind.
Yeah, and this is what we expected, right, from the Bloodline bot lane, having to play safe, thanks to 42 Exodia, utilizing the fact that they are double ranged, and not just double ranged, but double poking champions in the Varus, which will be going on in Varus. By the way, just look at the rune that lethal tempo has been taken, but will obviously have some poke in the early game with the piercing arrow and the hail of arrows. And like, come on, we all know how annoying a poke can be. Mantra Q just thrown out constantly. Look at this. I mean, zoned off the way, pretty much fully good Q as well, connects on both of them. And already level 2 there for Layback.
Yeah, and they are stacking the wave really well here. Like, they could get a cheater here, get a good back, just come back to lane, and it would be interesting.
I think Villa is spot on the ward.
Yeah.
Lopsy should survive this gank, then you should say. Otherwise, it is a bit disappointing if you can't outplay the gank you saw coming. And yeah, he plays it safe, stays inside the Q range from Soren, and then he's fine. Pings now towards the blue buff. They might want to stop Torvald from taking this, and can Bloodline really rotate? Because, I mean, London's kind of stuck underneath the turret, having to catch up on that XP that he has just half missed. Sander, though, able to make it back up here, though, rather, as Layback and Dempsey and Hvidløg now spotted out. They know exactly what they want, and they stop them in their tracks. So at least for a little while. See Hvidløg moving back on towards that blue buff. Does have the smite, could just take it away into his horn. Seems like he might just accept that is happening due to his bot lane not having the pressure.
Yeah, and Citron just has to accept that he can't contest anything. Your bot lane is so weak at the moment, and the wave is really bad for Bloodline there, because they could just freeze it and make a play on the bot lane with the Sejuani, but good for us.
Engage, yeah. I doubt they have the damage though to fully convince this. Lana has to run actually. A horrible mistake maybe from this Bloodline bot lane as the flash forced to be used. This was their play. They chose this, Clover.
Yeah, I think Sanders just thought they could do something, but the Smolder is just so weak early. You have no right to make that play, and you get punished hard. Leonard loses his flash, which is so important in the early game, but Citron just trying to look for a play in top.
Chaos is pretty low already. Remember, there's a lot of damage on this early game Pantheon. Good pushback. Pakisadius feels optimistic of finding the first blood. That Q damage was incredible. And he might go for Citron as well. Has the flash, doesn't use it though, but my god, Casadius. This guy is cooking up weird picks and it's working out.
Yeah, we talked about the Pantheon is strong early and you need to make plays early. Well, Casadius is ready for it, and he forces both of the summoners, Ghost and TP from Chaos there. So he's in a really good spot. Soren also just warding here. Citron really doesn't have any place to make here, because mid is just playing safe here, both sides. But bot is so weak. Top now has no summoners, and Casardis got the solo kill, so it will be interesting to see. But Casardis is low on top lane though.
Casadius is low. His recall has been stopped once. Will maybe not be stopped twice here, unless Chaos really does commit to it. Drake has been started up from 42, so they look committed to taking that neutral objective. Casadius now able to TP back in lane. And that is a very good start from the 42 Exodia top laner. So, they've got the first blood on in a 1v2 scenario. They're now able to secure the Drake as well. Now Flash falls in the mid lane. Yeah, so far so good for 42 Exodia.
Yeah, and they just get the Drake for free. There's nothing just pinging for the grabs. You won't give them either, so 42 Exodia are in a really good spot. They're getting leads, they're forcing flashes. The enemy team has to play safe here. Bloodline mid lane doesn't have a flash, top has no summoners, Lunar doesn't have a flash, so every lane has to play a bit safer, so the objectives will just fall for 42 Exodia, and Citron is kind of homeless in his own jungle. You really can't do anything here.
Yeah, he has just been able to do absolutely nothing as the Void drops will go over to 42 Exodia now instead. They are the ones making the moves. They are the ones leading on the Rift. 1,400 gold ahead in just 60 minutes. And you said this earlier, Clover. Bloodline, they need to scale, but they can't afford to fall too far behind. So 1k, 1.5, they can survive that. But if this continues to just grow steadily as it has already, yeah, this could go wrong for Bloodline.
Yeah, I think it's really hard to find plays, but Citron is trying to find the top play with Chaos when Chaos has the all-out.
Oh, all-out available, and there you go, right as you said it, into the waiting hands of Citron. Casadius, again, he has some damage, but it's not enough. Bloodline, I mean, that was a perfectly executed game.
Yeah. Chaos really can find these angles with the Cassante. He knows them really well, and the all-out was a really good, just onto the hands of Citron, and Citron gets some kills here on the board for Bloodline. But Hildog is a bit quiet this game. He's just taking objectives, hovering lanes, but I would love to see now that he has this level 6, try making plays on the bot lane when you have such a strong duo on there as a Karma Varus.
Yeah, and you can see how strong the duo is, right? Because they've been poking out the bot lane. They've been able to get a good CSD, but they want more from the SS. Instead, 42 Exodia try and make a play on mid lane. The Glacial 2 is juked away power up. Glacial Prison, rather, was juked away from Bar with the Spirit Rush ultimate from Lofty. Moonlight Vigil didn't come out there from the side of Soren. He didn't use it, held on to it. As we can see, yeah, the poke just continues down the bot lane. I think 42 Exodia bot lane is doing a good job. But they need some assistance to get it over the line and get the big goalie with the close.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, you get the kill from Khazardius in the top lane, but if you only play around top, your bot lane will get killed every single time. So Citron needs to move on the map, and it's really hard to make any plays because Lofty doesn't have the flash, doesn't have the Spirit Rush, but he wants to make the bot play here, but can he when the ward cancels bot him?
I mean, maybe they've just found the opportunity here. Even in the 2v2 layback, forced to flash, and Ghost has been popped as well. There is no ultimate to stop Citron from going in, as Vidlight had used it in the mid lane before. Citron just finds the kill. And Bloodline, that is massive, buying time for Lona to scale, putting the pressure on layback. Now no summon for the next couple of minutes. Fantastic play from the Bloodline bot lane.
Yeah, and they got a really good damage output over there. Like, even though Citron got the kill with his flash, it was mostly from Leonard and Sander there to make the play. And they just get a bit more time, even though the Smolder is behind here, almost 20 farm. It's still in a good spot thinking about what lane he has to play against and what champion he is playing with. So it will be interesting to see if Bloodline can now take the grabs, if 42 Exodia will take Drake.
Love to those reactions. Held my breath there. I thought for sure he was going to be dead because the Spirit Rush was just still on cooldown for a couple seconds longer. But those reactions on the flash, he able to get him out. Now Vidlight tries to steal this away from Citron. I mean, it's a battle of vegetables down in the jungle. Vidlight versus Citron. Are you aware of what a Vidlight are? I mean, what is it in English? I forgot the name. I'm not sure you know what it is. I think you know what it is, but I tell you in English, but I can't remember the name right now. Regardless, though, we both know what a Citron is, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, we're that far. Let's see what happens here, and I'll get the answer to you later. Sander looking for this good flash from Soren, but I'm not sure it's gonna get him out to safety. Heartbreaker though not available, and then the resounding answer is a yes in case of if he would get out. In the meantime, Vidlight is taking the voice drop. Let me just quickly do this.
Yeah. But I mean,
Yeah,
really...
it's garlic, dude. It's garlic.
Garlic.
Yeah, so
right.
it's garlic versus Citron.
I mean, okay. I mean, 42 Exodia is playing really aggressive here, even though they're understaffed here, so to say, but they want to make this Drake play. Soren has the TP to make here and has the ultimate up, so but there's the covered TP from Lofty also.
Oh, let's see the Drake down to 2k HP sand and no ultimate. Same goes for Lofty. Citron though has his and Dempsey is low, but Citron turned his eyes elsewhere. It is 42 Exodia able to pick up their second Drake of the game. They are making amends from not getting a single Drake in the first game of the day. Now let's see what happens here. It feels like Khazardius can still do some damage, but having to go that Black Cleaver early on. It takes a bit of time before the armor penetration comes through.
Yeah, the top lane has really slowed down after the first two kills that they've got there, but the mid play has now just pushed on forward, and 42 Exodia are in a good spot. They have got all of the 6 grubs here and 2 Drakes, so it's a scary game for Bloodline. Yeah, you have the scaling comp here, you have the Smolder, but you really don't want to get the soul either, so you need to scale up fast so you can fight the 4th Drake.
Sorry? jumped up, takes a turret shot, but I mean, he should be fine. And one thing that I have noticed, 42 Exodia in both of the games today, Clover, have been able to take 6 Void Guts. Very impressive that, as they are this time running the Rift in terms of neutral objectives. The game, though, has evened out, and the gold lead isn't growing anymore. And that's important to remember, right? Because while we are sitting, looking at the mid lane, looking at the neutral objectives being taken, but what is Lona doing in the bot lane? He is continuing to scale on, despite not as strong, the Smolder still scales incredibly well.
Yeah, and it's been really surprising to see that 42 Exodia haven't been able to make any dive plays in the bot lane. Leonard and Sander has played really well, but
oh no. Flash available, needs to use it. He gets out layback, takes a turret shot. Could Sander look to go for this and try and get something back? I very highly doubt it. The Ghost, though, had been popped from layback. The fight is over. They got the summon spell. They have a 5-minute window now to try and finally take down this baby dragon that is just skating ever so nicely into the late game. Casadius.
It's a really scary spot here. 2v2 incoming.
Yeah. Lofty, mid lane, Soren, the target, no flash, remember from last time around, but do they have the damage? Q does connect, and they do indeed. Now Casadi is the next target. All up, pop! And there comes the follow-up from Citron as well. Gets it with the Heartbreaker. Herald now the prize, as well as Vidoy is being chased away by this Cassante. I was about to say this game had been slow and steady, but the tension had been high, and finally some of that tension is released as Bloodline find a couple of good fights in a row, a couple of good kills in a row to even out the goal difference, get the Herald as well to work with later on.
Yeah, I mean, Bloodline really finds great fights all over the place. Citron is everywhere, and even though Lunar is just bit behind here, this layback shows that he is the stronger ADC at the moment, but he's in a really good spot, in my opinion. Like, even though you're a bit behind, you still have everything to play for, and this may be a bit far from layback.
Yeah, I think you're putting it in a very good way. This is a bit too far. You have the flash, yes. Doesn't use it initially. Thinks he's safe enough, and I mean, to be fair, it's a 3v3, but you're very low at the moment. Heartbreaker not available. Flash comes through at a very good time, to be honest. Fair play there for surviving. Did force the flash and heal out of their support as well, but layback getting out there is not what I initially expected.
Yeah, he was so far there, and the tempo wasn't so great, but he could make it out. But they invested 3 flashes there. Jungle and support also used their flashes to save layback, so not the most fun part there, but at the same time Casardis gets the first
Lovely. I mean, he goes in layback now without a summoner spell. Has to sidestep it instead, and he does so brilliantly. Now the turnaround as well from 42 Exodia. Citron gets shut down, the gold into layback. I mean, this man is not putting a foot wrong at the moment. He's playing that incredibly well.
Yeah. I mean, he just proved me wrong. He's not too far up. He just knows his limits and plays around them really well. And Casardis finds his... Was it the first ult in the game? To just go clear the minions, but Casardis has opened up the first tower there, and they get the other tower on the bot lane. So now the next target is the Drake that's spawning in 10 seconds.
And 42 Exodia would be sitting at Soul Point if they get this. And it wouldn't surprise me if we see a fight around this. We haven't had that big blowout fight yet that solidifies a lead for any team. But at the moment, though, with the turret taken down, the gold now going into layback, they are feeling the best. Luna still quite a ways away from the good late game that you know from a Smolder. 2000 is the difference, as now Soul Point is on the Rift.
Yeah, Casardis is a bit late here, supporting to Exodia.
Let's see. Has he been caught out here? Good movement speed, but the knock up, no flash, and yeah, despite juking the spells initially, once you're locked up, you are dead when Bloodline is on the hunt.
Yeah, this is a really hard fight to contest. Even though they use the Spirit Rush, they still have 4 ultimates here, and I don't know how 42 Exodia will contest this.
Steps up, Sander looks for the engage, he wants layback, he's rooted up, and won't be taken down quite yet, but there comes the Heartbreaker, and no sums available, so he goes down, the Ghost I believe, had to actually be popped, but to no avail as Hvidløg next on the menu. Garlic will be used in that dinner recipe tonight for Bloodline as they'll stop the Drake scaling by getting that first one of the game and taking 2 kills on top of it.
Yeah, and this is a really important break here. Like, you to get the time to scale here for Lunar, and you win the fight, so the gold is almost even here. It's 700 difference, but you have more standing gold on the map, so just Bloodline finding so good fights here. So every fight they take, they almost win it always, or just force out every summoner that 42 Exodia has. And the scary part here is that Xardis is really not scaling well here. Like, yes, it's strong in the side lane, but the K'Sante is just so much stronger all around in team fight, so it's really scary spot for 42 Exodia. I think they really need to make plays around the map and not just wait until Bloodline makes a play and then respond.
And I do very much agree. And you said as well, right, as we were sitting in draft, well, a small lead is fine, but it's not going to be good enough to carry you through the team fighting phase of the game and the late game scaling. While Citron just finds Dempsey somehow. Not sure how that happened, but it did. Herald now spawned as well. The gold lead has been evened out from the 2000 gold lead was just a minute ago. And when this mid lane tier 1 falls, I think it'll go back to being completely even, or maybe even in the favor of Bloodline. Luna still scaling. Lofty sitting on 2 kills, 2 assists. I mean, so far so good. Bloodline looking very good when they are grouped up as a 5-man unit.
Yeah, K'Sardis is trying to open up the bot lane, but Chaos is just trying to cover here.
Yeah, got there a bit quicker than I initially expected. I'm not sure he wins the one we wanted, the extended fight Juke Secutor. That is nice, good damage back. And just remember, there is that Black Cleaver and all the armor penetration possible. Or the Fantasy, I think we still call it. Sorry. Fantasy Torn, I'm not sure who wins that. Both carries able of dealing damage. None of them, though, able to fully connect that combo. So we like looking for Citron locked up, chain, as the Heartbreaker gets him out. Somehow, for sure, he was dead there if he didn't time that correctly. But luckily for him, he did.
Yeah, I have to point out, like, that you said it already in the draft, like, you have seen Humanoid play the Diana, and you're not really impressed with it. And I understand, I'm a Fnatic fan too, but it really hasn't had a big impact on the game. Like, the laning phase went well, and Lofty's flash was always used on the timer. Like, forced out, Spirit Rush always forced out, but Lofty has been way more impactful in the game yet. So Soren needs to find these engages with the Sejuani, and you have so many peak potentials here with the Sejuani ult, with the Varus ult. So Soren just needs to find these ults so they can win these fights.
Yeah, I'd love to see how many stacks Lunar is on, because talking about the fights, we have to remember how strong the Smolder will be when we get there. I'm seeing, I think is it 125 when you get the things behind?
Yeah.
The extra little Q, so they're at least more than halfway to the late game scaling has been achieved. Now though, bearing on the Rift as well, these fights will become even more important as there's more to play for. Now it's not just about denying a soul point. It is about denying what seems to be, or what is likely to be, the big game opening here, right? The gold is still so close, 21 minutes in. 300, 200 gold separating these teams. A Baron buff though, contracting into the thousands, maybe 3, 4, 5,000 if you play the Baron well. So that is the big objective we're looking at next. The question just is, when does one team want to go for it?
Yeah, and now we see the smolder stacks, it's almost in 140. So Leonard just scaling, and I think Bloodline, if they want to, they can give up the Drake, but they're so strong all around otherwise, so I don't think they want to give it up. And mid lane is just both teams just covering here, just trying to get control of the river, but 42 Exodia really get it, so not the easiest enter here for Bloodline.
Yeah, Bloodline have to find a way around this if they want to contest it. 2 items on layback, by the way, so he's hit a big spike here with the on-hit Varus Luna. Still yet to hit that second item for himself, so not quite as strong, and obviously still remember the scaling needed to be at the full power. Chaos is here though, Sanders is a Torn and Lofty all here, so full Bloodline roster actually meeting up around this Drake, spawning in 15 seconds. Casadius has just reset as well, so the fight very likely to be taken here. Just look, the TP has been used from Lofty to get here.
Yeah, and Bloodline is taking control of the vision over the river, so it will be a hard enter if they can take the control.
It will be hard, but they will be able to do it for now. Clearing up the vision as they go side of 5 engage! It's on to 3 and it's massive, but they can lock down Layback. He's dishing out the damage on the other side. Chaos takes it up for a while as Lulai falls. Soren finds 2, but it's not enough. Such a good engage to kick us off as now Bloodline move forward. They finally lock up Layback. He takes one down with him, but he falls as Dempsey. The next target is Chaos, and Luna run forward. He's able to get out with the help of his flash, but Casadius won't have the same luxury as he tries to turn it around. It gets too close, but in the end, it's still Bloodline who win it.
Yeah, I mean, a really good engage from Sander. Finds the whole backline, gets a 3-man knockup, and the front line tries to help, but it doesn't matter. They just get melted, and a big win for Bloodline. They get the second Drake, and it's really scary when the team with the smolder gets the 2 Drakes, because it gives so much time for you guys to scale. So Bloodline in a great spot. They even have a gold lead with a scaling comp, so 42 Exodia really just needs to find a good place here.
Sandra, didn't got get caught up. Sorry, just took it as a little bit of an exit route. Second Drake to go for Bloodline. Baron still on the map, but that fight, a lot of the credit has to go towards Sandra. The way he played the early parts of that fight, the initial engage was fantastic, and then the follow from Bloodline was just so good there as well.
Yeah, now 42 Exodia is a really tough spot, because Bloodline is really strong now. Like, even though they have a scaling smolder, they can take fights now, even though the smolder hasn't scaled yet, but soon it will be even harder. So I don't know if they can even force Baron here, because just Bloodline has the control over the map, and they just, I think the plan would be to open up those side towers with Cathardius and maybe have someone to cover him and take the picks there instead of just waiting out that the smolder could scale.
And I think that's the kind of thing we all always go back to here, because it is such a big part of the game. Like, if you're 42 Exodia at the moment and you're not winning the team fights, well, it's not gonna get much easier. Yes, you have the possibility of fighting the 5-man Diana ultimate and then the Wombo combo on top of that, but the fact of the matter is, Lana is just gonna get stronger, yes, with items as well, but that 225 ticking ever so slightly closer, almost at 190 now. It's not more than 5-10 minutes away, and I mean, if you let him get that scaling before the Baron, that fight is all but lost unless you pull out a rapid from the hat like this, locking up the AD carry, but he's down to half, won't be taken down as a tool. Goes a bit low as well. Layback though, why are you in the front line? Called out and taken down. Casadius next on the menu, no flash, so many cooldowns burned from the last team fight means they can easily run 2 down this time around, and now Baron on the card.
I think 42 Exodia just thought they had to make the play now and try to get the Baron, but that was just way too deep. Learner didn't get caught there, just the team was backing him up and they just get the free Baron, Kazaku and a few picks, and now it's the gold has ballooned here with the 5k gold lead for Bloodline.
Yeah, the gold lead, as we talked about, right? It was so close. The Baron is gonna help explode that 1.5k just from taking it. Now you have the next couple of minutes to take all the standing turret gold that you want as well. Well, not all of it, but a lot of it will go your way. Look at the scorelines as well. 7, 1, and 5. Great performance from Storm, but really impressed that Lana was able to survive the laning phase without a single death. And very likely during this Baron buff that he will get that 225 and yeah, reach late game smolder status.
Yeah, and I don't know how 42 Exodia will stop the pushes here. Cathardius is just trying to push the top wave so they don't have the wave to play it on, but I think for Bloodline will just play for 4-1 instead of 1-3-1, so the Cathardius push just forces 1 and Lofty will go cover the push there so they don't get anything on the other side of the map.
Yeah, because I just finally gets to see the turn and instantly realizes, yeah, I can't step up here. And has to back off. Chaos, though, feels confident. He's tanky enough as well. They're so far ahead that he can just step up. Does what Demolish does. Takes down the turret, and the goal lead continues to grow. Objective bounties will be available soon. I want to turn my attention back to the mid lane here to see what Lana is up to. Yeah, he is 4 stacks away. As Lula looks for what could be a final play here. The bot lane from bot line, not all alone, but Saturn is the only one there to help them if you catch them out of position. Lana, not with the flash after having to use it in the last fight. So, yeah, it's not a good opportunity, but it is an opportunity. And at the point, it might just be all they got.
Yeah, Chaos is
Yeah, and they want it.
in
Kasadi
play.
is ulting into the mid lane as well. They're gonna go for the fight. They want Lana. Get a rise back there as he has managed to make it out. Got in that 225 as well. And now back-to-back kills will actually come through. Jesus Christ. That is a tank, by the way. Yeah, this game. It was close for a while. But I think we can say it's pretty much done at this point. Let's see Chaos though. Can you escape this? Ghost has been popped. Yeah, he's out as well. Yeah, this is Doom, man. Go next.
I mean, Chaos is level 17 here. He's 2 levels ahead
Jesus.
on top lane. He's so strong and has so much of an experience lead. And at the same time as the Smolder has scaled up, probably they take the bot in him. Chaos take it level 18 and they take the 3rd Drake in a row.
Yeah. That is, I mean, everything you just described sounds like a very nice scenario for Balada to be in. And then, you know, luckily for them, it is the reality that they find themselves in as well. This league is big. It is really big. The champion is scaling. We now see Smolder getting a 225. Kazante deals a lot of damage. It's also hard to kill. I'm not sure what will get you back into the game anymore. I'm not even sure a 5-man Diana ultimate would be enough to win your team fight. You are at that point of the game where you are grasping at straws and you are trying to throw everything that you have left at the wall to see if something, just something sticks to give you a real shot of coming back. And I can't point out what it is. That is 42 Exodia's job to know that. As Citron seems to have found Casadius, they found Vula as well. Maybe they were looking to see what they could throw at the wall, but instead they are going to be the ones toyed with as they are forced to flee yet again. Kite back here. This might be what they need. Chaos is pretty low. Can he get over the wall? No, not quite. Lana, next on the menu. He's down to half. This might just be what they wanted. In the end, though, the rest of the team looks to have made their way out. TB's in. They can't let them escape this for free. They need to get more. They want to, but too far. Forward goes Soren. He's dead. Casadius. Still, they keep the chase going. They have to, Clover. They need to get more here, but they can't quite get it. As Bloodline have officially made it out. 1-for-1 in the end. And yeah, they threw everything at the wall. Found the initial pick, but it very quickly led to nothing in the end.
And now 42 Exodia a bit far. This could really Bloodline can
Maybe, yeah,
find
mid
it
lane.
hard.
Yeah, the turret seems to be there. They can take that. That's a bit of a bounce goal. That is something. But it looks like Bloodline wants to corral 42 Exodia into the waiting hands of Chaos, who is respawning in 5. Thought maybe he wanted to TP in and win the fight there. But instead, they take the reset. They say, yeah, it's okay. Doesn't matter too much. We're still 5.7k gold ahead. And they can see the Drake spawning in 2.5 minutes. Say, yeah, that's for sure. We can get that first spawn. Baron in a minute time as well. They're still feeling confident. They're not overextending. They don't want to give them away back in.
Yeah, I think it's really scary for Exodia because even though you got the raid boss down and you found the Diana engage, it's really hard for you guys to engage on to the Smolder here because the Rakan can peel for it. It has Locket and Redemption here, so it's really hard to kill the Smolder, and the Smolder has the stacks up, so it can just execute you really quickly and just Chaos making Casardius come here, and the Baron is spawning in 25 seconds. And I don't know how 42 Exodia can even contest this because you have no vision up there, so you would be blindly walking into their whole team.
Yeah, the big question for me is how does the 1v1 go down in the bot lane, right? Because I think Kasadius has a chance. Yes, he's on the level, but he's gone full in on the tank killing build. He's not committed to one-shotting someone like Lana. He's committed to being able to fight Chaos. And if he isn't able to do that, this game is well and truly over. So far, it looks decent enough for him. He's getting good damage in. As Chaos is itemized both towards the magic and armor penetration. And the full tank killing build is doing its job. Chaos though decides instead, let me just rotate up, see if we can make it a 4v5, and looks like it's gonna happen. Yeah, it is. I mean, I was waiting to see if they could get out, but that is not gonna happen. Sorin Charm, CC taken down, 42 Exodia. We're in the game for stages of it. But as Bloodline came online, there is nothing you can really do. Layback, lock up, taken down as he gets 1 kill in return. Finally, the Smolder does what Smolder does. Wins the late game team fights. A double kill for him. Pings in the mid lane. And they're running towards their second victory of the NLC RPS.
Yeah, what a game from Bloodline. Like, even though they play a weaker early game comp, I think they were in control for a whole game. I think 42 Exodia found all the objectives early, but they couldn't make plays, so Bloodline just taking control.
They're trying to stop the wave, trying to buy time for the respawns to come through, and despite Sorin likely respawning to see the Nexus fall, he won't be able to change anything. Yeah, they might get the good ultimate here, but it's not gonna do anything. Lona, he's not even gonna get Lona. I thought maybe for a second he was gonna get that as the consolation prize, but there's nothing to congratulate them about this time around as they go 0-2 on the day. Their chances of advancing near 0 as Bloodline start to show what we expect from the Swedish first seed.
Yeah, and a really strong game from Bloodline. I think yesterday when they played the Smolder against Epic Avalanche, it looked like they really lost hard in the early game. They lost soul, and after they found a good fight, they won. But now they had a control all over. From the early game to the late game, just a really well played game from Bloodline.
It was a really well played game, and I very much agree with you. While 42 Exodia were in it, it very much felt like the leads they had were never that big enough to win it before, you know, Smolder became Smolder. And when you then also had pretty much every other member from Bloodline playing a fantastic game as well, they didn't even have to rely on the Smolder to win it. Chaos was playing good as well, Lofty was doing good, and the whole roster played very well that game, I think it is fair to say. Bloodline showing their strength, 42 Exodia faltering, and now almost eliminated out the tournament. They will have to hope results go their way. Regardless, though, let's round it up for that game, because when we come back from the break, Clover, you and me will no longer be friends. We'll be rivals. It is Denmark versus Finland after this Epic Avalanche take on the Danish first seed in the AUC Tigers. See you after the break. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the NLC RPS. This is Clovis and me's last game on the caster desk. And why am I making a big deal out of that? It's because we're ending off with a bang. Clover, as a Finn, will now be watching Epic Avalanche pick up their maybe second win of the day, or maybe their third loss of the tournament. They won their first game today against 42 Exodia. For me, AUC Tigers, underdog story that is yet to fully be told on this broadcast, making it from barely scraping into playoffs to being the first seed of Denmark at the NLC RPS. 1-1 on the first day is a decent result for a young team full of promising rookies. But now, not only for the bet, but for each of me and Clover's country, we are, the gloves are off. Blood will be shed as hopefully Denmark comes out on top. In the Denmark versus Finland rivalry, AUC Tigers to take on Epic Avalanche.
Yeah, I'm really excited for this game because if Epic Avalanche can get the second win, which I really hope they do, and I believe they can get it, they are in a good spot. 2-2 with the last game, they could go 3-2, but if they go 1-3, it's really bad for them. So it's an important game for you and the Tigers, but I think it's way more important for us, the Finns, Epic Avalanche, to get this second win.
Yeah, it is very, very important. No doubt about it. No doubt about it. Gotta remember what's at stake here, right? AUC Tigers. What a story they've had. Because if you look into the Danish LCD, you might be a bit surprised to see, wait, how did this team make first place? They were at points of the split, not even many points of the split, not even qualified for playoffs, and middle of the table team until they towards the end just barely clutched it out, got top form. Okay, you think fine, a little bit of a miracle run, a little bit of a ruddy around that, in terms of making into players when you maybe shouldn't have in terms of the odds, but they did. Semifinals, they beat Dusty, and while Dusty weren't able to field the original roster due to playing on LAN, they beat Dusty, our first seed. And then for the final test, in the final, in terms of seeding, they played up against DMG Denmark. I think one of our, on paper, strongest teams in the LCD, our second seed here at NLC RPS, and beat them 3-1. The underdog story was complete. But it needs to go on here. We cannot lose to the finish, okay, guys? Keep believing, keep aiming high. Please just win. Please.
I mean, it will be really important for you guys, as the bet you have with Carvis here also, not only for your pride, but for your country's pride and for our pride. I hope we get the win, and as we get into the draft, it will be interesting what the bans will be.
It will be very interesting. I am excited, to say the least here. Worth mentioning that Harpo didn't actually play for AUC Tigers in the regular season. He has been subbed in for this tournament as the draft has been aborted. Technical difficulties will continue to haunt us here today. As Harpo, on this roster of many new names that I haven't seen much of, Harpo is one of the names that I can say as a Dane, he can definitely play at this level. He's been around for so long and hasn't reached the highs that I initially hoped he would, but I think he is a decent to good mid laner at these NLC Div 2 levels. So he's someone I would look at. Kalle as well has been around the block in the Danish league. Those were the two names I recognized when I initially looked at the roster. The rest I've had to go out and get some information on because there aren't too many streams of the LCD, let's be completely honest. So had to get my info from somewhere. And hopefully this team delivers what I've heard it can, and I've seen it do. I mean, that game against 42 Exodia was probably one of the cleanest games we've had this tournament. But what scares me and what's making me nervous about now is, first of all, Epic Avalanche, I will say. Clover, a good team. They are a good team. But the way that AUC Tigers got kind of smashed by Paragon, I mean, it's the UK. No one loses to the UK. They're bad. That's shit.
Yeah, that's kind. Yeah, I would be disappointed too, but but I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't say that Epic Avalanche are the for sure winners here. I think Epic Avalanche still makes a lot of mistakes. You could see as they got a big lead in the first game today, but they still against 42 Exodia just pushed the lead way too far. Tried to make plays that they couldn't make, and the plays they did make were way too early. The whole team wasn't there. They just really need to connect up. And I want to point out Röykkiä is the kind of player in my eyes that could win you the game even though it's lost, but could also lose you the game even though it's won, because he's so of an aggressive player that if he makes the play, you better win it.
Yeah. Dude, this game, my nerves are really being tested as well with the delayed game start. Hopefully, we get in towards the draft soon. I want to go back and talk a little bit about how AUC Tigers got that first win. And while I was at the moment of that game still fighting my battles with my internet provider, obviously the power of VODs and being able to join Veteran's co-stream when I finally got my internet back was able to get me the explanation of how that happened. Veteran really put pressure on the early game being the deciding factor of the game. It was an early invade into repeat ganks of a Kog'Maw in the bot lane up against 42 Exodia that led to a big lead, which really just put AUC Tigers in the driving seat. And that is fantastic. And what is done the next step is being able to take that lead and translate it into a game victory. They did that. So that I know they can do. But when they lost the early game, they completely crumbled against Paragon and they looked a shadow of what we saw just 30 minutes before in the other game. So depending on the draft, I think we could have to put a lot of emphasis on the early game. Because if Epic Avalanche get that snowball rolling, I think it might be hard for AUC Tigers to stop it.
Yeah, and it will be really interesting to see as the bans are going in. Vi still just getting banned permanent. They want the Skarner out. I understand
Good ban.
it has been always so strong of a champion. Gwen Azir from Epic Avalanche's side.
Yeah, Gwen, we saw Panda play it up against Paragon in the jungle. Didn't quite work out, but I assume they know something we don't. Obviously there are scrims behind the scene. It could have been a power pick there. Regardless, though, I like the Azir ban. Oh, I mean, I guess I don't because I would have liked Harpo to play it. I think he's a good Azir player, but it makes sense. It is a good ban looking from the side of you, Clover, and your Finnish representatives. Both of our first seeds going at it here. Braum, someone who I didn't expect to have this much prior coming into the tournament, but has shown up in a lot of the games, I will say, as the Lucian is the final ban here from Epic Avalanche, removing the possibility of that Lucian Nami. So Jinx is insta-locked as the first pick here from the Danish first seed.
Yeah, and I'm interested to see what Epic Avalanche will play here. Like, Varus is open, and I would expect when they ban the Braum that there would be Nautilus incoming, because you really don't want to play Nautilus against Braum, but I really have no clue what they're thinking of right now. I would pick the jungler and something like Varus here, but that Twitch went so great last time, so why not?
Yeah, and I mean, yeah, I very much agree. It went so good, that Twitch. It was really good in the late game, and especially the Jinx struggled to get into the range against it, which really just is a crazy thing to say considering the range that Jinx has late on. Yeah, I think those two picks are very good. I could understand your point of going for a jungle. The thing is, Kazan's 5,000 HP, 200 armor, magic resist, 0.5 seconds on the dash. You know the meme. It is such a strong champ, regardless of how much they nerf him and how horrible his win rate is in normal. I think this is one of the champs that will very quickly just fade into competitive relevancy as soon as he is somewhat playable, because that kit is so overloaded if you know how to push it to its limits.
Yeah, and as we saw last game on Chaos, it was a monster pick, but for... Is it Bakis or Bucks?
Yeah, I think Bakis.
Yeah, Bakis. The Renekton for him is a great pick here. A strong match for the Cassante, and I wouldn't be surprised on the Sejuani, but the Jarvan also is great against something like immobile like Twitch, so you can lock him down. But yeah, Sejuani, you get a really strong top side over there.
Yeah, that is a really, really strong top side. If you don't know why, to anyone watching, obviously it's because of the Sejuani E passive, working very well with the Renekton W, quickly stacking that up, allowing for CC chain with a lot of damage involved. And Nidalee Hover would be interesting, but they do change it to the brand, which we did see banned in game number 1. So that will now come through from Rauhan. So that means we're looking at supports here, and we're looking at mid laners. Epic Avalanche will obviously have the 4th pick, likely to pick the support there, leaving the counter pick for the mid lane. And they are starting to trim out the pool, and thank God, I'm tired of seeing Ahri, to be honest with you. It's a fine champ, but let me see something new. And we will see that as it has been thrown on the ban porch by Epic Avalanche.
I hope your team thinks as you do, because the brand is normally a mid-pick with Epic Avalanche as they played it earlier. So I'm really excited to see if they flex it this time, because they have shown it they can play it in mid lane, and now the expectations are probably that Murta will play it, but they focus on the support bands, and I'm excited to see what Eru will pick here.
Now you're making me nervous as well. Yeah, it seems like it actually is that brand mid lane for Mercer, and if that is a speciality, it is definitely something that could look to bite us in the butt. The Xin Zhao clear-cut jungler there, so support last pick. That's the second time we see that in 3 games. That really does surprise me that the supports are being prioritized that highly. AUC Tigers, they know exactly where this brand is going. What do they have up against it? This is scary. I do not like this, actually. Let's see, though. The support and mid lane is what they need. Ooh, come on, guys. Take something good here. Just take your time. Use the 30 seconds you have available. Talia, yeah, has been pretty much perma-banned so far in today's games at the very least, going through on the ban port. 2 games in a row. Being left open here. Now locked in. Not too many dashes on the side of Epic Avalanche, but you have some immobile champs who could quite easily get hit by the seismic shot. So, I see what you want to do here. Support. Oh, I mean, did they lock that in? I think it's okay. It's okay, right?
The rail is interesting because you can always find the engages, but against Twitch is really hard, because you always have to invest the flash, because Twitch can play outside of the jump range here. But I still like it. The rail is a strong engage here, and you have a strong front line for the Jinx and Talia, and you could make plays in the bot side with the Talia moving, but the Alistar really helps here.
Counter. It is so rare we get to see that, but it is very, very good. As someone who has played a lot of real, playing against Alistar just sucks, man. You can be cancelled so easily. And now I think I'm really excited to see how Aero plays this Alistar, because there are really 2 playstyles, right? It is what happens when you have a late game scaling 8 carry and you pick an engaged support. Because are you really an engaged support, or are you a defensive support? Because there are 2 options. Either it is Aero we see going in, looking for the headbutt polarized combo on the opposing backline. Otherwise, he's standing on top of Raik here, making sure every time someone tries to get close, you first of all cancel their engage with the Q, W them away to buy space for Raik here. So, excited to see what kind of Alistar we see here, the Peel or the engage version. Wouldn't surprise me if Raik here gets ahead. It is that Peel version. Regardless, though, I think EA have a good draft here. I think they have a very good draft, and I'm not too sure if how big of a fan I am from the AUC Tigers draft. Hopefully, it works out. Give me your opinion, Clover.
Yeah, the AUC Tigers draft is really interesting because of the rail pick. It gets completely neutralized by the Alistar, but the big thing here is that you have a really strong top side there with the Sejuani Renekton. You could make plays with it, and when the Talia gets the level 6, you could look for some plays into the top or into the bot lane. So I think they want to prioritize the grubs here if you're AUC Tigers, but the bot is, you could fight it, but I don't think it's the most fun fight for you guys if you try to fight it.
Yeah, I do very much agree, to be honest. What really worries me is we have such a solid front line, but if our carries fall behind early, let's just say Jinx gets put behind 3 kills, we won't have the damage. We won't have the damage to cut through your front line. And then someone like Bacchus has to have a fantastic laning phase and become, there is the case that Renekton just goes crazy and snowballs, and that will carry us. But I doubt that. And I'm very worried that while we have such a standard composition that can play front to back, if one of the mid lane or AD carry pillars falters and doesn't stay relevant in the game, we just don't have the damage. And that's what really does scare me. And I think, the last pick support might really change the game here. Because the rail, I was already a bit iffy on it, as you say. Twitch, very hard to catch as a rail player. But if you do, the Twitch has no chance of escaping. Now, when you're playing up against your main counter in an Alistar, who could just sit on top of Twitch and make sure, regardless of how well you play it, that you will never catch him, I think Ro will have nearly an impossible time playing the game in the team fights.
Yeah, and I think your point is correct here, that it's really hard for AUC Tigers to play if the AD or the mid laner gets behind, because of course the Renekton can do so much damage and heal so much if he's just fighting against melees, but the backline will just free hit there, and the Twitch is so hard to get caught here. Like, you can almost just position outside of the range, is just spray and pray, and the Alistar will stop the rail engage. So I really like Epic Avalanche's comp. As a Finnish fan, I'm really happy, but I shouldn't be too happy because we will see it in the game soon.
I want to see if ASU Tigers have cooked something up for us in the early game, because, I mean, if they've cooked something up, get a couple of kills on Bakis, I mean, the game could go very well. A couple of kills on the Jinx and look to try and snowball that. Like, that is the part. With the 2 games I've seen now of ASU Tigers, they looked incredible when getting that early lead and just continuing to snowball it and press that small advantage into the maximum, gaining as much of a lead as possible. But when they then failed to get that early lead and they lost a couple early kills, they got flipped around on its head and they were beaten to a death in 15-20 minutes, and that game was not fun to watch. Very quickly, you could see it. This game was done. They weren't coming back from it. Paragon was continuing to grow the lead. It wasn't stopping, and it was an unpleasant experience as a Danish viewer. This game, though, the draft you guys have, Clover, it's really good. It is really good, and I'm so worried.
Yeah, and I think when we talk about your win con being the top side, the Renekton Sejuani being so strong of a combo, but the problem is that Carvox is playing Cassante, and Cassante is not the type of champ that can be killed easily until it just steps too much of a forward. Sorry, I'm just blurring out words here, but the Cassante is not the easiest target here. But are you going to play for bot where you can't really make plays because of the Alistar stopping the rail, or are you just trying to look for mid plays with the Talia seismic shove?
Yeah, I very much agree with you, right? You have to play very badly as a Cassante, or your opponents have to play it incredibly well if you are to die early. And while you have a strong combo, is it enough to take down Carvox? Get that Cassante behind, get the snowball running on the Renekton. Or I should say, do you simply say, we might have a good top jungle duo, but I'm going to put my resource elsewhere, I'm going to play for my bot lane. We're going to find out as we are on the Rift. The flags have been added for this one, Clover. Denmark versus Finland. Epic Avalanche needing this win to really, really improve their chances of making playoffs.
Yeah, and AUC Tigers, of course, the game is important for them to, like, yeah, if you get into the spot of being 2-1 and win both of the games today, you are almost promised to be in the playoffs. But normal cover, just topping it so Rahantomri can't go put up vision, and it will be interesting if he will meet up Panda here.
Uh-oh. They're going towards Panda. He knows what's happening. I mean, it's not something they're gonna win. Didn't get the warp, but they know what's happening there, so the reset comes through. And that means Epic Avalanche will now know where Panda is starting. Let's see how much that ends up having an impact on the game. I'm so nervous, man. I'm blurring up my words as well here. Like, the pressure, not only for Denmark, but my bet as well. Everything is on the line. I feel like if Epic Avalanche lose this, their chances of making top 3 are very slim. If they win this, their chances of making top 3 are very good. That's how I see this game. And, I mean, I can imagine the pressure for you as well.
Yeah, of course. The bot lane will be interesting here early.
Not gonna engage, actually. The remount. I mean, you get a decent amount of damage, but the thing is, without the shield, tapping wheel takes a good amount of damage in return. Obviously, Alice are one of the weakest supports early on. Kala and Orekia trading a bit back and forth. The rockets coming through. I mean, so far that's okay, I guess.
Yeah, the Alistar is so weak early, level 1. Everybody should know this if you play bot lane. The Alistar really can't contest the wave on level 1 here. And the alright part here is that because of Alistar's passive, you get some healing, even though you get a bit chunk here. You get the healing and you can just wait out until the minions crash here, you get the level 2 and then you can play it normally again. But both junglers moving bot side at the same time actually, so it will be interesting if the Rauha Tomari will skip some camps to bot lane.
Yeah, Rauhan walking towards what seems very much like a straight line to the bot lane. Maybe just wanted to see if Panda was out there looking for anything. Instead, though, it goes back to the blue buff and will be able to claim it. They will get vision over it thanks to the priority in the bot lane. So with that early trading, that's what they really gained out of it. And Rauhan is now spotted. So knowledge about where both junglers is for each team pretty much available, considering they saw Panda start on the top side. They should know, at the very least, have a good estimate of where he is. Top lane, not much has happened here, which makes sense. As we talked about, it's a K'Sante. And as long as Panda is not there, there isn't really a threat of a kill. So, I mean, I don't know if I want this to continue happening. You know, the team just scaling, seeing what happens in the later game. Or if I just want some action to try and see who's about to win this game. Because nerves are very much out and about here, Panda. Looking for something bot lane. Rauhan is hovering as well. Can sense that there is trouble brewing in the bot lane.
Yeah, and it was in a really scary spot because of the stacked wave and Rauha only taking the back, so I don't know, will the wave just freeze and you just forget it, or both side waves are really bad here for Epic Avalanche?
I'm very happy to hear you say that. That's a good start to it, I guess. Obviously, just a little bit of a small wave thing. I mean, Bakis, could he have the damage here? There is no flash, so he has that to his advantage. But Cowbox has a good trade back here as well. The Q is up soon. Good flash though, Cowbox! Yes! Bakis! That's the man! Finds the first blood in the solo kill as well! Komnu!
It was so close off and play for Carvox, but a really good flash from Bakis just saves it. And okay, Rauha.
Yeah, he could quickly turn this around though, but there's the CC chain we talked about earlier. Rauhan forced to flash his Panda, continues to chase the flash. This time around is awful. Now he goes towards Carwock to try and get some poke down. Can't quite get it, and Rauhan survives. I mean, fine, doesn't change too much, but the kill would have been nice. No way they're going for the dive here, right, guys? No way you do this. Don't do this. That's a bad mistake, and they aren't going to do it. Thank you.
I mean, great W from Carvox to save his jungler, and Epic Avalanche getting caught a bit too much in the early game, but just AUC Tigers just marking the jungler really well in the early game.
That's a good start, and I feel like that is crucial, as I've discussed a couple times. Not too much sample size here on how AUC Tigers play, but when we've seen them with it early, they've looked good. When they haven't been able to get it, they've not looked good. I think it's a kind way to put it as a Dane. And this is a good start. Obviously, it's not enough to just say this game they're gonna steamroll it, but Rauhan still not resetting. Looking for something here. Maybe just the Raptors. And a bit of information as well that Panda isn't towards the bot lane. Or is at the very least in his bot side jungle. We'll be able to claim that away. Okay.
Yeah, they have full control on the bot side, so this
Are
is
they gonna
really
form on the bot lane here? Raika is just stepping up, and I think Cal is wondering, why are you doing this? As it gets turned around on him. One more auto, get it, lads! Get it! No, they can't! The flash from Happy Meal, though, to secure it. He's gonna go down here for sure, though. Rauhan will claim the kill, I do believe. Happy Meal can buy a bit of time, try and go underneath the turret to see if he can die to someone, not Rauhan. And that will be the case, not quite. As he falls to the jungle, the Void Drops will be traded a 2-for-1. But I think Epic Avalanche would have wanted it to be a 2-for-0.
Yeah, a bit too greedy from Röka. This is the problem we see with Epic Avalanche usually. They start to play before their whole team is there, so a bit too greedy, but great turn still. Röka gets the kill, and the positive side, of course, for Epic Avalanche is even though AUC Tigers got the kill, it went to Rel, not the Jinx here. But great turn from AUC Tigers, and just teams trading the objectives. This is what we expected from them, that the top side will go to AUC Tigers and bot side for Epic Avalanche.
Yeah, game certainly delivering so far in some of these close calls, right? Because we could definitely see Kelle not far away from getting Rodak before he died, and That would have definitely made the situation better for us Danes. Wow. Yeah, but I think it's a very good point you're making. You expressed it before that sometimes they're a bit too over eager and they are a bit too trigger happy, saying, "Oh yeah, we make this play," and they all agree, and then maybe just forget to do the proper setup before they start going for it. And this time that was right here, making that mistake. I think a good punish from ASU to just take the fight instead of saying, "Oh no, he's acting like he's gonna get a gank. Let's just try and run," because they wouldn't have gotten out of that one. Right here now level 6 though. Happy Meal and Caleb both level 5. Are they gonna go for this? I very much doubt it. As Arrow is spotted on this wave as well. Actually, they do. He does get the crash down as well. The damage is there. The CC chain is fantastic. It is genuinely perfectly played. Double kill for Caleb. And AUC, they're showing what we saw in game 1 from them yesterday.
And just really good use of jungler timers here. Getting, as soon as Panda comes bot, they find the engage. Very well played from Happy Meal to play with the Hex Smash from the bush, and they get control of the bot side of the Epic Avalanche jungle.
I mean, Ghost is very early yet again. Rakia is on his way, so they will might. I think they're gonna win this actually. Epic Avalanche yet again going for the play Rauhan. Kill Rauhan instead of queuing the other way, man. They get him. But they gotta lose 2 for it, and this time the kills will go over to the AD carry. Both AD carries feeling the gold flowing into their pockets as both teams continue to overstep one by one.
Yeah, and as you said again, a bit early from Rauhan Tuomari, but they find the fight, and Rökkä 2 kills and double buffs really help on the lane.
Keys rather, and Coward still going blow for blow. A lot of poking, a lot of healing sustain being thrown around there. But he's decided to spend his gold and build it on a call to rather try and make it bigger over time, as he will get that extra gold. Cowards. Taking quite a bit of damage here from the minions, but he feels safe enough to be able to do this, with Blackies being pretty low as well. Rauhan also in the area. It does open up a window for Blackies to put down the pressure, and I just think crash the wave. But as Carbox is the TP, should be fine with it. I mean, I need to talk for a bit, and I try and ease my mind, because the tension, I can really feel it in this game. It is a back and forth one.
Yeah, it's been a really active early game here. I wouldn't have thought that AUC Tigers could make so many plays early game, but they have found the way. But now, just looking for the bot play, Rökkä again, but Rauhan Tuomari is not there yet. It's really scary.
Rökkä opens up. Can they lock him up? And yes, it's the emphatic answer. No flash, no way out. Good damage on Kalle, but it won't stop him from going on a killing spree.
Yeah, Rauhan Tuomari was still on the Grom, so it really scared everyone.
Rauhan is here. Kalle has the flash, has the ghost, but he has not a lot of HP to work with. Bosam's already used. Just run, buddy. Just run. What are you doing? I genuinely think you could have made it out. This is 2 kills back. Why did you not just run, Kalle? The crash down the shield is enough to keep Happy Meal alive for now. I don't think Rauhan will go for the dive. But both of these teams, time after time, pushing their luck. And they're getting punished for it.
Yeah, both teams just making plays all the time here. Like, they are ready to respond. And the Grubs will be the next fight. Rauhan Tuomari wants to fight them, just helping Mercha push this way. But Blackies is already there and Carbox isn't, so they will at least get the 4 grubs.
Now that means that the Void grubs will now spawn. Panda with half HP having to back off though. Harbo not quite out on the map, so the rotation is first from Mercer. They just stop it from happening. They don't take any of the 2 grubs though. I mean, could this potentially go turn into a fight? I think Panda is quite low without an ultimate. He probably wouldn't prefer it. Caleb finds a solo kill down in the bot lane. Come new, man. That's absolutely massive. This Jinx is online. Another fight here though. Mercer could be the target. Can they lock him up? No, but Keith instead is the target. Good turnaround, and the damage is massive. The seismic shove is good as well, but not good enough, as it looks like Carbox might just run amok in this team fight instead. A good boulder turns it around as Happy Meal remounts CC's up to Mercer, but Harbo can't get to him. Aaron is blocking up all his damage as Happy Meal falls, devoured up by Mercer. They win that fight. Double kill for the mid laner. Harbo continuing to try and poke. That double buff that Mercer has been alive for ages. That's the one Raiki got in the bot lane before.
Röke still looking, but
Keep running,
getting
kind of.
spotted by the pink here. But Mertus has got an insane amount of damage with his ult because he's so untouched in the top fight there. And with this tempo, Roundomary wants to take the break because Kalle takes the reset, but it's really scary in the bot lane because Kalle is getting really fed.
Yeah, it's getting really fed, and that's what I like to see. As this Drake, though, going over to Epic Avalanche wouldn't be too nice. Panda is here. Please just slide in and steal it, buddy. Please, dude. Nah, I can't quite get it. Second Drake secured for Epic Avalanche here. Rauhan, take the safe path in back. That's the smart choice, buddy. Would have probably died otherwise. Jesus, man. This game. I mean, the Volcrops didn't even get killed before. We completely forgot to mention what happened to them. As after the fight, both teams were too tired to continue grinding it out.
Yeah, it seems like Panda just wants to take them. So 6 grubs for 2 Drakes seems to be Epic Avalanche's type of bot lane.
Oh yeah. So far nothing, and like, hopefully that will stay that way. But it looks like the dive will come through. Keller, yeah, this one is not making one for him to win. Yeah. I mean, that's okay, buddy. You win a 1v2. Not much you could do there. But that is a lot of gold onto Roik here, though. Really not happy with that, as you get another plate out of it. That's really bad, actually. That's really bad.
Yeah.
Oh my god, the damage from Towers here is massive. Dominance is available, but so is the all-out. So both top laners maybe feeling a bit too overconfident here. The all-out comes through. Where is the ultimate? Marquise, run! Get out of there, buddy! The flash has been popped. Do you have the W? No!
And that's our top laner. Carvach just showing why he's so dominant in our league. Just so much damage on the Cassandra, even though like full tank champion, I guess. He's just full tank. I don't know.
Full tank, yeah. I can't believe that. Such a bad champ. Get him out. Remove him from the rift, man. Regardless, though, I mean, those were 2 bad plays for them, like there at the row, in a row. Regardless, this game is still neck and neck. 300 gold separating these 2 teams. It's way closer than I would have liked. At this point, I would have hoped to have an idea if I should be happier there, but at the moment, I simply do not know. Scaling coming through from both teams, and I think both can be somewhat satisfied. Neither team are too happy, but neither teams are completely devastated, saying this game is over.
Yeah, and for AUC Tigers, the bot tower is so low, and they're trying to open it up by Panda moving bot lane. They try to clear the vision so Panda doesn't get spotted. The pink ward will get clear, so really scary time for Epic Avalanche's bot lane. So they really Roundomary just needs to
look
make
at what
the
they're
play.
doing. They're just leaving the lane like, yeah, no, I'm not taking any chances here. I have a gut feeling something's going on, so I'm gonna remove myself from the situation. They're now towards the mid lane as Roik here can't quite spot out Harper, who's also playing it safe. They get the turret, they trade it for the Herald, and in the end, no one dies.
Yeah, that's the usual trade we are used to seeing. Just trading the first tower for the Herald, so Herald doesn't have so much of an impact in the game, but it's still really scary. The Jinx has gotten a lot of gold. First tower, 4 kills, and as you said earlier in the game, before even the game, if the Jinx and the Talia get behind, it would be scary for AUC Tigers, but they're both in a really good spot.
Yeah, for sure I was looking for Harbor there until I realized Panda was around. We'll try and open up on Panda instead. No, path back towards the mid lane. And here comes the spray and pray. Flash available and will be used. Good amount of damage back, but I think Panda, you want to get out of that one as well, as the entirety of Epic Avalanche is collapsing down. James Rocket comes down as well and completely flies white. So in the end, everyone lives. Flash from Harbor is nice to get for Epic Avalanche, but you use both your summoners on your AD carry.
Yeah, I think it's a winning steal for AUC Tigers. Ruka just tries to get the aggressive plays. You have seen it all game. He tries to just extend the leads, just try to find the picks, but just couldn't. And the next target will be the dragon.
Jesus Christ, this top lane does not look fun anymore. How did he win a 1v1 to begin with up there? Herald spawned though. And as it drives in to secure your guys' first turret of the game, it will do so successfully. Cowbox, realizing the counterplay is up towards him, backs off and make sure it doesn't happen.
This is really interesting. You tried to make the top play here, but now Epic Avalanche will get full control of the bot side of the map here, and
just before
Drake
Soul
is
Point.
spawning. Yeah, Soul Point is spawning here, so
Oh, Happy Meal, happy to do that one. Quick summoner check is probably what I'll be looking at here. I'm looking, I see Harbo, as we talked about before, no flash, same goes for Raikia, no sums. So, Raikia though, if he gets caught out here, will be in a lot of trouble. Let's see if that happens though, as Soul Point is on the cards for Epic Avalanche. Mesa stepping up early on, Eru goes on towards Harbo, but the change DC isn't quite there. And in goes Rauhan though, that looks good. Seismic job on 2, and the damage is coming through, but no one is dying as Rauhan looks to be one of the first casualties of the fight. At the very least for AUC, that's to get Jinx. Get excited, come on, get him. Eru knocked back, that's 2. Can you get Cowards as well? Then it will be 3. I see a Penta on the cards here for Callan. Look to chase them down, but he keeps pushing. It is such a close fight, but it's AUC winning. And they will claim the 3rd Drake.
Mertz is still looking for the play here. I think this is really
right?
scary.
I'm just trying to see if he can get a kill. So that's the Drake. They stopped at scaling for now. And Cal is surviving 7-3-1. This Jinx is allowed to play League of Legends.
Yeah, completely different from the earlier game we saw when 42 Exodia played the Jinx, and Kalle is really strong here. The really sad part for Epic Avalanche was that Merchant got locked down by the Sejuani. He couldn't ult onto the stack of champions, because if the brand could have gotten the ult there, I think it would have been winning, but really well played from the front line of AUC Tigers, and Jinx just free-hitting.
We got some spike now as well on Kalle. Is the Infinity Edge that has been bought. That damage now a whole lot harder to deal with as Happy Meal is taken. No, same goes for Arrow Spray and Pray, forces the Happy Meal flash. You see, now biting off a bit more than they can chew. But why the team just keep doing this? They're ping-ponging back and forth by seeing the play, going for it, realizing, yeah, this isn't the right call, trying to get out.
Yeah, and a big flash burn there, but Carbox might be in trouble in the top lane as he's so far here, but they want to look for something.
Oh, they're pinging for it. They want it. The pings are coming through now as well from the side of Epic Avalanche, realizing what's going on, and they are gonna back off. Cowboy steps up again, feels a bit more confident, having an idea of what's going on. Rascal still is around the mid lane and has been spotted on the wall. So yeah, he knows nothing is happening. Baron is on the map now as well. These fights become bigger and more important. 2 item spikes coming through as well. This next one, the winner will claim the Baron, and this game, so even. 20 minutes in, I couldn't have asked for more in the Denmark versus Finland derby.
Like, the gold is so even here, but it feels like it could go either way. It depends on who makes the play first, because I swear the one who makes the play first always loses over here. So Röke just trying to look for something.
Spray and Pray available. Kalle didn't realize it in time, and he's gonna be cut down. Can you get the damage back before he dies? Yes, he can! He's still alive! Somehow, some way, Kalle doesn't die to what is, to be very good engaged. Don't let the Let's Bounce go around you. Get out, Kalle! Get out of the damage! Cover though underneath the turret, cutting through the HP boss. Kalle forced to back away. He's so low. And down goes Cowards. Mercer overstays as well, finds the shutdown. These fights are too messy. But I don't know who won that. I think it's a big Avalanche.
What is going on? The
TP
TP
behind, it's not done. Panda though the target, they can just dive on him and kill him pretty quickly. Yes, no, Harpo finds himself on the wrong side of the rift. Plays around the unraveled earth. The Seismic shot goes wide. Happy Meal will have to try and save his mid lane. I can't do so. Now Happy Meal's the one in trouble. Rauhan is back to full somehow. Yeah, this is why we're doing this, guys. Come on, get out. Now please don't die here. It's 3 more kills gifted over. As Rauhan just shows the power of Sensao.
And holy, what a play. Now they could look for a Baron here.
Shutting up, right?
They don't have
they can.
TP here, they don't have a jungler up, support is dead, and they have 4 up. This could be a Baron.
It could actually be a Baron. Panda is up in 2 seconds. Bakis, we need to get on that, try to do something, buddy. You know exactly what's going on. There's no way we lose a Baron off of that, right? TP enough from Bakis. Luckily, it hasn't been spotted. Otherwise, that guy would have been dead on sight. Right here now in the pit, take a bit of damage. That's nice. Always good to see that. As they're out on the map. So they spent the TP, but they stopped any chance of that Baron happening. I cannot believe Kali survived that initial engage. That is absolutely illegal.
Yeah, the Twitch just got perma CC'd, so he couldn't use one more auto on the Jinx. And you could see from the gold, the Jinx is just so strong here, but also Rauhan Tuomari just got a lot of gold because of that play. Also the extended play with the TP just comes up.
That works. Is the next target here. Can they successfully chain him and lock him up? Knock back. I mean, the way he's denying so much CC is absolutely incredible. They've used everything and they haven't gotten him yet. Harpo now thrown into the front line as the rest of Epic Avalanche look to collapse. Kali is nowhere near. Get out. This is a horrified, guys. We're gonna lose the whole game off of this. This is absolute disastrous. Why would you go for that when you aren't able to rotate everyone? They're losing 3. No way. That's the Baron for the side of Epic Avalanche.
AUC Tigers just need to run for the Drake immediately. Just try to sneak it if Epic Avalanche start the Baron as they are going to. Just try to sneak the Drake so they don't get soul point also. But Starbuck just breaking the ankles with that champion. Like, holy, he's playing so well on the Kazante. It's beautiful.
Get that Drake, guys. Get that Drake to get something there because the Baron is really what opens up this game, I think. 23 minutes in, it will be claimed by the Finnish representatives. We get the Drake though, we have 3 items on Kalle. I mean, he needs to play these fights perfectly because the pressure is all on this guy.
Yeah, and Kalle is strong, but AUC Tigers forced the fight without him. That's the problem with...
Can't believe it.
Yeah, in the top side, like, you fight without Kalle there, and Kalle was so late in the fight, he couldn't even join in as Epic Avalanche was ready as Carvex just dodges everything. And now they get the Baron, they get the 4k gold league, and now they could open up the map. They have a really strong Kazante as we saw in the top lane, so the Renekton probably can't really stop the push from the Kazante.
Oh, the nerves are coming back as the game doesn't feel over, but it feels like it's a big punch in the gut there for Denmark as AUC Tigers. Can't believe they went for that fight. Alright, here, doing what he always does, looking for the opportunity. Spray and pray, and Harpo I think might just be dead here. The seismic shot would have needed to connect. Good damage back though, by time underneath the turret. Goodbye a bit, but not too much. We'll go down and I was wondering if we get anything back, but we can't. So that's just the mid laner gone, and that allows time to push for 40 seconds. Bakis can't hold the spot lane on its own. This is bad. This is really bad, guys. Oh, it's horrible. This can only go bad, right? Right gets back to full. I mean, the lifesteal on that. Later, the Ruin King really doing its job. Kalle without a flash has to be very careful here of not getting engaged upon. I think they have to give up this tier 2.
I mean, it's a really hard push, though. They don't have the spray and pray, so unless Mirza or Erus decides to do something, they really can't look for anything here.
Rauhan feels confident after what happened before. Good cancel on his engage. He's now taking those stunned underneath the turret. One more auto. The turret shot. Will it get the resets? No, the shield from Erus is so clutch. And now they get excited, starting to come through. Get more here, guys. Get more. A kill for Kalle. As Rauhan looks to get out. Mercer, though, I think his fate might just be sealed here. The Baron buff recalls. Stop him! Don't let him get away, guys! The CC chain is there. You lose the turret on the bot side, but I honestly do not care. Get the kill to Kalle. Get it to Harpo. That's fine as well. Oh my god.
And always just a bit too aggressive from Epic Avalanche. From Rauhan Tuomari, that tower shots just melt him, and they could just start the fight. AUC Tigers get the kills, and Kalle just incredibly strong here, almost at 4 items. Like, it looks so good of a game for Finnish teams here. Epic Avalanche are in a great spot, but the Kalle is so strong. It's scary. If he gets one reason, I'm so scared.
Get him, get him, get him, guys! Oh, we got the flag! And now I think you're just dead instead, because you don't have what it takes to take him down. Look at the ghost being popped as well. They both survived, they got the sums, but they had to invest a lot themselves. The chain CC had it come through. I think it would have been enough, but instead, right here, happy to live another day. He's also strong. So many strong members on this rift. As the goalie is in Epic Avalanche's favor, but this game you can feel it. It is not quite decided yet.
Yeah, the positive part is even though AUC Tigers are down on gold, they have the gold on the right target here. But the next target will be probably the Drake in minute 30 here, and Epic Avalanche could just take the control over here. Carbox is just unstoppable on the side lane. You need to send Harbo there, but Harbo doesn't have TP or Flash anymore, so it's really scary. I don't know. I'm so scared for my team here.
Me too, buddy. Me too. We're just on different sides of the spectrum here. I'm hoping that what you're saying could go wrong. Perfect Avalanche will go wrong, and you're hoping they execute it clean. Yeah, we'll say they're mercy feeling a bit more safe getting that burden barrier. So Roikia continues to just do this. I mean, could always be like, if he finds the right opportunity, you know he's gonna try and go for it, and then it's just a question of will it work out. Kelle, 3.5 items. So strong, hasn't recalled in quite a while. Might want to get one through just to get a bit more in his pockets or in his inventory before the big fight. 30 seconds now. Soul point for either team here. Come on, get the reset, Kelle. Get that extra, 15% crit or whatever you could buy with the crit cloak. Looks like it's not gonna happen. Baron up in 30.
I mean, it's
not
really
Baron, it's a Drake, it's a soul.
Yeah.
Oh,
It's really scary for AUC Tigers to walk up here. You have no
very
vision.
scary. Happy meal? Just not around. Can they get around here? No, they don't know who's around and maybe don't overextend. Luckily they didn't do that, but it's such a dark area. They see so little of what's going on. Pings towards the mid lane saying assist me, assist me. They don't know if in that bush. Now they know, and I think they realize they're just gonna try and burst this down. Panda could get into the pit though. 9k dropping. It's not the soul, but it's the soul point. A big fight is about to erupt here. Happy Meal, can he find the Fang? It looks like he's found it. He's knocked up the 80k for just a second before he himself will go down. Can the resets come through? Carbox is dead. Look at Kelle. He's dishing out the damage, but Aaron won't be cut down. They've got the CC on the Twitch. But Kelle, you overstep. You're welcome here, buddy. That's horrible. Why would you go in there? He tried to get the Twitch. And there is not a Baron to be claimed, but it might still happen as it spawns in just 20 seconds. AUC got the Drake. They're gonna run it down mid lane and see what they can get here.
It's just really scary spot. The Panda is still alive, so someone needs to just stop them from engaging here. Narcha is one of the main damages for the Baron, but
I think if the Baron here, it's done. They're not even gonna try and steal it. They're not gonna go for the flip. Kelle, I think he realized with Aaron popping the Unbreakable Will, it would take him too long to cut it down, or cut him down before, Roikia would have done the same to his team. So when Roikia got CC'd up, he kind of tunnel visioned that, it felt like. Because he saw, I need to kill the Twitch, I need to kill the Twitch. Yeah, you're right, buddy. But as soon as he stepped up, the CC chain just came through and he was done for.
And Happy Meal found a really good flank there, but he got immediately just really chunked that he didn't go on the carries. He just got instant melted there. So it's really scary. But AUC Tigers got the dragon. Now they are on the soul point. So Epic Avalanche need to use this Baron well so they can push the gold lead and get the next Drake. Because I really don't want to play against Soul here. The Jinx is 4 items now.
4 items. When I get him to the 5th, he needs more attack speed, it feels like, in my opinion. Maybe get that Runan's Hurricane, Rapid Fire Cannon. One of those two feels like, to me, should be the final option. Oh, this is hard to take. I feel like Bakis, after that first kill, hasn't been able to show the power of the Renekton. Struggling to get towards that 3rd item. Oh, slowly but surely going his way there. They've found the Renekton. He's chain. They've just gotten. How much can that mean? Can they get more though? That's the question. And if Bakis loses here, I guess he's just dead. He looks oh so dead. He's out for now. What can AUC get then? That's the question. I mean, on the other side of the map, they're gonna lose turret, so I guess they're not gonna gain much.
I mean, it's still a good play from AUC Tigers just collapsing on the mid, and they might get the mid tower because of this. But
what is Harper committing to? He wants to get more, but instead they're just gonna lose. I mean, their base is likely gonna be broken open here. Keys looks to have stopped it just in time. Aaron manages to make his way up for now. Unbreakable Will didn't need to be popped. That's the base now broken open on the bot side. 2 towers from AUC. Now needs to be careful. Good damage from Kelle. Really good damage. He's locked up. He's locked up, guys. Get him! Get him! He's shot back, and he's gonna be taken down. Kelle gets that now. The death timers are delayed. They're under neutral objective to take. Cal is still though without the flash, so
That's
he oversteps. He's just gonna get taken down. Hasn't been right just yet, and now they see him. He's chained. He's taken down. The shove is good. Do they have the damage to take down the Twitch? The TP comes in as well. They do. And here comes Merce on the flank. I think he's gonna be the one to win it for Epic Avalanche. It's fair to say, but they've won the fight here as Mercer on the flank will clean house. Death timers are long, but I'm not sure they can end because the minions aren't there. The TP's towards bot lane, but he needs to get back. He needs to buy 30 seconds of time here.
I think it's a really hard, and you don't have the ADC here. I think it might be 2 inhibs maybe, but not anymore. But that's why the Baron 131 is really scary, because that mid collapse will happen then. The mid is too weak, and AUC Tigers punish Epic Avalanche there. They get 2 turrets there, but good counter punish from Epic Avalanche. Mercha finds a really great flank there, and Röke just melts Kalle there. So it's really scary. 45 seconds to the Drake, and it would be a soul for AUC Tigers.
It would be the soul. It could also be the fight that loses us everything and hurts our chances of moving through so massively. You can see Kalle close to getting that full build. Flash is up pretty soon. Can you please just delay for that flash to be up, because he needs it. He needs that one reposition button to be where he needs it, because he's made a couple mistakes now where he hasn't quite seen the full picture before walking up or overstepping. So having that fail-safe button would be massive for what is the soul fight. Soul point for Epic Avalanche, soul for AUC Tigers. Kalle now moving up. I mean, they're just gonna start it up instantly. Can Panda get in and try and steal this, maybe?
Kalle's joined the fight.
He has. And he needs to play this safe. Just hit what's in front of you, buddy. No need to overstep or try and push your luck. Flash is now back up. 5k and dropping. Can Panda get in? A good wall to split off the fight. The damage comes through. The Drake has been secured. The soul point for Epic Avalanche, denying the soul, but he's still cut down. And Eru, look at how tanky is the front line. It's so massive. Rauhan finds Kalle, who has the flash reposition, but it's not gonna be enough. They just can't cut down anyone. They can't find the one reset they need to slow. It's there, but Rauhan goes back in. Yet again, he finds Kalle. The shot is good. And now right again, the front line. Hit right again. They can't get him. It's done. It is done. Epic Avalanche, they find it. And oh, how it hurts to say, this time the death time was surely too long. Super minions in the base.
It's so close. I don't think they can stop it. Come on, Epic Avalanche, go get it!
They can't stop it. I think that's it. It is simply over here. Epic Avalanche had to fight tooth and nail. AUC gave them a fight. The Tigers fought bravely, but simply too many HP bars to cut through. And try as you might here, you can't stop this from happening. Epic Avalanche bounce back with a 2-0 game.
What a game! Both of Epic Avalanche's games were so close, but we come back! Come on, Finland!
I can't believe it, man. They really put up a fight. And I mean, give me this game before I saw what AUC could do, and I would have been happy. But knowing that we needed so little to win the game, so little to close it out.
I
Hurts.
mean, Kalle tried really hard there. He played an incredible game, but just so well played from the Epic Avalanche, in my opinion. Carbox was a monster. He just played sides really well, just stopped every try that AUC Tigers tried, and they go 2-2. Ooh, what a game.
Yeah, what a game. It was good content at the very least, and I'm out of words here. I'm out of breath. And thank you, Clover, for joining me here on the caster desk for the first 3 games. There are still 3 more games to go, so do not leave. But after the break, it will be a new team taking over, because I can't stand that. That was such a heartbreaking loss. Regardless, though, I do have to say congratulations, Clover. In the end, you just, won that game. What a bummer. Let's run to a break, and when we come back, there's still 3 more games to go in Group A. So see you after the break.
Hello and welcome back. And as you know, it's the later day of the side of NLC RPS. All my days, my letters are just going missing there. It's me and Pide. You've seen me a couple times. I'm pretty sure I've done the last few games of every day so far. So maybe this is kind of becoming like a little bit of a you see J-Real, the last 3 games are coming online for you right here. But Pide, we're coming through with some more games today. And this time, I feel like you'll be the one that's maybe a little bit happier today, right? Because you've got your first seed coming through today. We've got Bloodline taking on my second seed, Paragon.
Yeah, last RPS and Aurora Cup, I was casting Paragon as well, and they surprised me really much. Like, they played really well as a team. Bloodline, it's, let's see, it's Right Arm Sweden, we got it. I believe in them, but at the same time, I know this player really well, and they all are like wild cards players. Like, either they go in level 1, gets 10 kills, or they give away 10 kills in the beginning, but it usually ends up pretty even somehow.
I really like that. I just really love the energy of just like, hey, you know what? We're going to fight. There will be blood on the line. Whether it's ours or theirs is undecided just yet, but there will be fighting, right? We go into this call, right? We jump into the green room. Our producer's already like, oh, please let us just not have a 2 kill a minute kind of game. Let's slow it down, right? I feel like this isn't going to happen right here, right? Bloodline, you're making them sound like they are warriors. They're ready to fight. It's Olaf energy just charging forwards. Paragon, well, you know what? I feel like you get them on different days, right? Some days, they're very aggressive. Some days, a little bit slower. We've seen both sides of the coin from them, and I do wonder what this is going to bring out. However, what I will say for you today is I feel like mid lane is the key for Paragon. I feel like when Team Atopa gets opened up to the map and is allowed to play the game, things go well for PRG.
Well, Lofty, the mid laner in Bloodline, is the newest player to the team for them, but in the Swedish Online League, he surprised everyone this season. He played really good. There is a few champions that he plays to perfection, but maybe I shouldn't say them yet.
Oh, you're trying to keep the scouting hidden at the moment. I like it. And also, I looked at some of the matches that people have played, right? Bloodline obviously played 3 games so far, so I got a little bit more information. So far, Citron has only played Viego in every single game. And I'm not going to be surprised if that gets picked again.
No, that's his go-to champion, and Viego. It's every champion that he kills, which is Bloodline. They kill all the time. So, but Viego is his comfort champion. He plays it really well. But there's a few other ones. Gwen and Talia is one of those champions when they need AP, and it's a completely different playstyle from his side. Viego is just fight. When he gets the Talia or the AP more scaling champion, he can take it easy the first 10-15 minutes. No one thinks about it, and then all of a sudden he comes in, gets a double kill, triple kill, and then the game is just on.
Okay. Ooh. A lot of sounds. That means draft. We're going to be going in straight away. Twitch going to be banned by Bloodline there, and I wonder what Paragon are going to look up to. I feel like, obviously, for me, if I am looking at it, there are a couple picks that have been selected a few times for Bloodline. They've liked the Smolder, they've liked the Rakan, the Cassante, and obviously that Viego. I do wonder if it goes all the way through draft, but at the moment, the bot lane is the focus.
For sure, the AD carriers are going out first, and before this game, the few champions that I can see both teams are going to look for here. We have Talia, Smolder, Azir, and Jax. That's the champion pool that they're sharing. But when I looked into them, all of them are playing champion that's just indicating that they're going to fight all the time.
Oh, well, you know what? We said it yesterday. We love a bit of fighting, Pide. We love some scrapping. We love some team fights. So it's all good to us if that's what they want to go for. Right now, the Aurelion and the Ahri going to be taken off the board. The Viego is banned. So we're going to see something a little bit new coming out from Citron. I'm excited about that. And also the Talia. You mentioned it. It's gone. No more to be in this draft phase. And I'm excited to see what they decide to lock in. The Azir going to be taken straight off the board.
Yeah, it's a pick or ban for them since both teams wants it. But I really like, or I don't like that the ban Viego, but I like that they show this kind of respect towards Citron in the jungle. But then once again, usually when you see a player just play one champion, you ban it out, you might think like, oh, this is going to be an easy game, he's going to have a hard time to adapt. That's not the case this time.
And I guess there's also that question of like, you're opening Pandora's box. Like, are you happy that you're now unleashing the unknown, whereas you could have had the Viego that you knew and maybe played around? But either way, we'll find out what that does bring. Sejuani going to be locked in. We talked about this a lot yesterday, right? You said that in the Swedish league, this is just becoming a massive champ pool in the UK. We love to pick it.
Yeah, but as I mentioned yesterday as well, the melee champions right now is so strong in the meta. So Sejuani just helping that out in the team fights. It's so much CC, and it's a little bit like Brown's passive. Once you get one hit on you, you have to take a step back. You can't really be on the front line, especially if you're a backline player. So, and another Freylord with the Ashe, it's coming out there. So it's a lot of slow and a lot of CC already.
Yeah, maybe I'm like a broken record, but I've been saying this a lot recently. I love the Freljordian like composition. If they all pick Freljordian, 5 Freljordians, it could be a massive combo. It could be a big win, but we'll see what happens later on in the draft. Right now, we're going to get the Xin Zhao, so another early game focused jungler coming out from Citron, and the Smolder is back. But is the dragon as scary as it once was, Pide?
No, not at all. Like when they released him, it was broken. Nobody knew what it did, but it was broken. And then
damaged.
The players started to figure it out, and Riot's like, yeah, maybe we should nerf it a little bit here. But Lonar is a new player for the RPS, I think. I haven't seen him in Sweden, but I've seen he played heaps of Smolder before, and the Xin Zhao pick coming up from Cetrion it's one of those picks that if Viego is banned, well, then Xin Zhao is next in line.
Okay, and a UK Classic coming through. Another Corki being locked in. It's not the Corki from Lion's Creed, but Team Topper has played this pick a few times, so I am excited to see it. I do like the pick in general. As we've seen, it can still be very powerful. You might as well, if you're a mid laner that plays it, play it right now, because you're not going to get it for many more patches.
No, for sure not. And I think mid lane, just all lanes lately have been so much fun to watch. I was used to have like maybe 3 or 4 champions that's in the meta, but now it feels more like we're up towards 10 champions. So every game is different, new champions all the time. But the ban coming out for Cassandra, and I know like in Bloodline, Chaos is known in Sweden for, well, Chaos. You never know what he's gonna pick on top side, and no matter what he picks, he's just gonna look for every single fight he can take.
And I have to give them a shout out. I've given them a lot of stick for the UK being Denmark yesterday, but I'd say shout out to Duckling because he's going to be super happy watching this game, right? I heard him on the last cast. Cassante, it's a ridiculous champion. We've seen it so much. We asked the question, is it good? Is it not? It's been pretty good in every game that we've witnessed it. So being banned is no surprise. The Rakan there also going to be taken away. So removing a little bit of that kind of flexibility in terms of engage, but also long range engage that could go really well with the Smolder. The Varaso on the other side. I'm guessing the Bloodline might stick to their guns here and ban another ADC just to limit what Smolder has to play into, but it's actually going to be the Jax.
Yeah, so we can still see no top laner been picked so far, and the only champion that they share on top side is Jax, and I know Chaos really likes to play him because that means he can go in 1v9 without anybody questioning him, as well as when he plays his Olaf. That's just his play style. So denying both team and Jax for the composition they have so far, I don't know. All right, I need to have a talk with Sander later. He just locked in the Yumi, right?
No, I don't think it's locked in yet.
No,
I think it's still.
No, I can see it blink now. Never mind. He's fine for now.
Okay. You're not a fan of the cat dragon combination?
No. We have in Sweden when someone like hover Yumi, everyone's like, yeah, forfeit. They don't even want to see the game anymore. And Sander knows this.
Okay, well, you don't have to worry about it. It's not going to be the cute cat. It's the scary crocodile. Someone call up Aragon because his champion is on the rift. I thought we have seen quite a distinct lack of Renekton, to be honest, actually, in this so far. I believe only AUC have played it out of these 4 teams that we're going to see tonight. Maybe a couple of others have played it later on in the tournament, but we'll see what it does bring. Obviously, very good blindable pick as we now get the support coming online. A couple of hovers coming through here. A few that I quite like, right? I really do like Brom, especially into Nautilus. So we'll do see if they lock it in, but it's not going to be, it will be the Alistair that actually gets picked up. So again, another Alistair coming in from Sweden.
Yeah, and it's Sander he have a very big variety of champions he can play, but the engaged champions is more of his play style. He's almost always the shot caller for the team, so being a little bit extra tanky once you go in and it takes a few seconds for the team to react, sure, that's a great engage. And we saw the last games today that Alistair have been pretty good. Yeah,
and I like it into the Nautilus as well. Camille almost immediately locked in there. It's a pick the Refresh has played a lot. It's very well known in the top side. Interesting into the Renekton, though. I do feel like there's a bit of skill matchup. I also am really wondering jungle pathing right now, PLA. That's what I'm looking about. That's what I'm thinking about, because mid lane is cool, calm, and collected, but both bot lane and top lane, a lot to play for.
Yeah, and the thing with the Bloodline here is they could easily go for an invade level 1. Just take Chaos with him, go invade the red side. That's something they usually do. Or they do a dive level 1 on bot side. I think they're gonna spice something up with the champs they picked so far.
Okay. Well, I'm pretty excited in general. I feel like a lot of team fight going to be laid down here. Obviously, a little bit of poke available for PRG. Interesting to see the Ashe ADC as well. Obviously, the Crystal Arrows definitely going to be playing effect when we get to that level 6. Scaling wise, right? Because I feel like one thing I want to talk about is how we've seen these teams play before, right? I think for Paragon, getting the mid lane involved, able to fight those mid team fights, mid. What am I talking about? Okay.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift. 30 seconds until minions spawn.
On to the Renekton, not able to find it, and I love this from Sandir. Gonna go and ward that blue buff.
Yeah, respect to Paragon here. They really been looking at the bots because Chaos usually take the tribe brush. So for them to go as a full 5-man squad and look to that brush first, I really like to see that. Means they've been doing the research. They know how Bloodline play, and that just makes me so excited how the game is gonna play out.
Oh, okay, that little bit of scouting. We like to hear it, Paragon. Keep it up. But they now know that Snipex is going to be on the blue buff, right? So a lot of information gathered from Bloodline. As we said, obviously bot lane, top lane, both things going to be going pretty well. I would say kind of like a pendulum. You know, could swing either way. But it looks like both junglers are going to be pathing topside.
Yeah, they might have respect the refresh and chaos here. They should really play around it. And when we look at the bot side, Ashe and Nautilus, it's a strong combo they have, but on the other hand, Smolder and Alistar, they just want to scale. I don't think there's going to be too much fighting on the bot side.
But there's a lot on the top side. Refresh going aggressive here. Chaos is going to be able to pick up the kill, and the Renekton immediately stamping down Refresh.
Yeah, and that's just what Chaos does. He could also stay here and die. Just go 1-1. That wouldn't surprise me, but he's looking for those kills all the time. But now we see the pathing from the junglers. They want to go for top side, but we already got a kill on it. So if we can get a gank now, maybe go 2-0 Chaos, I don't know, or 1-1 for Refresh, it's gonna start something on this top side. Because I think between these two players that once they get their items or kills or something, their confidence can get a little bit too much and look for too many fights maybe.
Yeah, I do think a gank here from Snipex could be absolutely game-changing. Maybe even lane-ending, right? If Chaos does die here, obviously no TP, but the same could be said if it does go badly for Paragon as well. So a lot riding on these potential ganks as the junglers are working their way up. But on the bot side, a push in is going to be secured by Paragon. They're going to be able to base, they're going to be able to buy a little bit of their items, and then keep themselves snowballing. So all quiet on the rest of the map, except for on this top side.
Yeah, and on the bot side, it's a little bit of Bloodline's bot lane. It's a scaling comp. They can't do anything early, so they didn't even want to trade. They just let Lastbed and Mosso push it in all the way and then get the waves.
And here we go. Snipex is first to this gank. We are going to see that Citron is going to make it, but is Chaos going to be able to survive? Tries to slice and dice out of there. Will stay alive, although Refresh going so deep, misses the hook shot and pays the ultimate price, the death for the Camille. And that is a massive misplay for Paragon.
I'm a Bloodline fine, but I'm still a little bit devastated of missing that CC. That should have been a kill for them, but the pressure, they're just showing it. They got a solo kill on top side. The junglers
wait. They're still going. Snipex is still being chased by Chaos here. They're going to finally decide to leave it alone. But oh my days, things are going well for you, not so well for my team.
Finally, after yesterday, I'm happy to at least have a lead for now. But sure, we have Chaos on the top side. He got the kill and now 1 assist as well. But if we look at the minions, it's 5 against 14. So if it just continue like that, the goal diff is not going to be too big between them anyways.
Okay, well, we'll definitely keep tabs on it. As you said, CS difference to kill difference. We'll see how that one does pan out. Obviously expecting a lot more action going on, right? I don't think we're going to see that cooling off anytime. But on the rest of the map, it has just been CS Fest. You know, we're just getting that farming. Looking into the Dragons, right? Obviously, we talked a lot about Dragon control from teams yesterday. You say Bloodline like to fight a lot. Does that also include trying to get those objectives early?
If the enemy team is there, they're gonna go for it. If they're not there, they're just gonna wait. That's usually how they play. They're looking for the objectives, for sure. All of these teams do. They're really good. But I think that they're not the first team to go there every time. But if they see that the enemy team is moving there, they want to look for that fight.
Ooh, and look at the fight, they will. We are going to see a 3 versus 3 in the bot side. Both junglers going to be making their presence known. Sandir able to hold on to their knockup for a little bit longer, as now Mozza could be in trouble here. Going to just about get out of range, but Snipex now holding the front line. Will be able to lock down Citron, and maybe last pick go for this. Looking for the final auto. Will get 1 kill, but is it going to be Bloodline that stands up ahead as Sandir is now taking a lot of damage and not going down, but will finally fall. Now Lona going aggressive, but will get a little bit of assistance from Loft Lofty. Lost, gonna have to walk away, and double kills for both ADCs, but Lofty is looking to secure the third. It will be the tower dive that secures Loft's death. And again, Bloodline come out ahead.
That is what I talked about. 6 minutes into the game, we have 7 kills in total. But I didn't expect to have 2 kills on Lunner, on Smolder, because we see Collis there, he just won a scale, but after that team fights, two kills and 1 assist on a really hyper-scaling champion. I think we're gonna see Paragon try to get something on the bot side just to stop this scaling.
I think when we get to level 6, maybe there's that extra level of potential for the play. Interesting, the Lofty was able to rotate so fast and Team Etopa not around. I don't know if he had just gone back to base or didn't want to use the TP, but either way, all in all, came out very much ahead for Bloodline. And we said that Bloodline won a fight, but also Paragon not just backing out, right? Stepping forward and saying, you know what, no, we're down to take this one.
Yeah, they know what's coming for them, and that's how you should counter it. If you're playing against a really aggressive team that's gonna look for fight, you can't just stand back and let them do their thing, because they're gonna outfarm you, they're gonna take the objectives. The macro play is just gonna go to their side. So for them, by them countering them, by also playing really aggressive, I think it's the best choice they have. But so far the kills have gone mostly to Bloodline, but Paragon still got some hopes on the last bet on the bot side. Ashe with 2 kills, I don't know, I think I'm more afraid of that than a Smolder 2 and Node right now.
Ooh, okay. Well, we'll recheck in that a little bit later. Obviously, I feel like I always have this permanent fear of Smolder just because of all of the pentakills that we saw early on in the career of Smolder, and just like, you know, the champion just being an absolute menace. So I still do have that little bit of like, oh, please don't give Smolder loads of kills early, but we'll see how it does run out. Right now, Dragon, though, has been taken by Paragon, so they get themselves on the Dragon ladder. Grubso going to be traded over for Bloodline.
And that's something we've seen a lot in Sweden, that the first Dragon, of course, it's very important to them, but if they can, they usually go for the grubs first. I've been speaking to the players, no one can give me a good answer why they're doing it. They're just like, I don't know, the other team is doing it, so we also do it. Like, yeah, but that doesn't help me explain to everyone else.
We just like doing it, you know. That's sometimes all you need in League of Legends. As long as it gets you something, why not? I feel like the grubs, I'm still deciding how much I think that they're actually affecting. As right now, this is an awful situation for Refresh, by the way. Citron in the top side with Chaos. They're proxying underneath this tower, but here comes the TP. Team Etopa is around. The stun does land onto Chaos, but he's just too close, and Chaos absolutely destroys Refresh's health bar. Team Etopa now just under the tower, has to just wait this one out.
Yeah, for sure. But I feel like this is how Bloodline needs to play as a team, to go a lot to top side now in the early game, get Chaos and Citron going, because for the late game, yeah, well, Lofty and Lund are gonna take that over. So if they were supposed to lose top side, it was gonna be really rough for them to take themselves to the late game. But now when they're fed on top side, I'm pretty confident that they're doing fine so far, but you never know. And as I said before, Lunner is a player I haven't seen, so big expectations for him.
Yeah, it's kind of giving me a little bit of Peter Pan vibes, you know, with the crocodile that has the timer, like the clock that's in him, like ticking, ticking, ticking. Because if Paragon don't turn something around, their time could be ticking out. As right now, it does feel like a lot of proactive play and a lot of control from Bloodline is in this top side. And I do wonder, when we get to those team fights, Pide, is that Renekton going to really start to overtake a lot of what could be done from PRG? Because we said last is strong, but Renekton on an Ashe? It sounds like a rough time.
Yeah, and that's just how Chaos play. Like, as I said, he plays Renekton, Darius, Olaf, Jax. You hear the champion he plays. It's just straight for backline.
Ooh, here we go, though. Trying to get that Ashe a little bit further ahead. Maybe prepare them for the Renekton attack, as we are going to see Sunday getting locked up. That's a lot of CC. Will finally go down to last. And a nice kill secured by Paragon with no rebuttal.
Yeah, and last now, right, 3-1 as an Ashe this early already. We all seen an Ashe what they can do once they get fed. You can't get away from that.
Tower dive, here we go, straight under. Lana in trouble, will get picked up. Mozza is going to be traded out, so it won't be for nothing for Bloodline. However, Paragon pushing that lead, 4 kills on the Ashe now.
Yeah, I just had 3 kills on Ashe, but now 4. And you hear this moving so fast right now for the kills, but the focus is on the bot side, which I didn't expect going into this game. As I said, Bloodline has very scaling composition on bot side, so having all these ganks still, it makes me pretty happy, you know, because if AD carries are fed, we know the team fights are going to be good.
And We all shed a tear for Refresh here. I think this dive is not going to be going well for the Camille. You know, just a slight thought. Maybe I missed it. You know, maybe I'm tapping into my psychic powers here, but I have a feeling the Camille is going to die. There is not going to be any rebuttal. Refresh will fall. Maybe a little bit messy from Bloodline, but they get the kill and no kill given over, and plates on the tower secured.
Yeah, and you can see like they're really looking for these kills. They're losing on farm on a few lanes, but they're roaming a lot, and that's where Sunder comes into the picture as a shot caller and support. He has such a big trust for his AD carry that he can roam a lot. This game haven't been as much as you usually do, but this is the calls he's doing. He's like, I'm gonna come top, someone else follow me, we're gonna do this dive and get the kill, and the tower is also gonna fall, so Bloodline got a lot out of that dive.
Feels bad, man. Let's look at the gold. Let's have a little look at the income right now. Renekton is double the gold of the Camille at the moment, almost like 2,500, I think, in the lead. That's a lot of money. Obviously, the Ashe has managed to build up a 1k lead, though, so it's not all doom and gloom for Paragon, but something needs to happen. Someone needs to control Godzilla. Someone bring King Kong into the game.
It's a little bit of Paragon, the bot side is gonna carry, and right now for Bloodline it's its top side. But the scaling, I would still say, goes to Paragon with the Ashe over Renekton, of course. And top laners, we know how they can be. They can be tanky, hard-hitting, getting those kills solo-bolo, but AD carries in the meta right now is, if you do not get the CC on them in the beginning of the fight, they're gonna do so much damage, and Ashe could go with the Hurricane, just constant slowing, constant DPS. So we'll see first team fight.
Here comes Mum, will do a bit of damage. Dragon is going pretty low, secured by Snepex, but can Paragon get away? They're trying to get out of this fight. They do not want to take on the side of Bloodline, who do force them to utilize some ultimates, but it will be Paragon getting away safely. And I've decided this, Pide. It's Godzilla versus monsters. If they secure the dragons and the Baron Nashers, then Paragon can beat Bloodline.
For sure. I share for Sweden, but I'm also giving the most credit to them all the time, and they know it. So, as I said, Bloodline so far really good game, but I've seen them have bigger leads and throw it all away.
Oh, okay. So you're a little bit critical. You're not fully confident at the moment, but we'll see. Yeah, at the moment, it does feel like Bloodline are increasing that lead. They're still causing a lot of pressure, and Refresh has been pushed quite far out of the game, right? Still able to play it, still could come back with a couple of shutdowns. You know, we've all seen it happen, but obviously a lot of priority onto this bot side. We are going to see the grubs have been taken, right? 6 grubs taken towards Bloodline. The Herald is coming up, and I feel like this could be quite a pivotal moment for Bloodline to really extend their lead.
Yeah, they have to do something with this, because, as I said, they're gonna die, they're gonna give up a lot of kills, so they have to take care of this lead that they have right now, and might want to go for a tower bottom mid and try to do these lane swaps.
Oh.
No, across the map this time.
Not this time, but there will be more. They also is trying to get more kills as they are going to attack onto Snepex. A lot of damage going down. However, the Sejuani so tanky will just about be able to make it out with the help of Flash, but that is going to be their topside jungle removed.
And now Bloodline really has to play well, because they've taken the first tier on top side, and that also gives Refresh some room to farm, because Chaos now needs to roam around, they need to find something else on the map, but the platings just went down, so I think the rotation is going to come out soon. But Refresh is playing a Camille, and you can't give her too much time just farming, because she will get back into the game.
Yeah, and I talked about this earlier about Paragon's win conditions, things that have made them look really strong. Team Atopa being opened up in the game was one thing I mentioned up. So far, we haven't really seen much activity from either mid lane outside of Lofty going for that early roam into the bot side.
Yeah, for sure, and we talked about it. Both mid laners, they're gonna be the carry for them late game. So just scaling. Sure, it's not so fun to watch or play, but if you want to win as a team, that's a great tactic for them.
Ooh, and here we go, another dive, but TP coming in could change everything, and Mozza just not able to do the damage because Sandy had the Unbreakable Will, so was just not taking any damage, plus the other Chaos is there, forces away PRG, and finally the bot lane has a bit of reprise. They get a win, and now in the mid lane, they're going to push that advantage. Bloodline looking for this tier 1 tower. Slam goes the Herald, and goodbye goes the tower.
Go for a second charge, but that might be too deep, guys. 2
Ooh,
versus
they
3.
are stepping
Alright, there's the rest of the team.
4 members. They've got 4 members here, so it's all good. Bloodline are able to get away, and Snepex is causing some issues for Sander, but with the blast cone will also get out as the arrow slightly misses. But again, not going to land, and I believe a tower in the bot side as well. So Bloodline really pushing the numbers here, now up a 4K and a half for gold lead. The Snepex feels like they've caught a croc, but they need a lot of power here. TP coming in as well. And Paragon may want to rethink this. Lofty has joined the fight, but it's a 4 versus 2 for the moment. Here comes Ash trying to get the damage down as we do see Citron joining this fight as well. Lofty is standing their ground. They will be able to wipe this fight, and Paragon fall piece by piece. Another lost fight, and Bloodline just keep getting stronger.
Oh, it looks so well for Paragon there. When I saw the first team, I'm like, guys, you're still gonna be a 2 versus 4. This is not your fight to take, but I guess Chaos is fed enough, and Lofty's ultimate used that really well. So 13 to 5 in kills, the gold lead is just getting bigger and bigger. They need to do something from Paragon here. It's time to do this risky plays and be a little bit of a greed. And it's all around. They need more vision. They need to find these picks, get a solo kill, go 5 versus 1 or 3 versus 1. Just secure a little gold all the time, and because that's something they should play around, because Bloodline will give those pushes where they push way too deep. Like Chaos in this situation, if we didn't have the teleport, he would give away that kill and the shutdown and so on. So that's something Paragon should look for, and for Bloodline it's just keep calm.
I said we needed to get Team Atopa in the game, right? I've said it a few times. Package is up and available, I do believe. We can just quickly pan over to the Corki. Dragon is spawning, 15 seconds on the clock. We've talked about how Paragon have put a lot of energy into getting these drakes. Yes, it may be Cloud Soul, but Soul is still better than nothing in my mind, and it gives a good opportunity for a team fight to occur. So Paragon setting up for this Drake. I like to see it. Bloodline, though, very, very strong, and I do wonder what's the game plan. How do Paragon decide to win this one? They are going to be able to use that package. They are going to be able to hold off, but Bloodline are stepping forward now. They're looking for this dragon fight. Pide, they want to get in on this. Mum is going to be called in. A little bit of damage going to be dealt across the Paragon team as here comes the knock-up. A big flash forward. The Emperor's Divine. They swoop inside the team fight, and Paragon disappear. Only the Corki left alive, and they cannot do anything in the face of Bloodline.
What a play for Sander coming in from the side. 3-man knock-up. Lofty with the ultimate, just pushing them into a little wall, and they can't move, where Chaos is just swinging his sword and every weapon he have on him. But what a play by them. And after this team fight, Paragon, it's really hard for them to get back.
I'm taking a moment of silence for Paragon, you know? It's been good, but I don't know if they're getting back into this game. I'll be honest, it's 8k gold deficit, right? The dragon now has been taken for Bloodline. So Dragon's Soul is almost a bit of a hope of the past. And now the Baron is going to be spawning in a minute and a half. And I don't really see a reason why Bloodline can't just go for it when it gets up.
No, they should go for it here, because as you mentioned, the gold lead they have is so much stronger. Paragon shouldn't be able to take the fight around Baron, and then it's just a matter of time when the game is gonna end. Before this last team fight at Dragon, I was like, yeah, Paragons can still make it back. But as you mentioned, after that team fight, I don't know. I can see a little hope for them, but it's starting to get really, really small right now.
What can I say, man? Swedish Alistairs just seem to be a bit different at the moment. Like we saw it yesterday. We're seeing it today. These multi-man knockups just coming through in these team fights, and obviously Lofty swooping in with that Emperor's Divide, absolutely massive, and it just cuts off any opportunity that Paragon have to fight this team fight. We talked about how Last might be strong, but being so immobile, Hide, like I don't really see how they're supposed to make this team fight work.
No, it's really rough for them as well, and we said they had the scaling with the Ashe on the bot side and Corki in the mid lane, but since Corki has been farming, he's still strong, but if we look on the other side, we have Lofty, who's, yeah, he's 20 minions behind, but he's also 5 kills ahead and 4 assists, and that's gold. It's a bit too much for them to make a comeback from. And I think the last hope for them is to find a really good team fight here at Baron, and if Bloodline gets the Baron buff, I don't see any way for Paragon to get back.
Well, I would say that we have a little bit of time, but the Baron has spawned, so we may not have much time at all. And I do wonder if Paragon maybe take a note out of Lions Creed's book and have some sort of remnants of trying to steal the Baron. But even then, I don't know if the game plan would work, and they have to also deal with Chaos, who is just pushing on this bot side.
Yeah, and this is what Chaos is gonna do now. He got the few kills he need, and the team is gonna be fine without him. So split pushing Chaos is something I'm really used to. Sometimes I get really tired of it, and I have to DM him after the game. Like, did you really have to stand to that push for 2 minutes to get that split push in? But the Baron is up, and we see the whole team is going there because this is the last chance for Paragon to get back into the game. So no risk taken at all, and we see the vision is really good for them right now, and Paragon can't even move close to them.
Yeah, Bloodline, I believe they beat EA in 26 minutes. Very clinically, very strong. They might make a faster time on Paragon here. They're going to reset after that Baron, and I imagine the push is going to be on. The split push is still occurring from Chaos, and Refresh just hasn't been able to get back into the game. Is there a world where you try and kill the Renekton 1 versus 4? Maybe, but the last stand on their Nexus towers is really where they're going to have to be.
Yeah, and this is 4,000 gold lead on the top side, and that's more than an item here. Snepex trying to get some gold, denying it from Bloodline. But he's never alone in the enemy jungle. There's always someone waiting for him, and at the moment, there's not too much gold for Paragon to pick up. The waves are just getting crashed into the towers. The jungles is just completely free. There's no jungles left for them. So right now, they're just trying to scrape together all the gold they can get their hands on, but might be a little bit too late in this game.
Yeah, Bloodline moving a little bit slower than I expected. I thought they would kind of surge back onto the map, really shove those waves, but obviously Paragon did do a good job of pushing them far out, as we're now going to start to see those towers starting to crack. Chaos taking that tier 2, did take apparently quite a lot of damage in that top side while doing it though, as we are going to see Lofty securing that bot tier 2, so a little bit more gold in the pockets of Bloodline as they now move once more towards those inhib towers.
Yeah, I think it's interesting here because they have the push in bot side and mid lane. They have so much pressure, and if we look at top side, the wave is not too far away from the tower. Chaos still has his teleport. Decides though to save it instead. Might be because the dragon is up. If they're gonna fight around dragon, he can use his teleport to get the push in there. But yeah, as you said, they slow down a lot in Bloodline. It kinda scares me because I don't know if it's too much for them.
45 seconds left on the buff. This mid tower looks like it should be under siege. I don't really see a way that Paragon are going to stop this, as they will take that one down. Chaos now going aggressive, forcing back last. The inhib going to be their target. Here comes the arrow. Lofty is going to be caught out, and now Team Atopa with the package gets a lot of damage down onto the Azir, but not enough to kill them off just yet. Finally, they do fall, and Chaos also going low, getting absolutely destroyed by Last. That's 2 members down. The 2 solo laners have fallen, but Citron diving in, kills off Last, and Bloodline are looking to close this one out. Lona is still doing a lot of damage, the little dragon that could, and is definitely going to kill off Team Atopa if he would. Mum comes in, will go slightly wide as Team Atopa running for their hills. It's only a matter of time. Goodbye to the Corki and goodbye to another inhib.
Really well played there, especially from Paragon. I think if Paragon just had a few thousand more gold, they would win that team fight because they got Bloodline split it up just as they wanted. Bloodline didn't stand together. We saw Chaos was on his own. Lofty got picked off, but they just too fed right now. Even though they take a bad team fight, they will still win it. But there we go, the Bloodline playstyle. They could have finished the game, but there was a kill running around, so of course we're gonna chase the kill.
It's like greyhounds and a rabbit, you know, they can't let it go. They can't think of anything else, you know, they've got to get those kills. And to be honest, in a way I respect it, right? They're so far ahead that it doesn't really matter, but I'm just thinking in my mind, Pide, that like, had this maybe been half the gold lead differential, right? Maybe just the 6k, that Paragon could have potentially won on some of these team fights. So it's definitely food for thought, as we are going to see maybe some more food for Bloodline as they are chasing down Snepex again. The Emperor's Divide to sweep out the Sejuani, and the fire does start to burn. Goodbye to Snepex, and I believe goodbye to another tower, and maybe even the rest of the game.
Yeah, there should be the tower, shouldn't be any worries for it, and the inhibitor going down. So all 3 inhibs down, the 5 versus 4. They have a super mini wave coming in for the mid. So they should be looking to finish this game, but you never know. And they could be hitting Nexus, and I wouldn't be sure that they're gonna finish the game because their playstyle is so unique. But this should be the end for them.
Chaos gonna proc. The ultimate goes aggressive. Will do quite a lot of damage, but Refresh is surviving for a little bit more time than maybe expected. Last, however, is going to be forced away. The towers are crumbling, and so are the chances for Paragon. The Nexus is under siege. It should be blown up. Yes, there's a lot of damage, but it's not enough to stop Bloodline.
Now it's finally I get the win as a Swedish caster. I know Sleeper had some, but this is the first one for me. I'm gonna meet all of these players in our playoff, so a little high five to them there.
No, it was a good game. I feel like Bloodline have looked like one of the more dangerous teams in the whole tournament, to be honest. They look really succinct. They look very dangerous. And even in that one game that they lost, they were literally one objective away from winning. So I do think the Bloodline are definitely a top tier target to beat. Paragon, they still have opportunities. It's 1 and 2 now. If they win again today, they're 2 and 2. They could still make it through to the next stage, to that playoff. So they got to keep their heads high and they got to keep themselves focused, because we are going to go to a break. We're not going to have any more interviews, but I believe when we come back, we're going to be getting Paragon again. Oh no, sorry, it's Bitfix versus AUC. So Paragon going to have a little bit of break, recoup, and come back for a game that is really going to make a difference. And we are back once again. RPS time. Now on to match number 2. And this is where things start to get interesting because we got confirmation that essentially Bloodline should be locked. I think there could be maybe 1 or 2 potential ways that they lose that, but realistically, they should be secured themselves onto the playoffs. But everyone else is kind of up in the air, right? EA making themselves 2-2. A couple of other members going to be going 1-2 at the moment. Paragon is one I can think of. AUC also 1-2. Bitfix, the only undefeated team so far, and they are taking on AUC right now. And I feel like, Pide, this is a big statement game. If Bitfix can win here, they go 3-0, they keep their undefeated title, but they also send AUC down further and further through the table.
Yeah, and that's something. It's AUC is the number 1 seed from Denmark, so I still expect them to show 1 win here. But as I said yesterday, I'm close to Denmark, so I'm still gonna cheer for Norway here. Only this game, though. But I think it's always fun to see the top seed still struggle because usually the viewers are expecting, top seed is just gonna go 3-0 home. That's easy. But so far in the RPS, we've seen that the placement or the seed that they come in with, it doesn't really matter.
No, indeed. I feel like we've seen some really strong performances from number 2 seeds, some really strong performances from number 1 seeds, right? I have to say DMG yesterday, I have to say, I think they looked really strong, just to shout out some of the Danish teams. So I do feel like AUC can perform well. I saw them in the first day and they were 2 of the most polarizing matches I've seen, right? AUC didn't look the best when they played against 42 Exodia. However, they absolutely destroyed Paragon. So it's a sentiment of like, which AUC are we getting, right? Because against EA, it felt like it was a very close game where, yes, they were able to get their bot lane ahead, but obviously they were struggling against that mid jungle. And I do feel like there is a little bit of a sequence here because also when they did play against 42 earlier on, although maybe I've written that too many times. No, yeah, when they played against 42, sorry, just to have a quick look at my notes there, they also really struggled against that mid laner, right? Like Zero, I believe, played the Akali, and it just did so much work.
Yeah, the Danish, they've been showing really strong, and I've been working all week, so I haven't really been watching every game, but I've seen the outcome from it. And as you said, there's first one team winning against another one, but they lose to the second one, and then number 1 team win to the other one. It's just so messy because if you're gonna look for the pattern, you try to find them. It should be all right. This team won over team 2, then they should win over team 3. But so far, I can't look at it and see any pattern at all. It's just every second win, every second lose, no matter what team they're against.
Okay, I have one pattern for you, and this is potentially the most important. And this goes out to everyone that is about to play against Bitfix, right? Even you, Paragon, okay, I hope you're listening, right? They played Skarner twice. Stop allowing them to have Skarner top lane. Someone ban the champion.
That's a tip that every team that's going to play against them should really listen to. It's because Skarner right now is Kisanto when he was released, you can't do any damage on him, and you're like, oh, fine, he's a tank, he won't hurt at all, and then you get 2-shot anyways.
Yeah, I would say Chaos did a really good job against Hatsu on that Skarner, right? Played the Scion, made really good plays, was super far ahead, but it doesn't matter. It's Skarner. He can lock down 3 of your members in a team fight. He gets to just do percentage HP damage for no reason. He gets a massive shield. He goes through walls now. Like, I don't know, man. Like, maybe I'm just a hater, right? But Skarner, for me, it's gotta go.
I'm just looking at it, it's like Malphite number 2. He throws rocks.
Yeah.
Everyone was complaining about Malphite. Oh, he's too tanky, he's still doing too much damage. And everything we talked about was usually, oh, he throws rocks. And now we have Skarner, who basically does the same thing. Super tank, does a lot of damage when he throws the rocks. But no, Skarner should be a banned almost every game, according to me.
Yeah, so I'm interested to see how the Pigman phase goes, right? We also have seen some interesting ones from Bitfix. They decided to play Wukong in the jungle, which I know recently did get buffed, but again, still lesser played.
We actually seen it a lot in Sweden, like just the last 2 weeks. We didn't see him at all for a very long time, and then all of a sudden, I think we had 2 weekends with 3 streams where it's just Wukong every game. And I think the CC is just too important right now in the meta to have this big area knock-up twice in 2 different spots with his ultimate and his copy. That just changed the whole field when they're trying to do a team fight. So it could be a really good pick for them as well. So we'll just have to wait and see.
We will have to wait and see. Hopefully we're not going to be waiting too long. I think pick and ban should be happening relatively soon, he says, question mark ping, maybe. But AUC, though, if we do have a quick look at them, They are a team where I have a lot of expectations, actually, to be honest, because I do think that AUC have looked very strong. I think when they get themselves ahead, they are very dominant. And realistically, if it wasn't for an Akali just absolutely popping off, I feel like maybe they could have even taken a game against 42. Now, is that potentially a thing because they maybe were playing against some picks that were not particularly meta, right? It definitely was a little bit of a different look. 42, we even got the interview after, and they were saying, well, realistically, we just kind of went to what we feel is comfortable, so weren't necessarily playing the meta picks, which maybe threw off AUC a lot. And obviously, as we've seen in some of these games, realistically, that early game, if it goes bad, could just be over.
Yeah, and as I mentioned before, I haven't seen all of the games, but just looking at DMG, how they played yesterday as a second seed, that's right, raises my expectation here for AUC coming in as the first seed. Because I mean, if DMG played that well yesterday as a second seed and AUC beaten them in their own league, they should be much stronger.
Okay, well, Denmark's biggest hope is potentially going to be finding a lot less hope if they don't manage to pick up this win against Big Fix, which I would say is most people's probably most feared team at the moment, considering how strong we've seen Bloodline be and the fact that Bitfix were the team that have beaten Bloodline. You know, if we do the quick maths on that, it does feel like Bitfix should be quite a good team. But obviously, that is not how tournaments work, right? Every game is going to be different. It's best of ones. It's a new day. It's a new time to play League of Legends, right? And Bitfix, maybe we're going to see them start to come unstick. Maybe we're going to see them get taken apart. But one thing I do want to notice as well is that we've talked about how powerful early game can be, right?
Yeah.
Lucian Melio was played by Bitfix in their second game, and it looked disgusting.
Lucian is really strong right now. I think he's been flying under the radar for too long, because at one point it was Lucian all the time with Nami, and then we didn't see him for a very long time, and now it's back. We've seen it in the MSI from the different regions playing it, and then of course our players, our teams are gonna pick it up. And as you mentioned, I've seen Lucian here play with Nami. I didn't see the melee game though, but it's just such a different AD carry to the rest of them right now, because usually we see the hyper scaling, do you want to have the long range, and then all of a sudden we have Lucian, who's a close combat, a lot of mobility. It's really hard to catch him, so I want to see a Lucian. I haven't been casting a Lucian game for a long time now.
Yeah, I like it a lot. I think it's definitely powerful. It gives me a lot of kind of like energy, right? I really like an early game bot lane. I think it just makes the game feel different, because like we've had some of those games where it's like, okay, we're playing for scaling, we're waiting for the late game, but you know, when we get that early game bot and it's like things are starting to pop up, we're starting to see those early proactive plays. I love to see it, right? That's why I feel like actually DMG did make me a little bit of a fan, right? The Kalista Galio was super cool. If they weren't playing against Lions Creed, I would have been probably super hyped about it. But at the end of the day, that is how the cookie crumbles. So I am kind of interested to see how this one plays out. I'm also just interested to see what Hatsu's top lane champion pool is once they take away Skarner. And I'm not going to lie, I don't know what I'm going to say if Skarner is not banned here, but either way, I imagine Duckling won't be happy about it if Skarner is locked in.
No, but we can talk, as you said, Skarner. I don't get it why he's open. As I said, if you do not ban him, you gotta first pick him, because the enemy team is gonna look for him, and I don't think I've seen any game where Skarner's been in it and lost. At least not yet.
At least not yet. We are going to throw to a quick break just because the game is still being delayed. I think a few things are happening. But when we come back, we'll be here with Champ Select for Bitfix versus AUC. Okay, and we are back, and hopefully we're going to get into draft very quickly. What's your pre-game expectations? So Bitfix, NUC, who are you kind of feeling to take this game? Do you feel like Bitfix are going to keep winning like they have been in the past? Or do you feel like AUC maybe have learned from a few of their mistakes?
I think AUC really learned from their mistakes, but at the same time, I'm gonna go with the Bitfix because if they showed such strong games already, why would it change now? It's the RPS, and we know these teams, they played a lot. They're really good at the game, so the pressure shouldn't get to them, even though they're 2-0 right now.
Okay. Yeah, I'm feeling that. Again, I'm very interested to see how Pick and Ban does go. Obviously, a little bit less scouting available for Bitfix, whereas AUC a little bit more on show, right? You know, they played a few different looks, right? They played the Kalista, they played Jinx, they played Zeri in that bot lane. You know, I think they played 3 different champions in every single role. So they have shown a lot of what they can do per day.
Yeah, and as an AD carry, well, I'm an autofill main apparently, what I heard from the community, but I played a lot of AD carry, and just Kalista and Ceres, it's 2 champions I really enjoy watch when they play it, because it's a really high skill roof, but once they hit the notes on those champions, it's just so beautiful to watch them jump around. Nobody can touch them, but the damage is still there. It's going damage all the time. So hopefully, I really want to see a Kalista or a Seri here.
Okay. Maybe we get it. I'm also hoping for that, right? I'm also hoping for some sort of remnants. I kind of want to see 2 early game bot lanes, to be honest, right? I think it'd be really interesting to see the Lucian with like maybe the Melio or maybe the Nami pair up against something like the Kalista with something a little bit more aggressive, right? I think it will make for a lot of interesting gameplay and potential. I want to say like maybe potential early win conditions, but then I guess it also depends on the late game scaling and how teams do decide to play out the rest of their game. So with it being said, hopefully we're getting into pick and bans shortly, because I think we should be ready to go. In terms of expectations for you guys at home, all you need to know is so far it's 2-0 for Bitfix and 1-2 for AUC. So AUC really on the ropes here for determining their potential in the future of this tournament. If they don't pick up a win here, there are chances of getting forward a low. And so are our chances of getting in the pick and ban. So I believe, are we going to be going to another break? That's a question.
Yeah.
Okay, we're going to go to another break. When we see you, we will be back with pick and bans. And we are back. We're back in draft. We did not lie this time. We are ready to go. And Bitfix versus AUC. We do have to say, Bitfix missed all their bans here. So this could be a little bit slow today.
Yeah, and that's really rough because now all of a sudden you're just going to give away all the picks that they want in AUC. And that's going to be a game changer for this game.
Yeah. It's going to be rough, you know, which means there is a world, I'm thinking about this. Do AUC maybe, okay, no, I was going to say maybe leave Skarner and then pick it themselves, but actually they are just going to ban it away. So we are just going to be getting a Skarner banned. No chances. I like it. Hatsu, we're going to get the opportunity.
Yeah, and they might have listened. We said ban Skarner, and I hope every other team that's playing the RPS, because it is fun to watch a player really go ham and no one can kill him, but it's not that fun seeing the same champion do it every time.
Yeah, thinking about some, well, maybe we want Cassante banned as well, actually, you know, now that I think about it. Duckling was mad about it. We've seen some pretty crazy Cassante performances, so maybe it's worth getting rid of that one as well, but we'll see what AUC do go for. I'm also thinking that, okay, yes, we do. Oh, they do decide to get rid of it. Let's go. Okay, AUC.
Let's see it. Now they're just going to pick another tank that's never going to die anyways.
Like Sion, something like that, you know, Sion, Ornn. Could be the Malphite, you know, there's a lot in the chamber, there's a few. I was thinking today, is there a world where actually the no bans kind of helps out Bitfix here? Because they are blue side, right? They can pick up a few more power picks. And if we aren't seeing things like the Jinx, like the Karma, things like that do normally get banned away, the Radiant Soul, we've seen quite popularly banned, maybe they can lock those in themselves.
Yeah, like there's probably some way you can turn all of this around to your own benefits to not have the bans. But for me, it's just the enemy is going to ban out what you want, and you're just going to use your ban for what the enemy wants. So for me, it shouldn't really be anything. But as I said, someone can probably turn it around, give a big speech like, yeah, it's worth not having your bans.
Yeah, gets the whiteboard out with the string, like, actually, because they didn't get to ban this, they get to lock in X. Yeah, maybe. But we are going to see the Azir locked in and very strong. We saw it in the last game. It made big plays. It's been a big name for a long time in League of Legends. The Emperor is back.
Yeah, and between these two teams, we have Cassante, Azir, and Joan that they're really fighting because both teams are playing it. Azir is picked, Cassante is banned, and Joan is banned. So I think here for AUC, they know that these three champions is something that both teams want. They're gonna ban out Cassante and Joan, and they have to use one on Skarner because, as we said, he's really strong. And the last champion that they're gonna fight for is Azir. So good choice here, but Bitfix to really use this first pick to get him.
And I like this Taliyah pick. You talked about it a lot yesterday. You said you wanted to see a little bit more Taliyah in the meta. We're finally going to be getting it through. I think it can be flexed as well, right? Could potentially be going into the jungle, although I say that as they do hover over the Vi, which would cancel this all out. And I'm a little bit surprised they're locking in so early with the Vi, because they could have maybe held on to that for a bit longer.
Yeah, but as I mentioned yesterday, in the MSI right now, Vi is the only champion with 100% presence. And it was one pick and 22 bans, so Vi right now in the meta is so strong. So I get it, we could have waited with it, have get another game plan, but somewhere I think the pressure is there. Is like, if we do not pick Vi now after banning out Skarner, Bitfix might go for it. So we're just gonna pick it early here.
Yeah, I respect it a lot. The Viego are going to be locked in there as well. We talked about how Bloodline like to play Viego a lot. Well, so do Bitfix. They picked it twice themselves now. So it's a sentiment where they've been able to play around it a lot. Obviously, I said they've also played that Wukong. So AD heavy does seem to favor Cuddy a lot. And obviously, in terms of keeping up with the fight, I do feel like Viego, maybe not the same in the early levels pre-6, but later on, definitely comes very, 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 very pertinent in those late game team fights, as we are going to see another Ashe. And I'm expecting probably another Ashe ADC.
Yeah, it should be ADC. The support works, but I think that fell off a little bit on the later time because right now we have Nautilus. All of these big engaged supports, that's a bit tanky. They usually are way more preferred. And Lucian is hovered. Do we think we will get the lock on him? We do.
Well, we don't have to think long. It gets locked in. And now the interesting part is, who do you pair Lucian with, right? Because this is where I feel like Bitfix are really paying for the being late, right?
Yeah.
They don't get to ban Melio. They don't get to ban Nami. it's free for AUC to lock in with no issue of basically being like, oh, we might lose out on the support that we want here. And they can also take away the counters. So they're going to ban away the Brom. And they just have free reign over getting this perfect bot lane for themselves.
Yeah, and as we talked about before, Lucian is a little bit different from the other AD carries. Want to play for this early game, really take control on the lane, just being annoying, jumping forward, get some damage, and go back. And as you mentioned now, since we don't have any bans in Bitfix, and they got the Lucian, I think they're just gonna control that bot lane straight from the start. Unless Ashe could be that AD carry that stops him with the slow all the time, but I think they should really watch out for Lucian and whatever support they pick now.
Do I want Melio? Do I want Nami? I'm undecided. I feel like with the Brom ban, it makes me think that they're more likely to go for the Nami here. But Melio is so good with the anti-CC.
Yeah, it is. Like, I prefer with the Nami because, you know, more damage, you're gonna play more aggressive. But we have to wait, see a bit what Bitfix picks here, because if they pick more CC, Emilio is way better just to keep clear from the CC of your AD carry and your team. So I said, I think if we don't see too much CC coming out here from Bitfix, they should go with the Nami, but one more champion that's very heavy on the CC, I would prefer Emilio coming out. I
also feel like likelihood it's AUC pick the support here though, right? Because they're going to want to keep that top lane for the counter pick, right? It could be a massive game changer for backers over Hatsu, and that would really flex it for them. They are going to lock in the Nami. We said we liked it. We wanted to see it. It is going to be picked up here. A lot of damage in the bot lane now. The classic early game of the Lucian Nami has been secured by the AUC Tigers.
Yeah, and that combination has been popular since the release of Lucian. It was just since day one, it's Lucian and Nami. Because Lucian, since he's different from the other AD carries, he needs a few supports that works really well with him. And then there's a few supports where it's like, we could just have skipped picking a support. We could have an extra jungler, it doesn't really make any extra difference. But a Renekton second game in a row, do you think he will perform as Chaos did?
I don't know. I'm not going to lie. I don't want to see Camille picked by backers. That's what I'll say right now. I don't want to see another Camille into Renekton. It did not go well. I don't know if Hatsu is going to be as aggressive because, to be honest, I won't like to predict. I've only seen him play the Skarner. So I'm not really sure how they like to play their top lane. But I imagine there is going to be a lot of proactivity. Although I will say with the comp that they picked up, mid and bot lane are really where I have my focus for the late game carry, so I do wonder how much focus Hatsu is actually going to get in this lane at all. But AUC on their final pick now. This is the lock-in. And I will say, we talked about this Bitfix being a dangerous team. AUC have had the opportunity to essentially get the comp that they would dream of because of the fact that there was a lack of bans from Bitfix. So they're going to lock in. The Malphite is big. We talked about tanks that cannot die. The Malphite is one of them.
Yeah, for sure. And against Renekton, I really like this pick because you always have this extra movement speed when you use your Q. Once again, you throw the rock, Renekton goes in, but you have that extra movement speed to get out. And it's just such a suffocating lane for Hatsu, just having to take this damage non-stop. And once you go in, well, Malphite gets his shield. So hopefully we can see that Cutie is going to play around their top side just to get him a little bit of advantage to survive that lane, because if they don't get Hatsu with them, or Hatsu is having a really rough time against Malphite on top side, they're missing out so much in their front line.
I'm speculating. That's what I'm pausing here. I'm speculating because I'm thinking about the win condition for Bitfix, right? Because it is a lot of early game agency, right? Talia, the Lucian. Yes, there is scaling aspects. It's not as a high drop-off as it once was before. The Malphite will set up for team fights with the Vi. But when we would go to the late game, the Azir and the Ashe feel like they'll do a lot more in those team fights if they can stay alive. Then actually there is a little bit of doubt for me, right? AUC have said, okay, we're going to draw all the cards that we want. They've picked the early game hand today. But if they don't execute cleanly, they may just be handing Bitfix over a really free win condition.
Yeah, just as you say now, they got the draft. They controlled the draft. They got what they wanted. But if they do not get this early game, who they set up for, it's going to be so hard for them, because the scaling, even though we didn't have any bans coming out for Big Fix, they got a really good scaling champions. And as you said, we have the Malphite. The ultimates, it's pretty easy to hit. But it's crucial that you hit it, because if they miss that, they miss so much of their engage. And most likely, Vi is just going to go in solo. And if Malphite miss out, well, then Vi is going to be stuck in a 1v5. So really want to see this early game from bot side. The junglers needs to focus bot side as well, and hopefully mid lane as well.
And there is a world where I do see this working out for Bitfix. And in a way, I'm a little bit sad because I really like the AUC comp, but if AUC cannot get ahead, now I will say the one caveat to why I'm going to say, because I know that the Danish fans are probably like, no, but AUC, they're so good, they're going to be like amazing, they're going to be able to turn this up. I will say AUC did play really well around bot lane when they played against Paragon, so there is a lot of hope for me in them, being that Calais and Happy Meal have been able to really turn leads into massive advantages, right? And that is a very strong situation, very strong setup that they have for that bot lane. So a lot of the hope is on the players that I would want them to put the respect on. But Bitfix, as we said, like they have played from deficits before, right? To beat Bloodline, they had to come from almost the largest deficit that you could hope for, the fact that they were on the Nexus. So, not to bring up bad memories, but Bitfix, they are down for the late game. And if we do go later and later and later, that clock is running out, right? The sands of time will fade away for AUC, I believe, if they do not play this one well and execute cleanly.
Yeah, and I can't do anything else but agree. But I think it's so fun because almost every game that I've been casting for the past year we have this late game super team fighting team, and then you have this scrimmage early game. It's not too often we see two teams where both go, okay, we're gonna play for late. The early game is gonna be really boring. It is usually one team go for late game, the other team's response is, all right, they're going to go for the late game, we're going to go for the early game, because trying to match the scaling could be rough, because the first team that starts building the team for late game, they're going to have a little bit of an advantage.
And I would love to know the stats. I'd love to know the statistics on how that has performed, right? How many early game wins versus how many late game wins there have been. Like, I guess one we could look at is probably like average game time, and that would probably denounce which teams seem to have been picking up the wins more often. Because obviously, when we do look at like general play stats overall, I think if we were going to go say MSI, early game has looked pretty strong, especially if you're T1 versus FlyQuest. Shout out to NA. But when we do look at this level of play, obviously, we have seen some really unfortunate losses, right? We saw, obviously, just yesterday, the other Danish team there not be able to beat Lions Creed, even though they were really far ahead early on. And I do wonder if AUC can kind of overcome that. Now, I will say, as I said, a lot of faith in this bot lane. Also, the Talia pickup is very interesting for me, because we obviously know about the Azir. We saw it in the last game, Azir swooping in to change these team fights. Talia can counter a lot of that and then give that same movement over to the Vi, who just has to pick the targets. And when we do look at the targets coming in from Bitfix, right, they locked in the Azir, they locked in Ashe again, two very easy to pick off targets.
Yeah, and especially Ashe. And Ashe got the damage, you have the slow, and you have the crystal arrow for the CC, but she is pretty immobile. She needs to kite really well in these team fights. And I was just thinking, Talia with the field she throws out, you can't dash through it. And if we don't look at Bitfix, we have Azir, we have Veigar, as well as a Renekton on the top side. So we have AUC here who could slow down the team fights, like around Dragon. If they don't want to engage on them, they just put out the field, and all of a sudden they have to wait a few seconds before the fights come. And I think that's going to be a key for them in the team fights.
And there's also one other factor for me, the Viego, right? We've seen Cuddy really, really perform in some of these games, right? When they did play against Bloodline, I know I keep bringing this one up, but I feel like it's such an important game to really show a lot of strength for Bitfix. But Cuddy was really strong, right? Was actually very far ahead in that game. Was the only person that was pretty strong on Bitfix's team for the majority of it, but was able to turn a lot of those team fights on that Wukong, admittedly, so not the same agency as the Viego. But obviously what we do know about Viego is if they do get that lead, well, then maybe they could have had more agency, because the late game scaling, if they get one kill in the team fight, could turn the whole thing around. So Cuddy is really who I have my eyes on, especially for Bitfix in that earlier stage. I also do want to see what Hatsu can do, because we said about the Malphite, we've got the rock locked in. I don't really see the Renekton cutting through the Malphite.
No, that's a really rough matchup, and that's just the top lane. Once you get counter picked on top lane, it's not gonna be a good time for you. Like mid and bot, they can just farm.
Well, let's get into game. It's been a long time waiting. AUC, can they keep the run going, or are Bitfix are going to make it that one step harder and secure themselves through to the playoffs? 2-0 are Bitfix, 1-2 for AUC. Denmark's the number one. riding a lot on this game. They got almost the perfect draft for themselves where Bifix weren't able to ban away anything they wanted. They've got the Lucian Nami. They've got the Vi. As you said, 100% participation with 22 out of 23 games banned. The champion has to be pretty good.
Yeah, and once they picked it, it won. So the stats on Vi right now, MSI especially, it's ridiculous. I haven't even been able to pinpoint where she got that much of a buff that she got so strong, because it was just all of a sudden Vi was everywhere, and it just spread like a wildfire.
Probably got something to do with Arcane. I'm telling you. Telling you right now. Ever since Arcane, certain champions just got a whole lot stronger, you know? I've seen an increase in the Jinx, increase in the Vi. Jace was getting played a lot at one point.
Caitlyn, like the first month after they released that show, every game in Sweden was like, oh, I wonder if they're gonna pick Jinx from Arcane again. Oh yeah, they did.
This seems interesting. And obviously season 2 coming out soon, right? So maybe Victor gonna get buffed. Maybe even Warwick could get buffed here, you know? Hint, hint. Obviously, if you haven't seen the show and that's a spoiler, well, that's your fault. It's been 2 seasons. It was 2 years ago, man. Like,
yeah, it's on you. But please do not ban Warwick. Buff Warwick. It's as you're a top laner, I play top as well, quite a bit.
Yeah.
And every time you're against a Warwick, it's like, how do I fight
it's
this
rough,
thing?
man. He just doesn't die. He doesn't die. Talk about doesn't die. I feel like Bacchus is going to be giving that same roleplay. You know, like. How do you kill Malphite? It's so tanky, plus 2 AD right in the top and the jungle, so he can just perma-stack this armor, and realistically, Energy is the only person that will get close to killing him.
Malphite, it feels like one of those champions, like the players don't want to play him because it is Malphite. You know, it's a bad aura in the communities, but it usually ends up with a victory. So from my side, as a team player, it is worth it. But as a caster, it's like, all right, Malphite is waiting in this bush for 10 minutes, and there's the ultimate, and he runs away.
Now, trading has gone the way of Bitfix in the bot side. So already seeing not what I was expecting as Kale does step forward, wants to get aggressive onto Naxi, but Ash forcing the cleanse.
Yeah, and there we have it. The level 2 came out to Bitfix first, and if you play Lucian with any enchanter, you want to push for level 2 as fast as possible so you can go in and get that early trade and get the advantage on the lane. But as we talked about in the champ select, Lucian wants to jump forward, doesn't have such a long range. That's where Ash is good, because once he jumps forward, he does his damage, the slow just start coming out, and usually Ash wins the trades anyways.
And I want to know if Panda is going to do like a Taxig roleplay here, you know, perma bot lane. Trying to get this early bot lane ahead, you know, like I really loved it. Like I was a little bit sad yesterday when they were like, no, that wasn't our plan, because I'm not gonna lie, the camping one lane worked out for them, and I do feel like AUC could add that into their playstyle as well, right? Because as we said, Kale is a massive win condition for them.
Yeah. Excuse me, but the AD carries right now in the meta, we talked a lot about, other casters talked about, they're so important, but we don't see them enter until like 10-15 minutes at least when the platings are down. With Lucian, on the other hand, everyone is like, alright, we're gonna see fighting early game, but this time against Ashe it's gonna be rough. So for the junglers to maybe not camp bot side, but really like show themselves, they have the presence there, should be a key. And I want to see it coming out from AUC already, because they're having a rough start.
Yeah, Naxi is showing a lot of confidence in the lane, and to be fair, respect. They're starting to win a little bit against Happy Meal and Kale. But for how long will that remain? Obviously, so far, no junglers have been to the bot side. There was a little bit of a hover, but no actual ganks, as it has been all quiet on the Rift. But with Dragon spawning in 40 seconds and it being Infernal, it just amps up how important this bot lane is going to be. And do you feel like Dragon stacking is going to be quite a big name of the game?
Yeah, for sure. We have Bitfix. They missed out on the bans. They need to focus something else, and the objectives in this game is going to be so important for them. And I think AUC want to get this first Infernal Drake for them, because having extra damage on their bot lane, it's going to be so crucial for them, because, as I said, so far, not the greatest start, but a little bit more damage never hurt anybody.
Yeah, Harbo has been able to get quite a bit of damage onto Energy, and that will be followed up with a little bit more on top as we do talk about it. As Dragon is going to be spawning, so it does feel like mid presence very much for AUC, as now Kale is trying to get that bot lane presence as well. Bubble going to go slightly wide, and Happy Meal actually pretty low. The heal going to have to come through as Naxi just firing off those shots. A lot of these frost arrows just coming through as Kale steps forward, tries to get aggressive, looks for the first blood, but doesn't manage to get it. And the slow Naxi with the first blood, and it's falling apart for AUC.
To say Tog here was really baiting this out, you know, having 100 HP, moving up slowly, and as soon as Kale flash, he's ready for it, uses his own flash, get out of range, and that's an easy pick for Naxi. And they already had a rough start without these kills, and now first blood on Naxi. That should be a lane they could start bullying in. It's something they should look for, because if you give time to Kale and Happy Meal, once they hit level 6, the burst they have together should be able to get at least one kill. So try to expose this little lead you have right now.
The pan to top lane. Hatsu low, back is full HP almost. It's what we expected. And I would talk about the Grubs being maybe an opening for AUC, because if they're not going to be able to contest the Dragons, you want to get something rather than nothing. But I don't really see them going for a split push play at all. And when I look at Bitfix as well, I also am not really seeing any potential split push. So is Grubs even on people's priority list today?
Might just take one grub at least for the jungler to get the XP and gold. But I mean, if it's free like it's right now, just go for it. But as you mentioned, they don't have that split pushing power. They just want to fight as a team all the time. And AUC doesn't really have a split pusher on their side as well. Well, Malphite can, but, you know, it's pretty slow pushing.
Yeah, that is some real low barrel split push tech right there. But we are going to see a play for the bot lane, right? AUC know that this is their dominant force. They're bringing down the Vi, they're bringing down the Talia, and here comes Habo over the wall, looking to get the knockback. Doesn't manage to land it, but the Vi slams in and decimates through Bitfix's bot lane, crushed against the wall, and AUC will claim the dragon as their prize.
Yeah, Naxi and Tog played that really good in the beginning. They dodged the ultimate coming in from Harbor. They didn't get the knockback at all. But so many ultis used from the side of AUC. Cease and desist coming in. We see Naxi running around with like 50 HP, and the final bounce coming out from Happy Meal, securing them a double kill. So 2-1. But if we look at the gold, the lead is actually the red side, blue side, excuse me, not by much. So kills are coming out, but the gold difference is nothing to be seen yet.
Yeah, actually 500 gold to Hatsu, the top lane. So even though it didn't necessarily look like the best time, they are actually making something happen. So all in all, it is still a very close game. First Dragon going to be going over to AUC, and if they can just keep applying that pressure bot lane, then maybe good things are going to happen. But my mind is on that thought of what happens when the team are not there, because Naxi is still looking really confident and definitely has a lot of potential to win out this lane, as Panda going for this invade. But this might be a little bit tricky, because here comes Kudi, and with Energy's help, they are going to force away Panda.
It's better to be safe in that position. Like, I understand you want to get this invade, you got a little lead on the bot side, you want to punish them as much as possible in the Bitfix, but there's a lot of wards, not anyone left right now, but they have such a good map control. They know where everyone is all the time almost, and that's where like you can't go for the invade because someone's gonna respond to it. This time didn't get the red buff, which ended up as a waste of time instead here for Panda.
Wasting time, the clock ticking. We said AUC are the ones that are on the timer. It's in the top side. Hatsu starting to have a bit of a better time. Maybe if they go Black Cleaver, might be able to start shredding through the Malphite. Could potentially present some problems. But Harbo, definitely something I got my eyes on, because actually with the Talia roaming, right, I'm expecting them to utilize the Weaver's Wall quite a lot to accelerate the rest of the game. And as we said, the time is ticking. 20 minutes, if we still see an even game, advantage over to Bitfix.
For sure is, and on this top side, he is the weak side. You don't play strong side Malphite. Well, you shouldn't, and that's what we see in this game. He's not even trying to trade at the minion wave at all. He's just fine. He's moving up to put some pressure on Hatsu, using some spells, push it into the tower for Bacchus, and that's where he picks up the farm, because he could just wait for the farm to get to him. He's fine with losing a wave or two, as long as in the team fight and the roam is coming out, that's where he wants to get the kill and assist, just to elevate the rest of his team. That's a little bit how you play Malphite, in my opinion. Like, you're a big tank, you have your CC, you give the kills to the rest of the team, and then you just back off.
I've seen this before. The Danish team playing a lot around their bot side. Well, it's reminiscent of yesterday. It's reminiscent of a little bit earlier. Another dive coming through, but this time we are going to have more support. Cuddy is there and does manage to get the stun off onto Panda, and we still haven't seen the death of the Ashe. 1 for 1, I believe, so far. Actually, 2 for 1, and it might be more. She has joined the fight. Harbor in big trouble, and Cuddy, I said watch the Viego. 2 kills picked up by the jungler.
AUC saw that Cutie was there. They shouldn't have committed to that dive, but they did anyways, and it backfired on them. So 2 for 1, and now we have Bitfix getting all of these kills. And you talked a lot about Cutie in the beginning. He's playing Viego, and that's one of these champions that's like, if you get one, oh my days, get a pick. Malphite gaming everyone. That's
what is that?
Just eating all spells from the enemies. Like, I throw a rock, I jump on you, you die. But jumping back a little bit to Cutie that you talked about, is a really good player, and he's playing Viego this game, and I feel like Viego is one of these champions where if you get 1 or just 2 kills in the early game, the snowball effect is so quick on a Viego, because he can go in, get a kill, and then use his passive, take a new body, have a refresh on all of his spells, and at 2-0 right now we have the item as well. I don't think...
What skin is this? I know it's like not the normal topic, but...
You mean the Viego skin?
Yeah, which Viego skin is that?
The Soul...
Oh, Soul Fighter Viego?
I think it is that. Could be some Chroma as well.
It looks kind of like Gwen, in a way.
Yeah. Just...
Anyway, sorry, I'm getting sidetracked there. But like the sword, it looks like Scissors Man. Like, I don't know. Either way, it's kind of cool. But yeah, the Viego getting strong, as we said. I talked about Cudi a little bit earlier, and they're already starting to capitalize on it. Right? Yes, one dragon has gone to AUC, but now giving over more kills towards the Ashe, towards the Viego, does put a lot of pressure on them. But I like this play in the mid. Energy going to be flung back, will deal a lot of damage, but not going to be a kill for now.
No, but it's still, now we see Energy half HP, the pressure is on, Harbor got the advantage in this lane, and Energy might want to go B, do a little reset here, and then he's going to miss a wave because Harbor has such a good wave clear. But once again, we talk a lot about AD carries, that they're the big carries for the team, but the supports the last year has really starting to put in the work. The roams are coming out, they're getting carried on the other lanes, and not only for the only AD carry. And Nami, really great play there together with Harbor. We get the knockback, then we get the knockup instead. So, more roaming from the supports.
Okay, 9 seconds before the Drake. It does look like, once again, AUC looking to put pressure on the bot side. They're starting to move the fire down. They're bringing the support back. Although, actually, Kai is going to base it, which could open up for Bitfix to mobilize, but actually they themselves are also sending energy back to base, but the TP will be coming through. So all in all, neither team particularly proactive about setting up for the Drake, but both having members around it.
Yeah, as you said, the TP is coming out. We see Viego on the bot side, so everyone is close to Dragon except top laners. And if we look at their summoners, Hatsu doesn't have his teleport for a while. Meanwhile, Bacchus has it any second right now. So if they go for a fight, it should be an advantage to AUC, and Bitfix should know about this teleport being up. So I expect the Dragon to go to AUC here.
4 versus 4. A little bit of a cut-off between the two, right? Energy was split from the rest of Bitfix. So was Carle, and I feel like the pick on Carle could potentially end this whole play if Cuddy gets it, but Cuddy themselves may also be getting trapped out here. I think that they know the Vi going to go aggressive. The Heartbreaker going to be able to buy a bit of time and space as now here comes the Carle, and Carle dealing a lot of damage. And here's the Malphite. The TP came in from behind, and back is chasing down the Ashe. There is the unstoppable force. The final shot from Carle, and a little bit more damage onto Thug will pick up that kill. 2 more secured for AUC, and they will get that Dragon, but they do lose first brick if Hatsu can keep pushing.
The commitment is there from the AUC, and they get the kills, they're gonna get the Dragon, but leaving Hatsu alone on the top side, getting all of these platings, getting the first tower, there's a lot of farm coming in. It's a little bit of a gamble for them. Now they're putting all the pressure on Kalle, because Kalle got everything, Kalle's gonna be their carry. Meanwhile, we know that on the other side for Bitfix, Hatsu got a little bit of pressure on himself right now.
Carle will collect a couple of plates as well as that Drake. So, Ocean Dragon going to be spawning in. The rain coming in, looking like the UK on the Rift. And it's definitely one that's worth fighting for, right? We talked about Dragons yesterday, right? We had a little bit of a chat of which ones our favourites are. Ocean, I feel like, is one that changed a lot because they had it as very powerful. It gave a lot of healing, and then they decided to reduce it quite often. So, Is it worth fighting for now? Is essentially my question.
It's not as strong anymore, but I think every dragon is worth fighting for, especially here for Bitfixes. It gives you all of this healing, and we have a Renekton, we have Viego. These two champions they're not tanks, but they're still bruiser in the front line too. So any extra heal or shielding to them is gonna give them such an advantage in team fights.
Oh, we've seen it before. We've seen it before. They're diving bot lane. We've seen it before. The Lulu going to go down. We're going to see the Ashe taking a lot of damage. Hatsu, though, will block off the culling and now goes aggressive. The Renekton in the backline kills off the ADC. Kale is gone and the shutdown is massive. But can they get more Harbo? The next on the chopping block, but not going to be able to go down just yet. Panda walking away from the fight. Just about gets out of range. But Energy, do you maybe go for the play? Does get a bit more damage down, but not enough to write home about. 1 kill will be traded back a bit. Is Kale, but also another tower taken, Pide.
Yeah, they're trading 1-for-1 in a kill, and last team fight we could see Hatsu was left alone topside. Now it's Bakis, but once again doesn't have that pushing power. But a lot of summoners coming out right now, and it feels like we're moving into the mid game. The platings are down. They want to look for the scrimmages with more than 2 people all the time, and I can't wait. I mean, 3-4 towers down soon. The team fights are starting, and now it's really crucial. Can Cullen happily carry the rest of the team?
Big weight on the shoulders. We talked about it in the pre-game. We talked about it in the game. It's all now. No more talk and time for action for Kale to get this game under control. And this is kind of what we have talked about, right? We talked about the fear for AUC. If they can't get far enough ahead, then maybe they have problems. But there is also the fact that Viego and Renekton are very good at killing the carries. So a lot of questions still to be asked. And AUC haven't got ahead. They are behind. They are 3k gold down at this moment in time. And they need to start working together to get themselves ahead, because we're getting closer and closer to that 20-minute mark.
Yeah, and I'm just sitting here thinking a little bit, because AUC, we have Bakis on Malphite, we have Panda on Vi in the jungle. They need to have a clear communication in the team once they do the team fight, because if we see them use their ultimates, they jump into the enemy backline. That leaves Kalle together with Happy Meal pretty vulnerable, and that's somewhere that we look at Bitfix on their champions, that if they're vulnerable from the AUC, we have an Azir coming in, we have Naxi and Tog, so they really need to communicate here. If their front line goes in, the back line needs to follow them in there.
Bitfix. Content, I feel. Like that's the way that I would describe them at the moment. Just very happy with their position in the game. 3k gold up. Yes, they haven't got the dragons, which is going to be spawning in a minute and a half. So I do wonder how we see them set up, right? They've sent Hatsu at the bot lane. Energy has TP, has just gone back to base to get some more items as well. And we are going to be getting a tanky Azir as well. So definitely keep that one in mind. And I feel like they're going to potentially set a trap to really throw off AUC here.
Yeah, because they have the lead, but they've been all over the map. They've been pinking towers on top side, mid lane, and bot side. Usually you see after getting so many objectives, you get the lead in kills and gold, that the teams play more aggressive. But right now it feels like they slow down. They know that they can't really do too big of a risk, because if Kalle gets 2 more kills, just more gold, he is able to do the 1v9. So slowing a bit down, keeping control of the game. And we see right now, we're sending our energy to top side to just have this pressure all the time, but not where Kalle is.
Yeah, Harbour also does have TP, so both teams can rotate their mid laner down to this dragon fight, which is spawning up in 40 seconds. And it feels like an important one, right? This is potentially game-defining at the moment. Obviously, it takes away the soul point from AUC if Bitfix to get it, but it just increases that extra level of pressure onto Bitfix if AUC can secure this Drake. And obviously, a massive tool to be utilized in trying to get that lead taken away from Bitfix.
Yeah, and it's, as you mentioned, the dragon right now, we have AUC with 2 of them. It's the soul point if they take a 3rd one. We talked about it in the champ select that Bitfix have the scaling on their side. So just taking 1 dragon gives them a lot of time to get back into the game. And I would get back, they are in the lead, but you know what I mean? Because right now, from the AUC...
They're not here, though. They are late to this dragon, and AUC are just going to start it. I believe they're going to take it with no contention as well from the side of Bitfix. And on one hand, I'm a little bit surprised, because I thought maybe they would have fought for this one. Maybe they would have tried to contest the stop soul point. But then at the same time, We said they're scaling. Maybe they just want to wait 5 more minutes before they contest.
Yeah, the scaling part is something to go for, but I wanted them to fight for this dragon because they didn't have the pressure mid or bot. They only had some pushing power on the top side, so they couldn't really trade anything for this dragon. And that's never good. If you're gonna give a dragon away, you want something. Sure, they got a camp in the enemy junglers, but I don't think that's enough to comprehend for what they just lost.
And Hatsu moving even more as I feel like back is just getting a little bit unkillable, right? Frozen Heart secured with the Sunfires. That's a lot of armor that you're going to have to shred through as we do see the Herald drops. That should take the top tower. A nice crash will define that one. And Harbo picks up the remnants of Shelly. That's now in that mid lane. A lot of pressure being applied by AUC, but not a lot gained.
No, they're always there, but they can't really pick anything up at the moment. And as you mentioned, Buck is just going full armor. The only AP damage we have from Bitfix is energy in the mid lane. Sure, we have little as well, but it's a support. And if we look at energy, 200 farm, 21 minutes, that's really good, but there's no extra gold coming out. There's no platings, I think he got, maybe 1 or 2, but there's no kills, there's no assist. You talked about he's going for the tank build, so Bakis, if we don't get more kills to energy, Bakis is never gonna die in these team fights.
And I am questioning it a little bit. Like, I know that obviously Frozen Heart on Azir does work out. I've seen people go maybe like 3rd, 4th item. But are we maybe looking at an Azir that's not going to be doing enough damage to really threaten backers as well? Because they've gone for the Abyssal Mask, or is this just tech that I should have known about?
No, I think it's a different tech, because we had the same a few weeks back where Azir didn't get the start that he wanted and went to the tank.
Oh, talking about what they wanted though, Panda gonna go straight under the tower, and that is a quick kill secure for AUC, but look at Carly going super low. Hatsu on the fight, will be able to pick them up, and it's all starting to fall apart. Happy Meal is running for the hills. Can they get out of there? No, they cannot, and Bitfix will take a massive team fight and now potentially go straight onto the Baron.
This is such a big play by Bitfix. They just get it delivered to themselves. Once again, AUC is looking for these dives, which I understand. You have a really aggressive team, so you want to use that to get these kills, but it feels like Bitfix is ready for it every single time there's a dive.
Panda looking for the hero play back. It's going to go aggressive. Will be jumped on. Very tanky. Will be stunned up and finally will be taken down. The Vi does stay alive. Panda lives. 3 members though from Bitfix, maybe even 4, have the Baron buffs. And the gold is still snowballing. 6k now in the lead. But 2 minutes on Dragon. The win condition for AUC is still alive.
Yeah, the Dragon is something the AUC really needs right now. At least fight for it. They might afford to not take this Dragon since they already have 3, but if they give this extra time over to Bitfix, that means Bitfix late game scaling is going to come into the game, and that's going to give them an even harder time for AUC. So it's a little bit, they need to gamble this Dragon in my opinion. They need to fight for it.
The fight is on. Get the bell out. Ding, ding, ding. It's it's probably round 4 now because it's our 4th Drake. But a minute and a half setup. That's one thing. Too much, right? They haven't really contested them at all. Last Dragon, we didn't even see them prep and get into a position. AUC, though, I'm expecting them to move early, but they may actually not get the opportunity. The arrow slightly wide, will not connect, and AUC can breathe a sigh of relief.
Yeah, and we're talking about it before. It was the Ocean Drake and how we have Bitfix who could benefit from it since they're frontliners, bruisers that do a lot of damage. The healing is massive for them. But at the same time, if we look at AUC, I don't feel like they have the same use of it, and that might be something that Bitfix knows as well. So I don't think they fare too much to this Dragon.
Oh, fight before the Drake is on. Wild Growth going to be utilized to keep Hatsu alive, as we do see Happy Meal taking so much damage. The slow is there. Last auto will pick up the kill. Naxi able to walk away as well. No support now available for AUC, and they might have to just give up the Dragon entirely.
Yeah, all of a sudden that just getting picked off here when we know the Dragon is going to spawn it. That's not good at all. You should know with yourself that, alright, we 3-0 in Dragons, it's gonna spawn soon for the soul point. To just be this pushed forward, that's not where you should be, especially not from Happy Meal as a support, because if they hit 1 CC, you're gonna go down, and you're playing against a Vi, you're playing against a Malphite, so the pick potential is real from there, and
And AUC have just said, you know what, instead we're just going to go for the towers. They've taken the tier 1, they're looking for the tier 2, and now we see Bitfix send it into this fight. Hatsu is going low with no one else in the fight, will fall down. The final rock will land from the Talia, and yes, they may pick up a dragon, but they lost so much gold in this process.
Yeah, there we have it. They're buying themselves more time with the dragon, which they want from the scaling team that they have. But at the same time, Hatsu didn't need to die there.
Fortunately, Energy managed to get the tier 3 tower in the bot lane. So there is a bit of a trade of towers there. They do manage to get some gold back for themselves. But it just felt like a little bit of a clumsy set of plays there.
Yeah, it really was. From both ends, like from 2 minutes before the dragon spawned, we got picks to left and right, and we're at the stage in the game where we know like one pick here could change everything, because one pick could lead to a dragon, which leads to a soul, and a soul leads to next thing. So both teams are playing well. I don't think they need to be more aggressive or try to do something fancy. Right now it's more about minimizing the mistakes they make, because we've seen both sides. If they see a little bit of a mistake, they're there straight away.
Oh, talking about a little bit of a mistake, Harbo might be overextended. Goodbye, Energy takes the kill. And this might be the writing on the wall. This could be Bitfix closing out the game. Another kill, another pick may just end it all. Kale playing with fire there. Energy getting a lot of damage down. And we said maybe they won't have enough with this build, but at the moment, they're killing off everyone.
Yeah, and it feels at the moment like the team fights are there, but we don't see like double kill to get 3 kills or anything. It's just picks
Happy Meal gonna get stunned up just far enough under the tower to not be chased. But again, Bitfix just flexing once more, showing how powerful they can be. And it does mean AOC just that extra little level of stress.
And we talked about Cutie, how he got the lead. He's really fed and he's ahead in gold, but look at the level of them. We have Cutie on level 16 and Panda is level 14 now, just leveled up. That's such a big difference when you get into the team fight. Cutie right now have the pick in the ultimate as well, so I think for Bitfix right now, they know they have the lead, they have the pressure. It might be the time to force a team fight.
Yeah, even Hatsu keeping the level advantage there, 16 to Malphite's 15. As now AUC, they're splitting themselves up. We've seen them get picked quite a lot, and this might be another one on the cards. Harbo in big trouble here, absolutely eviscerated from the game, and now there's pressure on the top tier 3 tower. How do AUC respond? They've got the Kale in the mid lane, but Kale hasn't been as big a factor ever since the mid game has kind of struck. And they're just trying to work a way into this game, but they have to stop the Azir. They have to be able to team fight at the same time. And at the moment, they're failing on all fronts. As Kale going to step forward to Culling, going slightly wide. A lot of damage is utilized, but it's nothing to write home about. And now Kudi coming from the back line, the Heartbreaker coming through, and it might be Dane's heartbreaking as we see the Renekton jump through. Hatsu chasing on, but Kale able to stay alive, gets around the back of this team fight, and now Kudi is the one that's going down. AUC, they might start doing it. They might have found the team fight they needed. Hatsu in big trouble between 3. AUC getting the slow, trying to chase him down. The walk is not going to get them out. Another slice and dice buys a bit more time, a bit more space, but AUC are on the hunt. They want the kill, they take it, and maybe they can push for more. The Baron has just spawned.
We're gonna turn over to the Baron here. Instead, we see the ultimate coming out for Harbo, but not gonna commit to it. But once again, Kalle, he is the carry right now for AUC. We could see in that team fight, the focus from Bitfix was just on Kalle, but he played that so well. Fast dashing over the wall, using his flash, and all of a sudden, he's behind enemy backline doing damage on them instead. So this team fight, I have to give it all to Kalle, and of course, Happy Meal supporting him in it. So it looked like a team fight that was gonna go to Bitfix at first, but as soon as they used everything on Kalle and he got away, it just changed everything.
Woo! 58 seconds on the Dragon coming in. Can they secure it? AUC one away from Soul. Ocean Soul would be a potentially game-changing Dragon. But obviously does then spawn the Elder Drake a little bit later on, which we may have to talk about, as we are going to see Bitfix starting to set up. They're getting themselves prepped. We've seen them get a lot of picks. They've been very proactive across the map, and it's very much up to AUC to not give them a window.
And we always talk a lot about Dragon, but it's such an important part of the game, especially now when we're moving past 30 minutes into the game, that they're gonna get around the same farm, the same goal to both of these teams. So that's where the objectives comes into play. If you could get these small buffs to all of your play, it's going to make a huge difference. And we can see AUC now, they're taking more and more space than they usually do.
Ole with a nice jump onto energy, but again, Tangier is going to hold on pretty strong, and they're stopping them from getting into the Drake pit. But now actually AUC have worked their way around. They've managed to get priority onto the Dragon, but they have to be careful. Look at Kudi going on that flank initially. But I think now may just group up with the team. Bitfix not able to get a clean entry here, and this could be a really nice fight for AUC. The flick back, now Energy getting the sweep, able to put Happy Meal on the front line, and they will go down. But look at Kale, absolutely eviscerated. The Dragon does too much. The Renekton comes through, and Bacchus has to run away. Kudi with the slicing damage will be able to pick up another kill. The Dragon goes down, but it may not be the Dragon. It may be the game.
This should be the game at least, but we see them moving down, just one on bot side. This is gonna buy them some time as well, but this team fight, the engage looks like it failed from Big Fix side, but all of a sudden Energy get his ultimate out, pushing them back into their own team, and Hatsu, who's already strong, the AO damage he had was just, it was too much for AUC to handle.
On the towers, they continue. Bitfix will go 3-0, I believe, essentially securing their place in playoffs. AUC, they got a lot of worries.
What to say? I thought this missing out on bans would have a much more impact than it had this game. It felt like Bitfix was fine to not have any bans at all, or at least they made the best out of it.
I think, again, it's what we said, right? AUC got what they wanted. They wanted the early game. They chose the early game. They got the Lucian. They got the Nami, but they weren't able to work it into a win, right? They weren't able to utilize those components and get themselves ahead. And I have to say, a lot of that is to do Bitfix's map reading, right? We saw those dives in the bot lane. A couple of times they got countered. We saw the plays around Drakes. Again, picks were able to be found by Bitfix. They were able to maneuver themselves in a situation where they were never too far behind in a lot of the game, very much ahead. And I feel like with that, as we already said, they were going to win the late game. So AUC, it's unfortunate to watch, right? They weren't able to close out the game, but that is how the cookie crumbles. We're going to go to a quick break. When we come back, Paragon are the new challengers for Bitfix. And we are back again. It is game time. It's the final game of the night. It is Bitfix versus Paragon. I'm a little bit nervous, Bide. I'm not going to lie, because Bitfix look really, really good.
Yeah, they surprised me really well. As I said, I haven't seen the games, but I heard from you, I've seen in the chat, Bitfix is nothing you mess around with. But at the same time, Paragon, you know, UK seed, I respect that. They have to come in now and show and take at least this game to have a chance to move on. But as you mentioned, I think Bitfix is a little bit better.
Yeah, Bitfix are definitely looking like the namesake, right?
Yeah.
We said they were one of the best teams in the group. They have proved that. We already saw Paragon take on Bloodline, which I feel like is a rough day, right? Bloodline and Bitfix feel like the top two. So having to take both of them on, it could lead to big upsets. It could lead to a lot of confidence as well if we do see Paragon pick up a win here, but obviously they are the underdogs, right? I do think the Bitfix will come in as the favorites, and now the Bitfix, I don't know, actually maybe we should confirm this with production, but I think Bitfix will have all of their bans for this game as well to give them that added level of danger.
Let's hope so. I mean, they didn't need the bans last game, but now once they're up to Paragon, they might need it, because there's a few champions in their team that I personally would be like, yeah, we want those bans. We really do not want to play against them. And mostly is for their mid laners. Azir, Aurelion Sol, Joan, and Jace. I mean, all of those champions for me is the slightest lead they get in mid lane, and it's game over.
And I'm also thinking about the Skarner still, right? That has to be banned away. Please do not let the Skarner go through. It's not necessary for Bitfix to get their hands on, because they're already very dominant without it. So with it, I feel like it's just a whole another level. But we are going to go into pick and bans. It is time to find out what we lock in. Paragon can be on the blue side. So actually, maybe if Paragon play it, Skarner could be on our side.
I really hope. Yeah, thank you. There's the ban on it. That's all we wanted. No Skarner this game. So, do we still... Is K'Sante next? It feels like that's a pattern. If Skarner is banned, we know someone's going to go for K'Sante.
I wouldn't argue against it. You know, K'Sante, I'm not too sad to get it removed. There is a world where I feel like Refresh has a couple of picks that could go well into it, but I think all in all, the champion is just so strong.
Yeah, it is. And here we see Ashe getting the ban out as well. It's a flex pick. We've seen it being picked a lot here in the RPS. So get rid of that. Another AD carry that's also everywhere right now is Jinx. I think it's more in Group A than B though. And there we have Aurelion Sol and Azir banned. So already two of these mid champions we talked about, they're not going to be played this game.
It's a shame. It's a shame because they do well. But
for sure do.
If we can't have them, we can't have them. We're going to allow to play something else, right? Last, not going to have the Ashe this game as well, as it is banned away. And the hover, it's a hover. It's a hover. We're not going to get into it just yet. You know, we're going to let them go through the list and pick their pick, because I want to see some dominance from Paragon. They're going to go for the Viego. That's a strong takeaway from Cuddy.
Yeah, it's we saw it last game. Bitfix Viego. It's his most played champion, and they let him through, but for themselves. So I really like this. It's like a fourth ban here in the first pick by picking the enemy's champion instead. Because Viego so far here in the RPS has some very positive stats.
Oh yeah, Viego has been looking really strong. Truly is a king of the Rift, as we now see the Lucian actually in the hands of Naxi. And I said they have played this before. They also knew how to play into it. So I do feel like a proficiency on this champion is going to be shown. And we get our first Wukong together, Bide.
High hopes, because I'm one of those casters, players who's like big team fights with a lot of AoE damage. It's so fun to watch. It's hard as a caster sometimes because you don't know like who's doing damage with what on who. It's just colors, everything is flying, and Wukong is one of these champions who brings that to the table, because now Wukong is picked. Now we know the rest of the team is probably going to pick champions that fits with him, and from the other side, from Paragon, they need to compensate here for the team fighting as well.
Last they're picking the Varus. We saw it yesterday. It went really well for them. So I am happy that they're going for a little bit of comfort here. The big thing for me that's on my mind, and I mentioned it last time when we saw PRG, is I really want to see Team Atopa getting into the game, right? I think unlocking this mid lane, allowing them to roam and influence the map is really what I want to see. So there are some champions that I'm kind of thinking about. The Corki, it did work a little bit earlier, but it wasn't necessarily the strongest. I wonder if they can maybe fall back on something a little bit more comfortable. But Renata Glass being picked up is very interesting.
Yeah, for sure is. And I personally, I don't really like her in laning phase. Like, I don't think the kit is. Some people gonna hate me, but I don't think that kit is too good. But as soon as you come to level 6 and you have the ultimates and you're going into big team fights, it can change the whole game. You can be behind thousands of gold, but one good Renata ulti will give you the benefit.
The only downside to this, though, is they picked Melio, so you may be able to get Hostile Takeover off, but whether it sticks is a whole another question, and I feel like the counters are coming in strong. Bitfix there picking in a very, very solid bot lane. I do wonder how Paragon want to try and overcome this. Now, obviously, solo laners are still being left up. We're seeing the Malphite banned away. Hatsu doesn't want to play against it again.
No, that's fully acceptable. It's no fun lane at all, but you don't see Malphite getting banned too often. It's very rare to see it picked, but banned never happens. So they learned from last game that we really do not want to play against it again.
Yeah, it's just a pain. It's just a pain in the side. I don't think Refresh was going to go for it. I would have been quite surprised if that is what Refresh had picked up. But Kazante taken away as well. We've talked about this pick many a time. Not more needs to be said. It's strong. We want it gone. And it's off the table. So on to the next round of bans. I feel like top lane can still receive quite a bit. Mid lane also potentially going to have a little bit of focus as Hwei is actually taken off the table.
Yeah, and Hwei is... I haven't really got the whole picture with Wei. I'm not too sure. Is he strong? Is he not? Because his kit is massive. There's so many spells. There's 10 different spells. So some team comps, if you play him with AoE, he's really strong. But you really need to adapt if you play Wei with the rest of the team. How you gonna play him? So it's not like, oh, I'm learning Wei. I play it one way. It's like you need to learn 4, 5 different ways to play him.
And we are going to have to see 4 or 5 different champions from Hatsu now because Renekton also removed. So another champion is going to be gracing his stat line as he no longer has the Skarner or the Renekton in the bag. The Syndra, though, being hovered at the moment. Obviously, a very strong pick. It is something that we have seen Energy play before. But they bait me. They're going to go for the Orianna.
Yeah, and if we're looking here for Hatsu's perspective, they ban out most of his champions. There's still 2 champions, Aatrox and Jax, that he plays a lot. The thing is, on Paragon, their top laner Refresh is also playing a lot of Jax, so it might be a little bit fight here of who's gonna get him.
But if you play Jax, surely you know the counter to Jax. That's what's on my mind here. That's what I'm thinking about. Like, there is a world where maybe we see a Lowy come out. And no, I'm joking. I don't think we're going to see a Lowy in this pick and
They
ban.
played a lot of Lowy, but I didn't write it up because
You don't play her in competitive.
Hey, it's really good into Jax, though. So maybe you just play it for the lane. And hey, if you're Bitfix, you could potentially go set yourself up for a 1-4 here.
True. But it looks like we're gonna leave the top laners for last picks. But no matter what we say, Bitfix is gonna have a counter pick.
Wait, they locked? Did they? Oh, okay, it's gone away. Which I'm feeling like there was a mistake in draft. Okay, I don't think they meant to pick Lux there. I was going to say, very interesting. Lux mid lane. I don't know if I've ever seen Lux mid lane in a competitive game. But we are going to have to just wait for that one. So I believe we will be getting draft shortly. As there was maybe a little bit of a slip up here from one of the teams.
We have the top laners left. Like, what champions are we looking for here? It feels like we've seen the trend of bruisers are really strong right now. You want to have this damage output coming from them, but at the same time, with the champions they already pick, we have Lucian, we have Ashe, we have Viego, so they could also go for these big tanks. And one of those champions I've been missing out is Ornn. For me, it's like the tankiest assassin in the game.
I do love Ornn, personally. I love the champion. I think they're amazing. I think they also fit really well in this composition, right? They would set up really nicely. I'm thinking, are you saying Ornn for Bitfix or Ornn for Paragon here?
Both teams, but I think I would say for Bitfix here, because they already have this big engaged team. So having Ornn's ultimate slowing them down gives Viego more time to get into the close combat and then get the knockup. So from that, they can have this Shishi chain coming out.
I do like it. I think the Ornn would work well, right? They got the Lucian, they got the Wukong, they have the Orianna. The Ornn could definitely fit. It would make them a very 5v5 strong team comp. Give a little bit more late game scaling as well towards that Lucian with the ornament. So yeah, I could definitely see that going on the table. I'm also thinking, is there a world where maybe we see something like a Shen coming through? Because obviously Wukong wants people to dive with him. The Shen with the Stand United could potentially come through. Obviously, not the most popular pick at the moment, which is why I think it's maybe a little bit of a pipeline dream, but I'm putting it on the table.
They could definitely play around it. And just as you say, this thing with Wukong is once he ganks, he's gonna get the gank hit. Like, it's very few times you see a Wukong fail his gank. And with the Shen then having all of this easy, the first knock up of the Wukong ultimate, the second knock up, Shen coming in with the taunt, they put it up for a perfect kill. Like, they secured kills all the time. The problem I have with Shen, I played him a lot, is that if you commit to Shen to do all of this roaming, you really need to get the kills. Otherwise, the enemy's top laner is going to get super fed, and all of a sudden, you're like, oh, I forgot about the top laner, but here he comes 300 minions after 25 minutes, and you could stand no chance against him.
That's where we see the insta-lock Nasus. Just like, yeah, bro, see you later. When you come back, mate, 700 stacks.
Playing Nasus, like giving away 2 kills to have this, oh, it's fine, we can leave Nasus alone for 10 minutes. I think we all tried it, and we learned from the mistake, hopefully.
I think it reminds me of the meme. It's just like, it's like, hey, like your friend that's new at League of Legends. It's just like, hey, yeah, I've been playing against this guy. He's just been farming. He's not been doing a lot. It's like, wait, who are you playing against? Nasus, tell me you're lying right now.
That's not the game plan you should have.
So I do want to, I really want to know what's going on. I don't know if production has an MO for us as to when Vic and Ban is back, or if we know any more details behind the scene. But at the moment, obviously, still just waiting for the teams to bring back Vic and Ban. I'm guessing that we hadn't got the lock on the mid lane. Yeah, so we are going to be continuing, I believe, the pick and ban, but just without the Lux. So we still actually do have the mid laner to consider for Paragon as well. So both solo laners need to be locked in, and there's just so much variability that I don't really know what they're thinking about, because the big reason why I was not really that big a fan of Lux is because, as I said, I want Team Utopia to play something that will move around a lot, and there is a world in my mind where I'm thinking about maybe Galio could potentially be an option.
Definitely, Galio is. There's so many underrated champions right now, and I think Galio is one of those. Because for me, it's hard to say if he's a tank or a damage dealer after all the buffs he got lately. But combined, is really, really strong. And in this meta right now, we usually see there's like big clumps of fighting, and having a Galio there just threatening with the taunt, it could be too much for some teams.
It could be indeed. I believe we might be getting it. We're getting it back. Okay, here we go. We're back on the pick and band. I wasn't exactly sure when we were getting it, but here we go. We're back into the selection. The first start should be pretty quick, right? We've already seen this before. We've seen the Viego. We saw the Lucian. The Wukong will come through. We'll get the last few picks, and then we'll go to the new section, right? What are they picking in that mid lane that was having so much thought time behind it? Lissandra also on my list, by the way.
Yeah. I've been looking up here what they play in Paragon, and for their mid laner, we have Azir, we have Aurelion Sol, Joan, and Jace, but Azir is banned, Aurelion Sol is banned. I'm not sure if Joan was one of the last bans here, but they already taken away majority of his AP champions that he's used to play. So now most of that's left is AD, and if we look at the team, they are already a lot of AD, so we might see a pick here that we haven't been counting with.
Yeah. And you know what? New picks, new day. I'm excited for it. I would be very down to see them lock in something a little bit different. Orianna, though, as we suggested, as we knew, was going to be picked again. So now here we go. New part of draft, new mid pick. Here we go, Bide. This is where we're going to be looking for the new lock-in. And there's just so much speculation. The Taliyah, it works out well, right? I said roaming. I said something that can get into the game. This one locks in really nicely.
Yeah, and especially here, once again, the field that she's putting out, you can't dash through it. Wukong, he's gonna dash all the time to get into the backline and use his ultimate. So that's gonna be something that they put a stop, because they already localized that Wukong right now is gonna be a problem for them in team fights. So having this field, amazing. And the Ornn pick, it's time. The assassin is out.
You called it. The Ornn is here. This time it's going to go for PRG. Not what I was expecting, but I do like the pickup. Gives him a lot of agency in the late game, gives him a lot of team fight potential here. Now, this is where the pick gets interesting, right? Because there's quite a few picks that go very well into Ornn. The Camille is still on the table if Hatsu plays it, but also things like Mordekaiser, Alawi, as I said. Darius could even be potentially on the table, but Gwen is going to be locked in, and that is a very, very tricky top lane to play around.
That's what we used to see. If Ornn comes out, well, then it's Gwen you're gonna pick. So Gwen is not banned. We're still going with the Ornn pick. So hopefully, I feel a bit of confidence here from Refresh picking the Ornn. But now when I see the Gwen, I'm not too sure anymore.
It's a tough lane, right? I think I'm in two minds. I'm like, do you play towards the Gwen, get the kills for the Viego, maybe turn the tide and give the Ornn a little bit of a reprise? Or do you get forced into this bot lane? Because we saw it last game, right? Bitfix, they were getting dove. There was a lot of pressure. A big part of the turning point was that Kudi was there to wrap up those kills in that second dive to give them a massive advantage back into the game, right? And it feels to me like Paragon are going to have that same thought on their mind, because yes, they have the Talia, so it's not going to be the mid lane roaming down as fast, but they are playing into that Lucian bot lane, who is going to be prioritized. And I feel like Bitfix, if they don't go bot lane, then I feel like, I don't know, maybe they're just on some 400 IQ gameplay today.
No, but I'm with you there. They should play around bots, because this time we have Lucian again. We already raised him up as a really strong AD carry right now. We've seen it with Nami. That's a good combination. But Milio, on the other hand, gives this extra attack range, which is the weakness from a Lucian. I remember when Milio got released, first time I was up against the Lucian and Milio, it just blew my mind how long range he got, because I didn't know what to do. I was like, oh, I can flash to get away, and then he still has his dash. And in this team comp they have, I think it's really important for them to give this little extra range to Lucian, so he doesn't have to go straight into the enemy, because they have so much to lock him down.
They have so much, but it has to work out, right? Yeah. Like it's all well and good having the tools, but you have to be able to know how to use them. You have to be able to be successful with it. So there is still a lot of potential. There is still a lot to be played for, and that is why we love League of Legends. It's not just a pick game where your comp will fight for itself. We're not playing TFT here. We're playing League of Legends. Although I will say, Peter, I'm a big fan of TFT. I've got really into it recently. But back onto the Rift. Back onto the Rift, right? Because that's what we came here to watch, right? We came here to watch some 5 versus 5 action. Bitfix looking to continue their unbeaten streak today. This would be 4-0 in the group stage.
Yeah, and if they walk away with the 4-0 now, I mean, pat on the shoulder, really well done. And I think these things are really important when we're talking to tournaments and not leagues, where it's very intensive in a very short time, that you get this win from the start. If you can then stack them 2, 3, 4 wins, the confidence that you have when you go into the playoffs, it's going to make a huge difference for them. Because I've seen team going into playoffs where they're like not sure if they should be there because they think they had a few bad games, and as soon as the first game in playoffs, you could see it in their play style that they're not there 100%. So 4-0, I think they're going to be a real threat in the playoffs later.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Bitfix, definitely a team that I have my mind set on for watching in the later stages. However, how will they do against some of the other teams? Because you know what we said? We've seen some really good teams, right? Bloodline almost beat them. You know, Lions Crew were looking very strong yesterday. I feel like, who else is really on my hit list? I feel like DMG also could have a reprise. Yes, they came second to AUC, but they seem to have had a step up in this tournament. So there's definitely a few teams that I'm still looking out for. And obviously, as we go into Group Stage B, Day 2 tomorrow, there's going to be even more to talk about, even more potential competition. And a few teams may start to rise. Because as we saw today, EA, they were 0-2. Now they're sitting at 2-2 today. You know, anything is possible when it comes to the NLC RPS. So still a lot to play for, still a lot of games to come through, but the game that is on your screen very shortly will be Bitfix versus Paragon. And we talked about this a little bit with the AUC a little bit before. They were 1-2 going into this, so were Paragon against Bitfix. 1-3 is a very tough situation to be in, because it makes the chance of you going through very slim, as you only have one more game left and you can only cap out at 2-3.
Yeah, it's a little bit of make them break it. And for some teams, when they have this pressure, it elevates them. Like, the pressure helps them to perform better, they're better focused. Other teams, they just put them in shambles. Like, they already having a bad start and then getting the pressure. As said, it really depends on the team. Either it's a positive thing or it's a really bad thing for them. But they need to win this game to still be in it.
Okay, well, let's see if Paragon step up to the pressure, or will they find it a little bit too much? Let's get into game. Bitfix versus Paragon, the final game of the day. Let's get into it. Paragon, do they have anything crazy to start off this game like they did against Bloodline?
I hope so. I'm a big fan of the invades and level 1 fights because the tempo of the game just starts so quick. Everything is happening all the time because the first blood is already out. I've just been thinking for Paragon for the mid and late game we'll be moving into the team fighting. The Ornn ultimates together with Renata.
They're going for it. They're going for it. The flash is not going to be enough. Moza just missing out on Hatsu, who can just skip away from all of the danger.
But they're trying. They're not done yet. Will they get... Oh no, they stopped. Otherwise, it would be really fun for them to have... No, Hatsu. Alright, got the vision.
Hatsu's chilling, man. Yeah. Hatsu is chilling. Like, just like, yeah, that's fine. I'll just jump away again. No problems. And Paragon, I do wonder how far they go for this, right? Do they actually start on the red buff? Because we've seen the invade coming out from Bitfix. They have information on Snepex. And actually, Paragon, they're going to go all the way for the invade. They want to go for this play. They've kept 5 members at the red buff of Cuddy. And this is an investment if I've ever seen one.
They're going to move up. Oh, this is... I don't know if this is good or bad for Paragon's side because they're wasting so much time, especially for their bot laners. Imagine just coming down level 1 versus a level 2 Lucian and Melio. It's... I don't want to say it, but bot lane is...
Are they lane swapping? They might be lane swapping here. Cuddy is going to get aggressed on by Snepex, who is level 2 to level 1, has forced the Wukong out, and now we see Lust and Moza in the top side. Paragon are lane swapping, Pide.
What are they doing? I mean, the invade at first was good, then they stayed a bit too long in my opinion, and now we're gonna have one of these games where we're trying to read a macro, but there is no macro at all. They're just gonna run around and look for fight all the time, so I don't know what I think about this from the side of Paragon. The bot side there, they're just leaving it straight open.
Yeah, and Refresh is coming up here, but I don't know if you can dive this Gwen. I don't know if this is possible. The knockup is there. The damage is starting to land on the Hatsu, but Refresh taking 2 tower shots will go down. That's 400 gold. Moza gonna drop as well. And Paragon, yes, they may have only given over 1 kill, but I'm still so bemused as to what's happening.
So much time wasted. Just look here, Naxi and Dog is just... They have a free farm bot side. They can control the lane how they want, and I was about to say it when you said it. I don't think that dive is gonna work. It is a Gwen, you're only level 1 and 2. You need to hit everything perfect, and they didn't.
They are lucky that, well, lucky, maybe calculated that Moza didn't get hit by the Gwen. Otherwise, that could have been a whole heap worse. But now, Paragon, they're the ones that are going to get dove in the bot side. Refresh is still level 1, and we have 3 level 3 members diving straight on top. Here we go, Ornn immediately removed, and Thug still lives.
Yeah, and it's a massive wave that they're missing out. The teleport was already used from Refresh to get down on bot side, so I don't know. I thought Paragon had a big idea in the beginning, but I think it backfired a little bit too much on them.
It's not the start that we would have wanted to see if you were a Paragon fan. This is definitely going to be a tough hill to climb. However, there is still a lot of game left, right? The scaling factors for Paragon are there, but Naxi on this Lucian is really catching my eye. And the fact that Kudi has already got a kill, right? We saw how dominant they were on the Wukong. I already told you about how good they looked against Bloodline, but also they have just been rampant in pushing their lead. And Snepex is going to go down. Naxi taking another kill. And this is going from bad to worst.
Yeah, this is not looking good at all right now. I've been trying to hold back. Like, yep, they could still have this, but now when the kills are running over to the red side, I'm not too sure anymore, because as you mentioned, they have the late game scaling from Paragon, but I mean, they already lost so much, and we're not even 5 minutes into the game.
I don't know if the wave is big enough here, but they're going to get the next wave. And I think Refresh might die again. Like, does have the knock-up, does have the Billow's Breath as well, but it's already going to start taking damage, going to have to flash away, and the re-dive is coming. I believe Bitfix will just go for this. Refresh trying to stay alive, but there is no hope. Another kill. Snepex trying to join the party, trying to find something back for Paragon, but I don't think it's available. I think the Bitfix will walk out, although maybe I spoke too soon. Timo Topa now in the bot lane. This is the opportunity. Can they get it? Kudi going to dive forward, but clones away. And Snepex going low. Naxi stepping forward. Another kill to Bitfix, and it might be all over already, Pide.
Do I want to say my opinion on that? But yeah, we talked about Lucian a lot. It's a game champion that can carry with Emilio 2 versus 9, and look at the gold diff right now. We have almost 3,000 for Naxi, who's 301, as well as 2 platings on the bot side, and 13 farm for refresh. Not too good at all. The question is, do they just continue with this lane? Because they might have been doing this for too long to start doing the lane swaps back to original lanes.
Yeah. So thinking about the lane swap, right? I'm just trying to wrap my head around. Okay, how do they play this? What would be best? Do they stick with it? Do they kind of give it up and go back to the original plan? Because my thought is, okay, if they had gone for normal lanes in this, Team Atopa getting solo killed as well, it makes it even worse. Paragon are finally going to get something on the board. They will be able to get the grubs. They will take 2 at least. They should get 3 though. All 3 will be secured. So some hope gleamed back into the game. But what I was thinking, right, Pide, is, okay, if you go for the original lane, you go for the original lane setup, right? Yes, the Lucian and the Gwen should have advantage, but you can probably snowball it out, keep it more relaxed and maybe look for plays. But with this lane swap situation, it's like Refresh is in a bad situation. And yes, Last is getting farm, but at some point, Hatsu is probably going to be able to 1v2.
Yeah, we see Hatsu right now, like, just standing in the bush waiting for it. I think he's fine just sitting there. Like, he's gonna get strong anyways. And for Hatsu, he's playing Gwen. His main focus is to get Refresh down, and Refresh is having a harder time than him right now.
And the ornament's only useful when Orn gets to level 14, so still a very long time. And if we do look at the levels, Hatsu is 2 levels up on Refresh in this trade. And yes, Naxi and Doug may be a similar level to Last and Mozza, but the gold is not close at all. And I feel like there's a world where we may be getting another dive. That's the 3rd plate secured by Naxi, and it is all going the way of Bitfix.
For sure, and just the thing that Naxi has gotten close to everything that he could have picked off on the bot side. I don't know. I love these games when it's really messy from the start, but at the same time, it's so hard trying to read it.
Okay, big play, big play. There's the knockup, there's the stun. Maybe, just maybe they have the damage. There's the Heartbreaker, and they do it. Paragon find something back into their pocket. 2 kills over to the Viego. Maybe SnapX can be the hero that they need.
Well, they need a hero to win this game, and SnapX so far is the only one who's been stepping up. I mean, this gank on the bot side is really good for them, but we can see that the items already coming out from Naxi. So, Viego, I know you want to farm. You want to be a Viego, you want to get your farm to get your items to then be the hard carry, but I think this game he needs to slope that and just go for these early ganks non-stop, because they need to get the gold somewhere. Sure, they can get it from the farming, but the kills also deny the gold from Bitfix, which is probably the biggest goal for them right now.
Okay, I'm getting the hope here, Mal. All right, it's time. We're already getting the sales to get the standards being built, the lemonade on the left, the hopium on the right. It's time, because we've now got Refresh ahead of farm of Hatsu, okay? Closer in levels, and 2 kill or a kill onto SnapX as well. So the gold is only 1k now to Bitfix, and actually, maybe there might be some stabilization.
I hope for it. I want an even game, you know, big team fights, because if it continues like this, I don't think we're gonna see the team fights. But they have the... Alright.
Energy is in trouble here, going to be stunned up, and SnapX is right there with the mid laner, looking to pick up this kill. Team Atopa going to take that one, and like I said, win condition for Paragon. If they do get Team Atopa up and running, then it can really change the momentum of the game. That's a nice start to get the Talair off the ground.
And I think Paragon is doing the right thing right now, trying to play for the other lanes than bot side. Bot side is already lost. They need to delay... Oh,
maybe not, though. Naxi getting knocked up there. Gonna have to run away. SnapX not able to get into range just yet. But Varus keeping up in farm as well. So Last definitely not out of this game. But the freeze has been broken. Hatsu able to just get a little bit of farm back into this game. And maybe push. Or no, actually maybe not. They're actually just going to freeze it for themselves.
yeah, it looks like it. And what I wanted to say with Naxi here is he is fed. You want to contain him on the bot side. You don't want him to go top, get more kills there or mid lane. So as long as this tower is up on the bot side, that's going to be the target for Bitfix bot lane. So they're going to be stuck on the bot side. But as soon as they get this tower and the rotation is going to come out, lane swatches is going to come out, that's where I think the biggest problem for Paragon is going to come up.
I do agree. I think the reason why I didn't want them to go back to original lanes is that sentiment of Naxi is just really far ahead. Even though they died once, they are very far up in gold, as we are going to see a play around these grubs. Though Bitfix tried to get grubs and Paragon said no way, man. Yes, they will trade it for a tower, but more kills are going to Snepex. Now they're going to get the grubs as well. This should be all 6 secured as well. So Paragon, they are, maybe I'm getting too hyped too early, but they're doing it.
They're doing it for sure. Like, they're not far behind in gold, and Bitfix kind of gave away 4 free kills, you know. I mean, they had the lead, they could have played way safer around it and tried just to win around the players they already got the kills with, but now you're giving away 4 kills. We have Snepex, who's playing really well so far. I think he's feeling like the rest of my team, the laners, are having a big trouble with the lane swap. I, who is the jungler, need to do something for the team, and so far he's been stepping up really well. But now we have the problem for Paragon, that Naxi and Top is gonna be on the top side. The lane swap is back, but they already got the tower, and it's not only Lucian and Melio who's benefiting from this. We have Hatsu on the bot side, who's more or less gonna free farm for a little while.
Darth now still keeping that pressure. We do see, as you said, the bot lane moving up to the top side. Hatsu now going to be laned assigned against the Ornn, but actually Paragon, they're keeping the pressure. They want to actually put the pedal to the metal. They want to try and catch out Naxi, but I think the Bitfix know. I think they know that the Ornn is here. They're aware of this play, and they've already started to rotate members across. Goody is in this top side, and we're seeing Paragon really start to send it, but they may send it too far. Bitfix trying to get away. The culling coming out, but there's a change of corruptions. Land onto Thug, but a cleanse will keep them safe. Now Motta going low, gets caught back, and it will be the first kill taken in this fight. Bitfix able to hold on and turn it back in their favor.
I think they both read each other very well there. They knew that the big dives were going to come up as well from Paragon's side. I think they had a little feeling that they were close by, but...
Refresh going low will be taken out by Naxi, and that is just more fire into the stove. This fire is getting fueled further and further. Naxi with another kill plus extra plates. The Lucian is snowballing further and further. 2k gold in the lead.
Yeah, he's pulling away right now, and if we looked at Hatsu, the push he got in on the bot side almost got the tower with him. They were so focused from Paragon's side to get the kills on top side that they were very late to defend for Hatsu. And that's something they have to watch out for, because I get it, you want to get the Lucian down, you want kills on him, but on the other hand, a fed Gwen is nothing to joke about.
Dragon going to be secured, so still Snepex on the objectives, able to be really proactive about the play. Paragon trying to claw back, and the one thought that I have today is, why didn't they almost fully commit to it, right? Yeah, you say, okay, it was nice that they sent Team Atopa bot lane to match the Gwen, but had they actually sent Team Atopa onto the top side, maybe that 5v3 could have worked out.
Yeah, now that you mention it, I think so. It felt like they were so close to taking that team fight with them, but they just lacked one more CC or a little bit more damage, and Timato could have gone topside, but at the same time, then they would leave a tower for free for Hatsu and the bot, so I don't know, Paragon have 2 bad choices to choose from, because right now they're not leading the game. They're not far behind in gold, but the tempo is being put down by Bitfix right now.
Now, Bitfix, as we discussed, do have a very early game-centric team. Of course, yes, Hatsu will still be very strong in the later stages, but there is a world where Paragon could maybe just ride the wave a little bit and maybe hopefully get onto the other side and pull themselves back into this game. I think if Snippets can keep picking up these kills, definitely gives an opening for a victory, but there's still a lot left in this game. Herald going to be taken and spawned immediately, looking for that mid tower, but Naxi has been rotated once again.
Yeah, and if they can get this mid tower open, they open up the map so much that they could start the roaming down with bottom top, but it's not going to be enough for a fight.
Hatsu has joined the fight. Here we go. Now it's the stepping forward of Bitfix. They're managing to move straight through. Snepex going very low, but stays alive. Paragon holding on for the moment as the Ornhorn comes in. Maybe a turn for Paragon as they look to go back, but a nice shockwave will hold off Paragon. No more advances. Bitfix stay alive. And a messy skirmish, but no deaths.
Bitfix is in the lead. They're looking for the fights, but Paragon is showing such a resistance. Just every team fight that we have Bitfix engaging, it feels like Paragon is just a little step away from turning around to their own advantage. So I'm just waiting for this, that Paragon are the engaging team and might get the kills with them.
Team Topa going low. Naxi doing so much damage. 1 or 2 autos away from a kill there. The threat of death looming closer and closer, but Bitfix going to be able to rotate to again take some more gold for themselves. Another tower secured, another outer tower is picked up, and now I believe only the mid lane tier 1 stands, and I'm sure the Bitfix have got their eyes securely on it.
Yeah, they have a plan. They just need to fulfill it and actually be able to do it. Once again, this game is very messy. The tempo is just up and down. It's not where any of the teams wanted it to be at the moment. So Bitfix needs, I think they need to calm down a little bit. Because I think this early game lead they got, I think raised a bit too much confidence. They got a bit in of a hurry that they needed to use this lead they had. And so far they've been giving back a lot of gold over to Paragon. So a little bit of a mental reset here from Bitfix. I think that would benefit them a lot.
Okay, well, we'll see if this does happen. Right now, Bitfix not setting up for the dragon, sorry. It's 1 minute 26 before that one will spawn. It does feel like Paragon very proactive around all of these objectives so far. They've really had their nail to the grindstone. As at the moment, Hatsu still just pulling away in this top side. Being matched a lot by Team Topa though, which does seem to work out a lot better than sending the Ornn.
Yeah, and we talked about here, Talia is a really strong champion right now, and so far she's the player in their team that as soon as someone pushes from Bitfix on the side lane, she's picking up all of the minions. So we see the minion farm is 155 now after 17 minutes, so Talia is easy to sleep on, because most champions, if you see an enemy, they have no kills, they have no assist, you kind of want to fight them. But the farming is there, so the gold is also there. And for me, Talia is one of the strongest AP champions right now, and I think that will be the big game changer for them. Once again, this field, nobody can dash on it. We take out Hatsu, can't use his dash, Kudi can't use his dash, Naxi can't use it. So in big team fights, they need to have Timato with them.
Yeah, Topa definitely a key component to this team, like I mentioned many a time, as we're going to see a bit of a lull in the game. I'm surprised. I feel like we had a cooldown, you know? We had a very, very active early game, and now everything's slowed down. As Dragon is going to spawn, it does look like Bitfix are going to play heavily for this one. No real look at going for this from the side of Paragon, though, as they do have a lot of members in the top side. And I wonder if they are looking to maybe open up that mid lane.
Yeah, I think this is fair trade for them. It's 1-1 in the Dragons. They know they're still behind now, no matter what we say. So going for these objectives instead, so you can open up the map, you can get deeper wards and have control where the enemy is close to all the time, is something they have to play around right now, because they need to find more picks from Paragon's side. Sure, they're keeping up, but it's not really enough yet. We'll have to wait and see if the scaling helps them out.
Buddy able to secure the dragon. That will be the first of the Chem Tech souls. And again, we kind of talked about the Chem Tech being maybe not our favourite. So right now, the culling dish out quite a bit of damage towards Mozza and Last, but nothing that will make them leave the lane.
Now we see Cutie together there with energy. They're waiting for someone to take a little look if they're still there. If they would do it, they would have their combo with their ultimates to secure a kill. But right now, I think Naxi, we talked about him. He is the key player for them. And we're starting to see now, as you said, they took a little pause. Nothing happened really. But they need to use this engage from Naxi and Dog to just go in and do a lot of damage that we just saw from the ultimate.
Pressure onto that tower once again applied. Gwen still not matching up with the Ornn, which I think is a really nice thought process from Paragon, just making sure the Ornn is able to keep farming, keep getting those levels in security. As we do see once again energy going to be sent down to the bot lane. I do wonder if Bitfix are going to try and maybe send Hatsu into the lane that matches up with Refresh. I feel like Paragon are spending quite a lot of energy avoiding that. The Oriana is able to pick up the wave.
And I think Bitfix actually want this, because Gwen is the biggest counter for Ornn in my opinion, and the farm and kills is an advantage to Hatsu, so I get it, you want to get the farm, you want to get as much gold as possible, but I think you can punish Refresh if they goes to these 1v1 in lanes, and so far in this game the top laners, they've been in some team fight, but they usually just on the side lane splitting at the moment.
Paragon right now. I feel like the lull in game has really benefited them. You know, like we were talking about the game potentially could be over. It was 0-6 and there was massive leads in the bot lane and there wasn't really much hope seeming. And then obviously a couple good roams from Snepex led to really nice ganks which turned around the game. It coursed it back into the favor for Paragon. And we've also talked about that scaling a little bit as well. So we are slowly gaining confidence towards them, I think, but there is still a big hurdle for them to climb, right? They still have to get over those team fights and they have to be able to show that they can put Naxi down, because there is a part of me that thinks that Bitfix maybe have been quiet recently, but they still have a lot of damage.
They're waiting for something. It feels like that, because it's super aggressive, you've been picking everything, then all of a sudden, without a reason, they slow down. But we're starting to see signs now that they're looking for something, they want these objectives.
Ooh. Shockwave gonna land, but here we go. Paragon able to mobilize 4 members, but a nice cleanse from Thug will be able to hold their members back. And now here comes Bitfix, the culling not doing enough damage, but the Wukong comes in to snag the kill. Moz are gonna go down. Paragon now stepping forward once again, but they may be into danger. Naxi forcing forwards, but not going to be able to find another kill, but the tower is under threat here, Pide. They're looking for the kill. Here comes the Ornhorn, the big knock up, going to knock onto the Gwen, and they take them immediately. Hatsu is removed.
So 1-for-1 in a position where I thought the Bitfix was going to get way more than 1 kill, but Paragon, they got some ice, they just going to wait here, and yeah, sure, they lost their support Mosa, but getting this pick instead on Hatsu, I think it's more important from them to just show this presence of we can kill your top laner no matter what. And once again, we get another kill on Snepex, who is the biggest carry for Paragon so far.
I'm starting to believe today. I don't know if it's dangerous. I feel like I'm starting to believe, because that was everything the Bitfix had thrown at Paragon, and they survived. Yes, there was a tower that gave them the advantage. They weren't fighting in clear open rift, but they were able to hold on, they were able to match, and they killed off the Gwent almost immediately. So part of me is starting to think that Paragon can actually come back and win this.
I'm actually with you on that. Like, if you said that 10 minutes ago, I would say no, there's no way. But now it feels like Paragon realized they made a mistake in the early games. They were not going to play around that at all, and they've been really good finding the small mistakes that coming out from Bitfix and punish them straight away, getting these kills over here and 1 more kill over there. And I'm not too sure. I think this Ornn from Refresh, the ultimate coming out together with the Mosa ultimate, it's just team fight is not advantage to Bitfix, even though they have the combo from a Wukong and an Orianna. I think the counter from Refresh and Mosa is just too big.
Baron being pinged here. This would be bold. This would be maybe too bold from Paragon. I'm not a fan. I don't like this. I don't like this, Pide. I don't want to see the Baron being taken just yet. They are going to see the culling utilized by Naxi, and they have fought away Bitfix as the dragon has spawned. Paragon now bringing Team Atopa into the fight. Maybe if they can get a pick, they could look for the Baron, but doing the Baron completely with no kills on the Bitfix side is a little bit risky for me, as Naxi showing how powerful they can be. The Ornhorn going to be called in though, and Naxi getting knocked up. This could be absolutely devastating. Naxi taken down, and Paragon, they got the pick. Now might go for Baron.
They're playing for the win here, and they first had a little bit of a team fight there. We saw Naxi together with Melio just using their ultimates. Still, Naxi goes in for a second turn to try to do some damage, get hit with that Ornhorn, and they know with them they have no ultimate, they can't get out of this position. And now Paragon getting a kill, taking a Baron. Sure, they're gonna lose the Dragon, but right now for them to get Baron with them, to have this little extra push in the lane, that might be the key to the victory, and they're in the gold lead.
The gold lead has finally dawned. It's changed hands. Paragon, we said, scaling. could be in their favor as we look at the individual numbers, right? Ornn is up a K. We see Viego almost 2,000 up, 1,000 in the mid lane. However, the bot lane still very much favored to Naxi, still 2 and a bit K ahead. But Paragon, they're starting to do it. They're starting to bring themselves into the game. And I am here believing. But can they close it out? That's the big question, Fide, from me. They need to be clinical about how they take these fights. They've got the Baron. They want to start opening up these tier 2s.
I'm a believer. I'm a big fan of underdogs, and in this game, Paragon got to be the underdog in the first minutes, and doing this comeback, I believe a lot of this with momentum in game. That even if you have a rough start, once you start to get these kills, you win a few team fights, you get the objectives. Just mentally for Paragon, they're really happy right now. They believe in themselves. They know they can do this. Meanwhile, on Bitfix side, I think they're starting to doubt themselves if they can take this fight or not. And that's something that's crucial, because if you don't believe in yourself when you go into the team fight, you are going to lose it.
It feels like they just can't get Naxi in a position where they can get the damage off, right? We've seen the Illusion drop the culling, get a couple of people to half HP, still dashing in, getting a couple shots here and there, but never able to really just open up in a team fight. And we've not really seen much other damage sources coming out from Bitfix, even though we know that both the Wukong and the Gwen could be quite dangerous.
Yeah, but Naxi is the biggest damage for them, and that's who they have to protect. But the problem for them is that every other lane from Paragon, every frontliner is stronger than they are in Bitfix, which leaves Naxi in a very bad position, especially if Nelia doesn't have his ult.
We're talking about bad positions, so let's refresh the Sin one, gets the knock up underneath the tower, does the damage, and stays alive! Refresh has turned it around!
It's such a good play here by Refresh. Hatsu was so close to it, but having this knock-up from the ultimate, the passive who's also a knockback in itself, it's just too much CC, and under the tower, you melt after 2-3 hits, and right now I'm a big believer that Paragon's gonna take this game.
2 tier 2s. That's a big influx of gold. Now 3.5k in the lead. Paragon fans, if you had seen the game at 5 minutes, you would not have been a believer. But they are making a fool out of everyone that questioned them. Paragon are moving forward once again. They're looking for the final tier 2. They have 15 seconds on the Baron Bopper. Bitfix are looking for something. There's the knock-up. The Wukong goes in last. It's going to be going pretty low, but does have the save for the bailout. It's not going to be able to be procced, and now Naxi is able to get a lot of damage down. Mozza in trouble. Will be able to walk away as Kuda, the next target. Snepex trying to find someone to kill off, and Hatsu might be it, but again, walking away. Bitfix stay alive. They hold off. They keep their tier 2 top tower, and they make a final revenge kill.
It's so much back and forth right now, but Paragon, even though they just lost a player, I have the feeling that they're starting to take the decisions. They're gonna push, they want the team fights, and that's something Bitfix haven't really faced so far in this game. So now when they are the ones under pressure, we could see this top fight. It started out like, yeah, you need to do something about this push, but it felt more of the decision came very quickly, like we are gonna take this fight. It could be for a benefit for them. To have these quick decisions, we're gonna go in, we get the kills very easy, but at the same time, that's where the mistakes are created, and that's something that we have Paragon who's just looking for all the time.
And talking about under pressure, we have the dragon spawning. It's dragon soul point for Bitfix here. 1 minute, 10 seconds. Paragon, if they want to make a big statement here, it's around this dragon.
This could be a game changer for both of these teams. I think if Bitfix get the soul now, all of a sudden they have a little advantage in the game, even though they're behind in gold. But if Paragon can take this dragon, buy themselves just a little bit of more time to get this scaling going, continue the fighting that they've done, it might be enough for them to finish out this game. Because I really believe in Paragon right now.
40 seconds on the clock, and Paragon haven't mobilized just yet. TP is available for Team Atopa, and we're seeing the Bitfix are stepping up. They're moving into the jungle. But Paragon, it just feels like they're not ready for the dragon, and I feel like there's a world where it could get snuck, as we are going to see maybe a little bit of a fight on the Viego. But Heartbreak are going to be utilized to get themselves to safety. Snepex now without the ulti, unless they can pick up a kill. A big ultimate to lose before the dragon.
It is, and we see now that the players from the top side are moving down. Hatsu is going to be first back with his team. And I think it's time for Taliyah to move as well, because this dragon is crucial in my opinion. And there we have it, TP behind, the ultimate is up. This could be some big plays coming out here from Paragon.
Ooh, but could he going straight aggressive onto Team Matopa? There is the shockwave as well, and Team Matopa in big trouble. Hatsu is also facing the peril of the team coming forward from Paragon in the top side, but Stepex doesn't have ultimate, isn't able to get the kill. The Ornhorn gonna come through to buy a little bit more space for them, but they cannot do it. Bitfix hold on, they play the team fight really cleanly, and they do not lose a single member.
So far so good here for Bitfix, but they're not done yet. We can see Paragon is still looking for it, but if we look at the HP that they have left, I would have to say that Paragon is better off so far. And we're gonna have a second.
Oh, knock-up, 3-man knock-up! That's massive from Refresh! The engage is there, but Maxi is still alive. Can they get onto this Lucian, who is dropping the damage? Stepex gets the kill, and now Thug is next on the list. Yes, the soul is taken, but Bitfix are falling down.
No, they're wasting so... Oh, they're just gonna send one for picking up that kill, alright. But these team fights, Paragon this time finding a triple knockup, and as soon as they hit it, the whole team is just flowing over. It's just, we gotta kill them quick, quick, quick. And it's been working out for them so far, but now we have the soul going over to Bitfix. We could see that Kudi was jumping in from the other side of the wall into the Dragon Pit and getting this soul. But I'm not too sure if it helps their team to have a soul from the Chemtech.
Especially now that the fact that the Elder Dragon will be spawning. Inhib in the bot side taken. Across map Inhib away from the Baron. A huge win condition for Paragon has opened up as the Nash is on the map and could be for the taking. Bitfix, how do they respond, Pide? They're going to be sending members to push out waves in the top side.
If we look at Summoners, Hatsu still has his teleport, so he could take care of this bot side with the super minions. Could actually be a very good thing for them, because Hatsu farming super minions.
Team Matopa might found Kudi. This could be a huge opening. Not going to be able to connect onto it though. Heartbreaker is utilized by Snepex once again. Flash from Kudi. And the jungler will survive for a little bit longer. So Bitfix breathe a sigh of relief. But Paragon, they're just getting stronger and stronger.
They for sure are. And I can feel both of these teams are pulling through the Baron right now. Because that's going to be, if we look at the minimap right now, sure, we have potential to finish the game from bot side from both of these teams, but with this Baron buff, they can start doing the split. And I think that could be a key here for Bitfix.
Team fight. Kudi with the shockwave muzzle going to be going low. Snepex trying to buy a bit of time, trying to get out of there, but Kudi has already picked up one kill and going further and further. Doesn't get hit with the chains of corruptions, and Taliyah going to wall the rest of the team off. Bitfix, they managed to find a kill here, and they've got a winning side lane as well. Hatsu, yes, can't dive refresh under the tower, but can definitely push them in. And now Bitfix, although they've been on the back foot for so long, starts to make some plays.
Sure are, and we see now they're going to take the tower, they're 5 versus 4, and if they would go for Baron right now, it's a 4 versus 3, which should give them the Baron pretty free. But right now, the focus that we've been looking at right now, it's the big team fights between all of these members. We haven't seen Hatsu in the team fights for a while now, but once he's been in them, huge impact. And right now he's been farming a lot with the super minions on the bot side, so very interested to see what item he's getting and how big of an impact that's going to have.
Could be getting the Zhonya's, may buy a little bit more time, able to avoid the Ornhorn as well, because as you said, in that last team fight, was essentially 1 versus 4 versus Paragon. So really bought a lot of space for their team to open up and take down the pick onto Team Matopa for free. And I wonder if they can do that again. We are going to see the TP coming out onto that top side once again, but this time it is from Team Matopa, so it's trying to gain a bit of control. So we do see Paragon edging their way towards this Baron.
Yeah, once again, just top laners on the bot side. The rest of the players are gonna look for this Baron, and there we have the teleport. Paragon 5 members, but Hatsu got his teleport up.
Hatsu does have TP, but hasn't channeled it just yet. Now finally going to call it in. 5k on the Baron. Do they continue? They're going to back away. Paragon not wanting to risk the steal. Do not want to lose a crucial Baron fight. Bitfix hold on for now as they dissuade them.
Yeah, and I understand why Paragon is rather safe than sorry, because if they get this Baron, they're gonna finish the game.
But they might be coming in for this one. Hatsu in big trouble, but does have the Zhonya's. Able to buy a little bit of time with the status, but the Ornhorn going to separate a whole load of members. But Bitfix trying to get the fight. It's on the backside. We see a lot of members going low, but they're able to stay alive. Paragon still strong, might go for the Baron.
Yeah, this should be a Baron for them, but look, Hatsu is back in the team fight. He's 1 versus 5, and he does so much damage. As you see Mosa last bit right now, their HP is almost gone, and that was Hatsu alone. So if he could fight with his team next time, I think there's a shot for Bitfix to win a team fight. But since the Baron is gonna go most likely now to Paragon, they are the ones that have to defend their base and not look for the fights.
And we say next time there may not be many more chances. Kudi is going to get aggressive onto Team Atoka, and this could be a risky one. The culling coming through. The Zhonya's is going to buy time. The Baron finally goes down, but Team Atoka is dead. Paragon, maybe call them Neo, because I think they're starting to believe.
I think they believed in themselves for a very long time right now. But once again, it's still a pretty even game. Paragon is up with almost, well, it's 4,000 gold now. I think they were behind with 3,000 before, so the comeback is 7,000 gold into this game. And we're still looking for Bitfix AD carry Naxi to come in, almost full build, looking for that last item and having 346 farm. You can really see that they've really been focusing here to feed their AD carry, and slowly they're getting their front line stronger. Hatsu's been on the side lanes just farming and farming, but I'm not sure that's enough anymore.
Elder Drake. I think this is the fight that decides it. This could be it. Dog in trouble. Immediately taken away. Snepex finds a pick, and this is massive. 30 seconds before the Dragon Paragon start to swarm, but they can back away. They can play time. They don't need to force a fight if it's not good for them here, because right now Bitfix are trying to send it all the way. Ornhorn comes in. Big knock up 3 members, and with the disruption, it is too much. Paragon move forward. They might have done it. They might have found it. Pide. They get the ace. They find the kill. Bitfix, the team, the hero that was unkillable. Well, Paragon are the heel.
Using their flash, they know with them they won this game, and they should be so proud of themselves. What a rough start they're having, but coming into the mid game, they're showing as a team, the team fighting they have is so strong, and Paragon shouldn't have won this game. That's all I have to say.
No way. They should not have, but they did, and that's what matters, Pide. UK are still winning games. 2-2 Paragon. They have a chance to go through.
I love this game as much as I hate them. Because you come into the games like, oh, this is the macro play, this is how they play, then they're like, now we're not going to do that anymore. But it brings so much excitement to the table.
Yeah. Lane swaps. Maybe I'm still not a fan. I'll be honest. Maybe I'm still not a fan. Okay, maybe more work needed on that one. It looked shaky at the start, but Paragon made it happen. They found an opening, and we talked about it all day, but it feels like the story of our day casting together. The early game team versus the late game team, and every single time it feels like the early game team just cannot close it out.
No, it feels like playing for this early game, it's not that strong, actually. Like, sure, you're gonna get a few kills, but you need almost a double amount to go into the mid game and still be so powerful to win the late game, because somewhere usually the games goes to 35 minutes nowadays, and that for me is a late game.
It is indeed. That, though, is going to be all from us today. Bitfix have lost. Bloodline, I think, should be through. Paragon are 2-2. We had the upset coming in from the Finnish league. It has all been kicking off today. Duckling is still upset this team's losing. Like, what else do you want from RPS and the NLC? It's all going on. It's all happening. And we're not done yet, Pide. Do you have any final words before we end the stream?
I had, but after this game, I'm not sure. Jay, it's been a pleasure casting these games with you. I'm so happy that these teams have been delivering really good games as well.
And if you guys at home are enjoying this, we still have more games. We're back tomorrow. I will not be back here tomorrow, but there will be more games. Group B needs to be decided. On Friday, there is going to be even more games. There's a lot of action. Keep tuned on the Twitter. Keep tuned on Twitch. Make sure you're ready, because NLC RPS is popping off and it's not stopping anytime soon. We're going to see you for tonight, but make sure you tune in tomorrow.